Chapter 774. Even though he had only been here for 3 days, Zichen's prestige was still extremely high. The ravens blindly worshipped outsiders, believing that they could help them rise to power. In the history of the barbarian tribe, it was not uncommon for outsiders to bring a tribe to power. Of course, this was on the premise that the outsiders did not die in the process. Wu La was quickly brought in by the two. Wu Lei's face did not have much resentment, but rather admiration. He walked to Zichen's side and respectfully bowed to Zichen. Wu La greets the leader. At this moment, Wu Lei's attitude towards Zichen was the same as his attitude towards the raven barbarians. The bowing Wu La was taller than Zichen, so Zichen had to raise his head to look at Wu La. He looked up at Wu La and asked, "Your injuries haven't healed yet?" Wu La rubbed his head and smiled. His face was filled with admiration as he said, "I still need a few days to recover. I heard from the leader that if it wasn't for Leader Zichen showing mercy, I would have died that day. Come, let me take a look." Zichen walked towards Wu La, but Wu La was close to 4 meters tall. Zichen was not even half as tall. Wu La could only half squat and move his fixed arm in front of Zichen. Zichen placed his right hand between Wu Lei's thumb and index finger and released his spiritual sense to check the other's injuries. The barbarians focused on cultivating their bodies, so their physiques were very strong and their bones were very sturdy. That day, Zichen's attack had only shattered Wu Lei's thumb and forearm, so the injuries were not very serious. In the outside world, this would at most be a small injury. With pills and elemental energy, it would quickly heal. But here, where there were no pills, Wu La would need to rest for a long time to recover. "Leader Zichen, this is not a problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Wu La thought that Zichen was feeling guilty and hurriedly said. Who knew that Zichen would actually nod and say, "It is indeed not a problem. It's just a small injury. It will only take a few days." As he spoke, a medicinal pill appeared in Zichen's hand. This was a blood-healing pill. Zichen gently crushed it into powder. After shattering the blood-healing pill into powder, Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to control the powder and infused it into the depths of Wu Lei's bones through his skin. Wu Lei's shattered thumb and forearm were instantly healed. "All right, try moving." After using up all the powder, Zichen withdrew his right hand with a faint smile on his face. Wu Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. Just now, he felt a mysterious force returning to his body. After Zichen finished speaking, Wu La tried to move his arm. The arm that was previously unable to move was now not only able to move, but it was also extremely nimble. The surrounding barbarians burst into cries of alarm, and a look of amazement appeared on their faces. In the eyes of the ravens, this scene was almost a miracle. Even Wu Man's eyes were filled with surprise. He exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary medicinal pill?" Medicinal pills were very common in the outside world, but in the world of the barbarians, they were extremely rare. This was because the barbarians did not have spiritual thoughts or yuanli. Naturally, they could not refine medicinal pills. Without deliberately explaining, Zichen took a few steps back and only stopped when he was able to look at the barbarians at eye level. He lightly coughed and said, "Today, I have gathered everyone here because I have a barbarian technique to share with everyone." "Barbarian technique, Chief Zichen, you know barbarian techniques?" After Zichen finished speaking, a barbarian asked. "As your leader, I naturally know some barbarian techniques." Zichen paused and said, "Today, I will teach you a powerful second-level barbarian technique." "Chief Zichen, you should only know one second-level barbarian technique, right? And that's the most common one. We all know it." Beside Wu Man, a third-level warrior who was in the know spoke up. "You all know it? Then I will demonstrate it to you and see if you all know it." After Zichen finished speaking, he demonstrated the second-level barbarian technique in front of all the barbarians. Seeing Zichen's extremely smooth movements, the barbarians were only surprised. They did not pay too much attention to it. In their eyes, this was the most basic barbarian technique. They all knew it, but it was not as smooth as Zichen's. "Chief Zichen, we all know this. We have already memorized the movements. A second-level warrior spoke up. Zichen had a faint smile on his face. He ignored the second-level warrior and looked at the third-level warrior. He asked, "Did you see it clearly?" The 5 third-level warriors had serious expressions on their faces. They were stronger and could naturally see that this barbarian technique was not ordinary. However, Zichen's speed was too fast. In addition, they did not pay much attention to it. By the time they realized that it was not ordinary and wanted to memorize it, Zichen had already finished. In the face of Zichen's question, the 5 of them shook their heads. Zichen turned his head to look at Wu Man. Wu Man's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with shock. As the leader of the Raven tribe, he was very knowledgeable. The barbarian technique Zichen had just demonstrated was not simply extraordinary. It was extremely extraordinary. A mere second-level barbarian technique in Zichen's hands had the power of a third-level barbarian technique. Did you see it clearly? Zichen looked at Wu Man and asked. Wu Man's shocked expression disappeared and he looked at Zichen with great admiration. He said, "Chief Zichen is indeed extraordinary. It's just that your movements were too fast, and I did not see it clearly. Chief Zichen, please demonstrate it again." Wu Man's humble attitude made the expressions of the second-level warriors change instantly. They did not see anything special about this barbarian technique, but judging from the expressions of the leader and the third-level warriors, it was obvious that this barbarian technique was not ordinary. Zichen nodded. He then swept his gaze over the barbarians and said loudly, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I will repeat this action once more. You must remember every detail and every degree of change in your body. When you are able to display 90% of the power of this barbarian technique, then we will go and hunt the savage beasts." After he finished speaking, Zichen demonstrated the barbarian technique again. This time, everyone watched attentively with their eyes wide open. When they watched carefully, they found that Zichen's body technique was indeed different from the second-level barbarian technique. There were several modifications. The modifications could maximize the power, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. When Zichen finished, the second-level warriors were still in a state of confusion. Obviously, they did not remember it clearly. The third-level warriors seemed to have learned something and did not fully understand. Only the fourth-level warrior, Wu Man, kept nodding. The admiration in his eyes grew stronger. "If you don't understand, ask your leader. He will be responsible for teaching you the tricks. As for the power after you master it, I will demonstrate it to you again. This will be the standard in the future." Then, Zichen pointed at a barbarian next to the Wu Man and asked, Yes, you? What's your name?" "Leader Zichen, my name is Wu Meng." The barbarian named Wu Meng said respectfully, "You should be a third-level warrior. Come out and display your strongest defense." Zichen motioned for him to come out. Wu Meng strode out and stood 3 meters away from Zichen. "I will suppress my power to the second level and use the barbarian technique just now to show you the power of 100%. If you can reach this level in the future, it means that you have succeeded." All the barbarians looked at Zichen without blinking. The barbarian named Wu Meng also went into full defense mode. Zichen, who was standing 3 meters away, clenched his fist and twisted his body strangely. The muscles on his body twitched, and the veins on his arms bulged as he punched Wu Meng. There was a piercing whistle in the air as the punch landed on Wu Meng's body. Then, there was a muffled explosion, and the third-level warrior, Wu Meng, was sent flying. After Wu Meng was sent flying with one punch, the scene was dead silent. Release and release at will. This is a third-level barbarian technique. After the shock, the barbarians cried out in surprise. When a second-level barbarian technique was displayed, one needed to warm up, but a third-level barbarian technique did not. With just a few slight movements, one could mobilize the power in one's body. However, Zichen only knew one type of second-level barbarian technique. Didn't that mean that the third-level barbarian technique was just an evolution of the second-level barbarian technique? "Leader Zichen, this is a third-level barbarian technique. Wu Meng walked over from the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. The power of a second-level barbarian technique can be fully displayed. That's how it is now. If you have nothing else to do, you can practice it. One more barbarian technique means one more life-saving method. When they heard Zichen's words, the barbarians became excited. Zichen's actions were equivalent to creating a third-level barbarian technique for the ravens. This contribution was too great. And in just 3 days, Zichen had only been here for 3 days, the ravens had a second third-level barbarian technique. At that moment, they seemed to see the hope of the barbarians rising. All right, practice diligently. Don't be lazy. As he spoke, Zichen looked at Wu Man and said, Leader Wu Man, you said you would teach me a third-level barbarian technique, but you haven't done so yet. Now is the time to teach it to me. Wu Man was still in shock. When he heard Zichen's words, he came back to his senses. He hurried forward, his face full of gratitude, and kept thanking him. Zichen waved his hand and said, They call me Leader Zichen. That's how it should be. You don't have to be so polite. All right, quickly teach me the third-level barbarian technique. Wu Man nodded and then demonstrated the third-level barbarian technique in front of Zichen. 3 times. Wu Man only demonstrated the third-level barbarian technique to Zichen 3 times. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood, and then signaled for the other party to stop. I'm going to practice this third-level barbarian technique. As for them, I'll have to trouble Leader Wu Man to supervise them and practice diligently. Zichen instructed before he left. Of course, of course. Wu Man nodded repeatedly. He didn't look like a leader anymore, but more like one of Zichen's followers. To learn a third-level barbarian technique in just 3 times, Zichen once again showed his extraordinariness to the barbarians. The barbarians watched Zichen leave with admiring eyes. Then, one by one, they began to practice diligently. Zichen didn't just teach them a third-level barbarian technique. It was a third-level barbarian technique that even a second-level warrior could practice. Although it was a small barbarian technique, it was a huge contribution to the ravens. The most obvious feature was that the ravens would naturally win in a battle between second-level warriors. In danger, the ravens who had a third-level barbarian technique would have a higher chance of survival. As soon as Zichen returned to his room, he began to practice the third-level barbarian technique that Wu Man had taught him. Chapter 775. The power of a level 3 barbarian technique was much stronger than that of a level 2 barbarian technique. Once it was perfected, the power of a level 3 barbarian technique would reach its peak. Zichen was trying to comprehend a level 3 barbarian technique. At the same time, he was practicing it in the empty room. After half a day, he had gained a lot. Within the barbarian tribe, only those of a certain level could practice the corresponding barbarian technique. For example, a level 2 warrior's body was not strong enough. If he were to practice a level 3 barbarian technique, he would exhaust too much of his strength and damage his bones. It was like a person who could only lift 20 pounds but insisted on lifting 40 to 50 pounds. Naturally, he would not succeed. It was the same for practicing barbarian techniques. If it was light, he would not be able to progress. If it was heavy, he would strain his bones and tendons, leaving behind a fatal wound that could never be healed. Zichen was practicing a level 3 barbarian technique with ease. Clearly, he had not reached the limit of his body. He estimated that his strength should be around the level 4 barbarian technique, or the peak of the level 3 barbarian technique, or the beginning of the level 4 barbarian technique. According to the classification of the human realm, it would be the peak of the early primal core stage, or the beginning of the middle primal core stage. Of course, this was referring to the strength of his body. It had nothing to do with his elemental power. The door to Zichen's room was pushed open and Una walked in with 2 large bowls in her hands. The bowls were as big as basins and steam was rising out from them. Chief Zichen, time to eat. Una placed a large bowl on the stone table. One of the bowls was filled with cooked savage beast meat. They were all large chunks of meat, weighing at least 5 kilograms. The other bowl was filled with meat soup mixed with herbs. The aroma of the meat soup was completely covered by the smell of the herbs. The taste of these two foods was not good, but they were the favorite of the barbarians. After consuming these foods, they could increase one's strength. According to Una, this was the meat of a peak level 3 barbarian beast. In the Crow tribe, which did not have many resources, not everyone was able to eat such good food. Not everyone could even eat level 2 barbarian beast meat, let alone level 3 barbarian beast meat. The stone table and stone stool in the room were custom made for Zichin. If not, he would have to squat on the stone stool while eating. With less than a tenth of the yuan power in his body, Zichin was no different from a barbarian. After cultivating for half a day, he felt his stomach empty, and his stomach rumbling with hunger. Therefore, after thanking the barbarian, he sat down on the stone bench and began to eat. Zichin frowned slightly as the large piece of meat entered his stomach. He had been eating the same food for the past few days, and even though he was famished, he still felt that the taste was not good. Moreover, whether it was the meat soup or the meat, there was a bitter herbal taste. "Looks like we need to think of a way to improve our diet," Zichin mumbled as he chewed on the beast meat. Suddenly, Zichin seemingly noticed something. He turned his head to the side and saw that Una had not left, as she usually did. Instead, she was standing beside Zichin, her head lowered as she watched Zichin eat. There was a slightly perturbed expression on her face. "Haven't you eaten yet? Sit down and eat," Zichin invited him insincerely. It was not because he was stingy with the beast meat. Rather, it was because he had to sit down and eat with such a big body. Furthermore, it was a woman. Zichin felt somewhat conflicted. No, this is something that only the leader can enjoy," Una quickly refused. However, after refusing, she did not immediately leave. "Is there a matter?" Zichin asked again. Una nodded her head, a rare bashful expression appearing on her face. She lowered her voice and said, "Leader is going to teach us a level 2 berserker technique today. I wonder if we can learn it." "You? Didn't I teach it to everyone?" Zichen's face was filled with confusion. Una paused for a moment, seemingly having made up her mind. She then said, "What we mean is us women. Today, you have only gathered the men who have reached level 2 in the tribe. You did not gather us women. That is why I am here to ask the leader if you can teach us this level 3 berserker technique." A look of realization appeared on Zichen's face. Earlier, when he only saw the men and not the women, he felt that it was strange and thought that none of the women in the tribe had reached level 2. "Leader, you don't agree?" Una anxiously waited for Zichen's reply. When she saw that Zichen did not immediately reply, she asked again. "Why would I not agree? Go tell the leader of the Crow barbarians that I am the one who said it. Ask him to teach it to you," Zichen said with a smile. "That's great! Leader Zichen, you are the best!" Una jumped up in joy, causing the entire room to tremble. After that, the excited Una leaned toward Zichen. It was unknown if she was going to hug him or do something else. Swoosh! Zichen dodged by reflex. He moved as fast as lightning. In Una's eyes, Zichen's entire body transformed into a beam of light and disappeared before her eyes. This scene caused Una to be stunned on the spot. Zichen moved far away and said to Una, "All right, I am going to eat. You can leave now. Make use of this time to practice. When you become a level 3 warrior, I will teach you a level 3 berserker technique." Una's eyes were filled with both excitement and shock. She nodded her head and quickly ran out to share this good news with the others. After Una left, Zichen had no choice but to continue eating the unpalatable food. Zichen took a full hour to eat the 10 jin worth of food. After that, Zichen continued practicing his level 3 berserker technique. 3 days passed by quickly. During these 3 days, Zichen rarely went out. When it was time to eat, Una once again came to deliver food. Seeing that the quality and quantity of the food had clearly decreased, Zichen guessed that the Crow tribe had run out of resources. Normally, the Crow tribe would go out once every few days. However, as of late, everyone had been practicing their level 2 berserker technique and did not go out to hunt. Naturally, there was not much meat left. Zichen finished all the food and left the room. In the open space outside the room, a group of barbarians were seriously practicing their level 2 berserker technique. The Crow barbarians were supervising them. As a level 4 warrior, Crow barbarian's rate of improvement was undoubtedly the fastest. Although he had yet to master the essence of the level 2 berserker technique, in just a few days, he was able to unleash 80% of its power. Seeing Zichen walking over, the group of barbarians stopped and bowed towards Zichen. "Has everyone eaten?" Zichen asked. Everyone was startled at first, but they quickly nodded their heads and shouted that they had eaten. However, just as they finished speaking, one of the barbarians' stomach failed to live up to expectations and began growling. After practicing for the entire morning, it was only natural that they would be hungry. The growling stomach caused the barbarian's face to turn red. The other barbarians glared at the barbarian. "Chief Zichen." Crow barbarian stepped forward, seemingly wanting to explain something. However, he was interrupted by Zichen, who waved his hand. "Go get some food now. After eating, we'll go hunting." "Hunting? Chief Zichen, didn't you say that if we can't master this technique, we won't go hunting?" The group of barbarians were startled. Hearing that, Zichen snickered and said, "Before you can master it, all of you will be starving to death." The group of barbarians disbanded and went to prepare the food. Crow barbarian stayed behind. He looked at Zichen and asked, "Chief Zichen, where are we going to hunt?" "We'll go wherever you usually go. We usually go to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range 40 miles away. There are level 1 to 3 savage beasts there. It's very suitable for us," Crow Barbarian said. "Okay, we'll go there." Zichen nodded. If he wanted the Crow tribe to rise, the first thing Zichen had to do was to provide everyone with a sufficient source of food. For the barbarians, food was everything. This was because all the power they needed was obtained from food. Compared to Zichen's previous barbarian land, this was a true barbarian land. The barbarians here were almost uncivilized. They didn't even have the most basic language. Barbarian techniques had to be passed down orally or learned from the beast god. After an hour, the group of barbarians finished gathering. There were 3 level 3 warriors, 20 level 2 warriors, and Crow barbarian. As for the others, they had to stay behind to guard the tribe. They had beast tendons wrapped around their waists and stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism. For this hunt, there was one more Zichen. He was able to send a level 3 warrior flying with a single blow. His battle strength was naturally very strong. With one more powerful battle strength, everyone was happy. They also expected that the harvest this time would not be small. After Zichen nodded and Crow Barbarian waved his hand, the group set off. During this time, Zichen also asked Crow Barbarian about the situation in the barbarian world. It seemed that after coming here, Zichen had never talked to Crow Barbarian. Crow Barbarian's answer was contrary to Zichen's expectations. This barbarian world was not uncivilized. There were pills, weapons, and even wild beasts. However, these were all in large tribes with tens of thousands of people. There are also places to trade here, but it's 1,000 miles away from here. My father went there once, and he told me all this. As he spoke of his father, Crow Barbarian's face was filled with pride. This was because his father was a level 5 warrior, the only level 5 warrior in the entire Crow tribe. Unfortunately, this level 5 warrior had gone deep into the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range in order to let the Crow tribe live a better life. His only level 4 barbarian technique was also lost in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. For cultivators who could fly, 1,000 miles was only a matter of a few breaths. However, for the barbarians who could not fly and could only walk, this was an extremely long road. Moreover, the Crow tribe was as poor as a church mouse. They simply did not have anything worth trading. The Crow tribe was the lowest of the barbarian tribes. It was unrealistic to want this tribe to become a large tribe in a short period of time. This was because they did not have barbarians. Without barbarians, they could not form a large tribe. Crow Barbarian was also not greedy. In the chat, he told Zichen that as long as the Crow tribe could defend themselves against the attacks of other tribes, it would be fine. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range was the dense forest that Zichen had seen when he first arrived. It was also the place where the Crow tribe hunted wild beasts. As for the origin of the name, it was said that in the depths of the mountain range, there lived a powerful barbarian dragon. After entering the mountain range today, Zichen saw that the level 2 barbarians were busy. They were searching for some herbs in the dense forest. Zichen could tell at a glance that these herbs were things that were usually put in food. Moreover, there were many of them. Out of curiosity, Zichen bent down and picked one, then put it in his mouth and chewed. Don't! When Crow Barbarian saw this scene and was about to open his mouth to stop it, it was already too late. Chapter 776. As he chewed, a medicinal juice filled his mouth. Zichen immediately felt his tongue go numb. This thing is poisonous. Zichen turned to look at Wu Man. If he guessed correctly, these were the medicinal herbs he usually ate. This is called masu grass. It is a highly poisonous substance. If a second-rank warrior accidentally swallows it, they will definitely die. If a third-rank warrior mistakenly eats it, their body will also show signs of being poisoned and they will need to lie down for a long time. Wu Man's eyes were clearly filled with shock as he explained. Clearly, Zichen was fine after swallowing this medicinal herb. This meant that his strength had already surpassed the 3rd rank and reached the 4th rank. The Ravens had another 4th-rank warrior. This shocked Wu Man, and he also felt a deep sense of respect for Zichen. Zichen had been here for less than 10 hourglasses, which was 10 days, and he had already reached the 4th rank. If I'm not wrong, this herb isn't the food we usually eat. Zichen spat out the masu grass in a single breath. Yes, but the masu grass we eat has been processed. The poison in it has been completely removed, leaving only the effect of increasing strength. After Wu Man finished speaking, Zichen shook his head. After obtaining the inheritance of the everlasting sect, although Zichen had not yet refined pills, he was not the kind of person who knew nothing about medicinal herbs. When he put the masu grass in his mouth, other than numbness and wood, it had no other effect. Saying that this masu grass had the effect of increasing strength was simply nonsense. Zichen glanced at Wu Man and asked, "How did you get rid of the poison in it?" "Using the rhizome of the masu grass. Separate the rhizome from the leaves. This is highly poisonous, but if mixed together, it becomes non-poisonous." While speaking, Wu Man dug out a section of the rhizome of the masu grass and handed it to Zichen. Zichen picked it up, looked at it, and then put it in his mouth. A moment later, the numb feeling from before appeared again. Zichen also felt that the roots and leaves were somewhat different. When the two were put together, they could indeed complement each other and offset each other. After Zichen spat out the rhizome, he said to the dumbfounded barbarians, "You are not allowed to add this to your food in the future. How is this a strength-increasing herb? It is clearly poison. How is this possible?" All the barbarians were stunned. They had been eating this kind of thing for more than 10 years. Not only that, their ancestors had been eating this kind of thing for generations. "Lord Zichen, is there a mistake? There are other herbs in the food we eat," the Crow barbarian leader asked. "Oh, what herbs did you put in there? Bring me all of them. Since we're here, we can settle the matter of the herbs at the same time." The group of barbarians dispersed, and went to look for the medicinal herbs in the food. About half an hour later, everyone came back one after another with all kinds of medicinal herbs in their hands. There were more than 10 kinds of herbs that were usually put in the food, and they were all placed in front of Zichen. After that, Zichen tasted them one by one. During the tasting, Zichen perceived the effects of the herbs through the medicinal liquid. Among the 10 or so herbs, Zichen recognized a few. As for the effects of the other herbs, after personally tasting them, Zichen came to a conclusion. The barbarians did not hunt the savage beasts. Instead, they all stared at Zichen. When Zichen opened his eyes, they all asked him how it was. Before I find a suitable prescription, it's best that you all don't add these things into your food. There are many types of medicinal herbs, but their effects are not uniform. Some of them even go against each other. Not only are they unable to increase one's strength, they even reduce the effect of the savage beast meat. Zichen's explanation clearly shocked the barbarians. Could it be that there really was a problem? There must have been a problem at that time. The barbarians' expressions changed. They felt bitter in their hearts, but no one questioned Zichen's explanation. It must have been that damned black tribe more than 10 years ago. It's all their fault. A barbarian roared loudly. He became extremely agitated. Wu Man scolded the barbarians loudly. The barbarians no longer roared, but they became extremely disappointed. Looking at these barbarians, Zichen could not help but shake his head. They had been hunting here for more than 10 years, but they did not have a deep understanding of this place. At this moment, their loud roars would naturally attract the savage beasts. Everyone, cheer up. The savage beasts are coming. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the disappointed barbarians became vigilant. Then, they heard rustling sounds. Savage beasts, there really are savage beasts, and there are a lot of them. Hearing the sounds, the barbarians' expressions changed. They quickly got into a defensive position. The sounds were coming from all directions. Obviously, many savage beasts were coming from all directions. It seemed that after hunting for more than 10 years, this was the first time they were surrounded by savage beasts. The barbarians' faces revealed a nervous expression. Compared to most of the barbarians, the savage beasts of the same level were much stronger. If they were to fight one-on-one, the barbarians would definitely be the ones to die. Everyone became alert and protected Zichen in the middle. Compared to the nervous expressions of the barbarians, Zichen's expression was a lot calmer. The barbarians did not have spirit sense, but Zichen did. He had already sensed the arrival of the savage beasts. At this moment, he was bending down to collect the herbs and put them into his spirit ring. Zichen's spirit sense was enough to open the spirit ring to store things. As the rustling sounds got closer, the barbarians held their weapons even tighter. They stared straight ahead. After a few breaths, huge heads emerged from the tall shrubs and appeared in front of everyone. These are savage wolves, a pack of savage wolves. When the barbarians saw that huge head, their complexion changed drastically. Barbarian wolves were extremely difficult to deal with. Not only were they powerful, but they also lived in packs. Once they were surrounded, even a higher-level savage beast would have to retreat in defeat. The number of savage wolves that appeared had already exceeded 10. Their eyes emitted a cruel bloody light as they stared at the barbarians. They opened their mouths and revealed their sharp fangs. When these savage wolves appeared, they did not attack immediately. This made many people's hearts sink. There was only one reason why these savage wolves did not attack, and that was because their leader was not here yet. It's over. I didn't think that we would encounter savage wolves as soon as we came out. Today is not a good day. The 3 rank 3 warriors' faces were bitter. Wu Man's face was also very ugly. These savage wolves are all at the peak of rank 2. Their battle strength is not weak, but their leader is even more terrifying. It is definitely a rank 3. The barbarians formed a circle and were on guard. Wu Man turned his head to look at Zichen and said, "Leader Zichen, when the battle starts, you must decisively leave. If you can leave alive today, please help our Raven tribe." Zichen did not speak. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the bushes. Using his spiritual senses, he found that the barbarian wolf leader was hiding there. Its cold eyes were fixed on Wu Man. It was hiding in the bushes, bending its body and slowly moving closer to Wu Man, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Zichen's face showed a trace of surprise. He didn't think that this beast would have such intelligence. It seemed to have surpassed many barbarians. Using his spiritual sense, Zichen did not see the leader of the savage wolves give the order to attack. However, the pack of savage wolves jumped out of the bushes and bit at the approaching barbarians. Fight the enemy. Be careful. The leader of the savage wolves should be nearby. Wu Man shouted. He then took a step forward and attacked a savage wolf that was pouncing at him. Wu Man's muscles twitched. He then clenched his fist and used his third-level barbarian technique, hitting a savage wolf's head. Pun! The savage wolf was hit in the head and was instantly sent flying. When it landed, its head was in a mess, and it was almost knocked unconscious. Seeing this, the surprise on Zichen's face grew. The fourth-level Wu Man's third-level barbarian technique didn't break the second-level savage wolf's skull. It didn't even knock it out. It was clear that this savage beast was indeed extraordinary. After that, the other barbarians also encountered the savage wolves. However, the result was the same. After using their powerful attacks, they only forced the savage wolves to retreat but did not kill them. Only a few barbarians used stone tools to leave shallow wounds on the savage wolves. Don't hit the head. The savage wolf's head is the hardest. Hit the weak spot. Wu Man, who had attacked, immediately shouted. However, the retreating savage wolves had already launched their second wave of attacks. Their attacks were no different from those of ordinary beasts. They either had sharp claws or large mouths. However, every time they charged, they carried the power of a giant mountain. In a direct confrontation, the powerful barbarians didn't have the upper hand. They were either sent flying or knocked to the ground. Barbarians are human warriors, and savage beasts are transformed wild beasts or ancient beasts without yuan li. Zichen stood in the middle of the battlefield and watched the entire battle. This was the most primitive battle. All methods were a contest of strength. There was no strong yuan li, no terrifying techniques, only pure force. Pen. During the attack, Wu Man finally found an opportunity to attack a savage wolf's weak spot. With a muffled sound, the savage wolf's body was broken, and it instantly lost its ability to fight. After a successful attack, before Wu Man could relax, two more savage wolves rushed towards him. After sending one flying, the other left a long wound on Wu Man's body. As a fourth-level warrior, Wu Man was injured by the savage wolf's attack, not to mention the other barbarians. After sending another savage wolf flying, Wu Man loudly commanded, "Retreat, hurry up and retreat. There are many of them. Cover Chief Zichen as he retreats." The barbarians fought as they retreated. The injured barbarians held on to their stone tools while the others faced the savage wolves outside. Once there was an opportunity, they would use their stone tools to attack the savage wolves. Although the barbarians were no match for the wolves, there were no immediate casualties. Their cooperation could be considered tacit. "Chief Zichen, hurry up and retreat," Wu Man shouted again. After repelling another savage wolf, he turned his head to look at Zichen. At that moment, the leader of the savage wolves, who had been hiding a few meters away from Wu Man, took advantage of Wu Man's distraction to jump up and viciously bite his neck. Chapter 777. Zichen had brought everyone out to hunt, and the first battle they encountered was a pack of wolves. Moreover, there were more than 20 of them. After seeing the savage beasts and understanding their attacking methods, Zichen naturally had to make a move. The pressure on the barbarians was increasing. Just as Zichen was about to make a move, he discovered that the alpha wolf was attacking the barbarians. The barbarians hadn't discovered it yet, or perhaps they had discovered it but couldn't react in time. Thus, Zichen could only make a move against the alpha wolf. Zichen tapped his foot and began to mobilize the power hidden in his body. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. He was like a bolt of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the barbarians, blocking the alpha wolf. Then, under the shocked gazes of the barbarians, Zichen stretched out his hand and pressed down on the head of the barbarian wolf leader. Moreover, he pressed down on the head of the barbarian wolf leader at lightning speed. Then, the barbarian wolf leader fell to the ground. At first glance, it was as if Zichen had grabbed the alpha wolf's head and fiercely smashed it into the ground. Bang! Under Zichen's great strength, the alpha wolf's head heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. One had to admit that the alpha wolf's head was tough enough. Zichen's fierce strike actually didn't break it. Oh! The alpha wolf fell to the ground and let out an angry howl. However, this howl suddenly stopped. The alpha wolf's head was lifted up by Zichen once again and fiercely smashed into the ground. The earth once again shook, and then the alpha wolf's anguished howl rang out. The entire battlefield stopped because of Zichen's move. Not only did the barbarians give up attacking, but even the wolves turned to look at Zichen. Zichen's body was too small compared to the barbarians, but this small body was able to suppress the alpha wolf. For the third time, Zichen lifted the alpha wolf's head and smashed it into the ground again. Bang! The earth continued to tremble. After the tremors, there was a continuous tremor caused by Zichen's continuous attacks. Amidst the tremors, there seemed to be the alpha wolf's unwilling and angry howl. Here! Looking at this scene, all the barbarians became speechless. This was too powerful, too valiant, too domineering. He was able to suppress the leader of the barbarian wolves all by himself. Moreover, he was able to pick it up like he was picking up a little chick and smash it into the ground with all his strength. Amidst the rumbling sound, a deep pit the size of a human head was formed on the ground. The deep pit was stained with red blood, and fresh blood continuously flowed out from the mouth, nose, ears, and eyes of the barbarian wolf leader. Zichen was expressionless as he struck again and again. It looked like a simple strike, but every time Zichen moved, the perfect body would provide a powerful force. Otherwise, how could he suppress the alpha wolf's resistance? The howl of the alpha wolf finally changed from anger to fear. When the alpha wolf was smashed by Zichen dozens of times and was on the verge of death, the other barbaric wolves finally reacted. They first let out a warning growl, but when they realized that the warning was not needed, they bent their bodies, borrowed the force, and pounced on Zichen. "Leader Zichen, be careful!" Wu Man cried out in alarm. However, his warning was clearly a step too late. Just as the barbaric wolves moved, Zichen had already turned around. When the barbaric wolves jumped up and pounced on Zichen, Zichen had already clenched his fist. The level 3 barbarian technique that had evolved to the extreme was displayed. The power in Zichen's body was easily mobilized by Zichen under the barbarian technique. Zichen's fist emitted a faint golden light, as if a stream of elemental energy had appeared on the surface of his fist. After that, Zichen clenched his fist and punched. Zichen's punch landed on the head of a barbaric wolf. With a loud bang, the barbaric wolf was sent flying. As it flew backward, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. The hardest part of the barbaric wolf's body, its skull, was shattered by Zichen's punch. The barbaric wolf was also killed by Zichen's powerful attack. A single punch killed the barbaric wolf. However, there were even more barbaric wolves that pounced on Zichen. For the sake of their leader, they were not afraid of death. After that, Zichen's attacks were carried out under the petrified expressions of the barbarians. Moreover, Zichen's attacks were very simple. He clenched his fist and punched. However, such a simple attack contained an extremely terrifying power. Every time he punched, a barbaric wolf would be killed. There were more than 20 barbaric wolves and they were known as a pack. However, under Zichen's powerful attacks, how could 20 barbaric wolves be enough to kill them? Reality proved that when they knew that they were no match, not only were humans afraid of death, even barbaric beasts were afraid of death. When Zichen killed the 8th barbaric wolf, the rest of the barbaric wolves felt that something was wrong. There was hesitation in their fierce eyes. When the 10th barbaric wolf died, the barbaric wolves had the intention to retreat. When the 12th barbaric wolf died, the rest of the barbaric wolves began to flee in fear. The barbarians were still in a state of shock and did not chase after the fleeing barbaric wolves. The leader of the barbaric wolves was still alive, and Zichen had no interest in chasing after a mere level 2 barbaric wolf. After killing 12 barbaric wolves, Zichen's right fist was not stained with blood. He turned around, lowered his head, and looked at the leader of the barbaric wolves with cold eyes. The leader of the barbaric wolves' eyes were filled with fear. However, after being beaten to the point of death by Zichen, it did not have the strength to escape. It did not even have the strength to wag its tail in a friendly manner. Then, It saw this extremely ferocious short barbarian clenching his fist and ruthlessly punching towards its head. When the first punch landed, the ground trembled. The leader of the barbaric wolves felt as if its head was about to explode. However, when the second punch landed, it had already lost its senses. With 2 punches, Zichen defeated the leader of the barbaric wolves. Zichen stood up and swung his wrist. Using pure strength to attack actually made his hand feel a little sore. After killing more than 10 barbaric wolves, Zichen had a clear understanding of the strength of his own body. Level 4. According to the barbarian standards, his perfect body was level 4. However, the perfect body of a level 4 barbarian, whether it was defense or attack, surpassed Wu Man's body. The battle was over, but the barbarians were still in a daze. They did not immediately clean up the battlefield. Each and every one of them stared blankly at Zichen. Their expressions were extremely shocked. "What are you all looking at me for? I can't be eaten as food. Hurry up and collect the spoils of war." Zichen looked at everyone and said. Only then did the barbarians react. They quickly rushed towards the dead barbaric wolves. Although they began to collect the spoils of war, the shock on their faces did not dissipate for a long time. Wu Man walked in front of Zichen. His face was filled with respect and awe. Zichen's extremely brutal attack had really frightened Wu Man. "Leader Zichen, may I ask if you are already a level 4 warrior?" Wu Man asked. His voice was filled with excitement and surprise. There was also a trace of apprehension and hesitation. Zichen turned his head to look at Wu Man and said, "I just stepped into level 4. Why, is there a problem?" Previously it was only a guess. Now that it was confirmed, Wu Man laughed happily. "Great, a level 4 warrior. Our Raven tribe has another level 4 warrior. Then we can also try to comprehend the Beast God statue." "Beast God statue? What Beast God statue?" Zichen asked. "It's the method to obtain the barbarian techniques that I told you about. The Beast God's incarnation can comprehend a level 4 barbarian technique. That is a true level 4 barbarian technique. If I can master it, I can easily kill the barbaric wolves," Wu Man said excitedly. Zichen nodded. The power of a berserker art that had evolved to the peak of the 3rd level was already very impressive. A 4th level berserker art would naturally be stronger than a 3rd level berserker art. Zichen's face was clearly moved when he heard that. Seeing Zichen nod his head, Wu Man was extremely happy. He then said to the other barbarians, "All right, let's go back quickly. We can go back. Great, we can go back and practice a level 2 barbarian technique. Leader Zichen is really too powerful. You only need to attack once, and we can go back." The rest of the barbarians spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable admiration. However, Zichen was stunned. "Go back? We're going back now. We just got here." But after he turned around, he understood what was going on. A barbaric wolf was more than 3 meters in size. These barbarians could only carry one each. They either carried the barbaric wolf on their shoulders or tied it with beast tendons and carried it on their backs. Including the leader, there were a total of 13 barbaric wolves. If each of them carried one, they would need 13 people. In the group, 2 of them were seriously injured. 15 of them had lost their ability to fight. It seemed that the group did not have the ability to continue. "We still need to go deeper. These things are not enough," Zichen said as he looked at the group. "Leader Zichen, that's enough. These things are more than enough. This time, we have gained the most from the hunt." A barbarian spoke, and the others nodded. Zichen shook his head again and said, "What I mean is not enough to eat. It's not just simple food. It's to increase everyone's power. Only level 3 or 4 barbaric beasts can increase everyone's power. Therefore, we need to hunt these beasts. Level 3 or 4 barbaric beasts, can we kill them?" The barbarians were worried. "Yes," Zichen said confidently. The barbarians naturally did not doubt Zichen. But looking at the barbaric beasts in their hands, their eyes were filled with reluctance. "Put these things down. I'll clean them up," As he spoke, Zichen took a big step forward. When he asked the barbarians to clean up the battlefield, he neglected the fact that the barbarians did not have a spatial spirit ring. The barbarians did not know what was going on, but they did not dare to disobey Zichen. They put down the barbaric beasts and walked to the side. Then, they saw a miraculous scene. Wherever Zichen walked to, the barbaric beasts would automatically disappear with a wave of his hand. After waving his hand a dozen times, all the barbaric beasts had disappeared. All the barbarians were stunned. They stared at Zichen. Wu Man even asked, "Leader Zichen, where did those barbaric beasts go?" Zichen waved the spatial spirit ring on his finger and said, "They are in here." Ignoring the barbarians' surprised and shocked gazes, Zichen pointed at the herbs on a barbarian's back and said, "Mix masu grass, mind grass, and this blue herb together. Then apply the medicinal liquid on your wounds." Chapter 778. In the world of the barbarians, there was no spiritual energy. Naturally, there were no natural herbs. Even the herbs that were picked were ordinary herbs. These herbs were not very old. Of course, there were some herbs that were over 100 years old. These were already considered rare. The herbs that Zichen casually mixed had a very special effect. After applying the medicine to the wound, not only could it stop the bleeding, it could also stop the pain and speed up the recovery of the injury. Of course, the effect was not as fast as the blood-healing pill. When they continued on the road, Zichen had completely become the core of the group. After knowing that Zichen was already a 4th-level warrior, all the barbarians' faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. With Zichen's addition, it was equivalent to having 2 4th-level warriors. This was completely equal to the Black Tribe. There was hope for them to obtain the Beast God statue. Once they obtained the right to study the Beast God statue, then the Crow Tribe would have their own 4th-level barbarian technique. The group began to go deeper. As the sky approached, night fell. The world of the barbarians was completely black and white. There was no sunlight during the day and no Xingqian or the moon at night. Once night fell, the world would become so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. The barbarians, who were previously excited, slowly became nervous as the night fell and the low growls of all kinds of savage beasts rang out. "It's dark. Let's rest here tonight. Let's get something to eat first," Zichen said. Although he was not familiar with this place, compared to the barbarians, Zichen had traveled extensively and seen a lot of the world. In terms of age, Zichen seemed to be older than the Crow Tribe. The place that Zichen chose to rest was on a high ground. The location was very good. After the barbarians spread out, some barbarians brought food to Zichen. This was cooked and air-dried meat. It was very hard, and there was a strong herbal smell on it. The barbarians handed over 4 or 5 strips. Zichen held it in his hand and frowned slightly. But when he looked at the other barbarians, he saw that they actually split the meat into 2. It seemed that there was not much food in the tribe and they did not bring much. Zichen threw the jerky to the others and said, "You guys eat." The barbarian who took the dried meat was obviously surprised. He asked, "Ben, Chief Zichen, what do you want to eat?" "I'll just eat the barbecued meat." Zichen pretended to take out the raw meat. However, Wu Man, who had guessed Zichen's actions, quickly stopped him and said, "Chief Zichen, you can't do that. It's night, and all the savage beasts are out. They are not blind like us. They can see everything, and most of them hunt at night." Hearing this, Zichen smiled and asked, "Then what level of savage beast do you think my fire will attract? Level 5 or 6? Hearing this, Wu Man laughed and said, "Chief Zichen must be joking. How can there be 5th or 6th level savage beasts in this peripheral area? At most, it will attract 4th level ones." Then, he said seriously, "But 4th level savage beasts are not easy to deal with." Zichen nodded. Then, he stretched out his hand and a small flame appeared in the palm of his hand. It was obvious that he was going to act willfully. This scene was like a magic trick, and it made many barbarians curious. Wu Man seemed to want to say something, but his mouth moved, but he didn't open his mouth. The small flame in the palm of his hand made Zichen's face red. He glanced at the barbarians beside him and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and find some dry wood. Today I'll let you have a good meal." Hearing that there was delicious food, several barbarians stood up and walked away. After a while, they came back with some dry wood. Then, a burning bonfire appeared in front of Zichen. Zichen rummaged through his spirit ring and finally found a long spear at the level of an elixir weapon. Before coming, Zichen had already cleaned out his spirit ring and left all the useless things in the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The long spear in front of him belonged to the cultivator called Ke, who had poisoned him. The appearance of the long spear made the barbarians feel dazzled. They all stared at the long spear in Zichen's hand with wide eyes. "What is this? A weapon? It's actually a glowing weapon. Chief Zichen, this is your weapon." The barbarians came forward and stared at the long spear in Zichen's hand. Wu Man was also very curious. He knew that there were very strange weapons in the outside world, but he had never seen one before. "This is a weapon, but it's not my weapon." Zichen smiled and explained. Then, he used his spiritual thoughts to control the purple gold gourd and took out a large piece of ancient beast meat. Currently, Zichen's spiritual thoughts were still very weak. He could not summon the lightning in the purple gold gourd, nor could he control it. However, taking out a piece of ancient beast meat was not a problem at all. The purple gold gourd contained these things thanks to the devil ape. If it had not insisted that Zichen put these things in, Zichen would not have taken them. The glowing weapon was already an eye-opener for the barbarians. However, when they saw the glowing meat in Zichen's hand, they were also stunned. "Glowing meat, there's actually glowing meat." The large piece of ancient beast meat was dozens of kilograms. Zichen skillfully separated it and pierced it all on the long spear. Then, he put the meat on the bonfire and began to roast it. The demonic ape was delicious, and since Zichen had the ancient beast meat on him, he naturally had seasonings as well. These were all the best seasonings that humans could find. As the various seasonings were sprinkled on the meat, the glow of the ancient beast meat began to recede, and the skin slowly turned golden. The barbarians who were eating the jerky also put down the food in their hands after smelling the aroma of the roasted meat. They looked at Zichen eagerly. In this dark night, the fragrance of the roasted meat spread out from the forest. When the meat was about to be cooked, the barbarians could no longer sit still. "There's only so much food. It's not enough to fill your stomachs. You guys should eat the jerky. Just try this," Zichen said with a smile. After which, he distributed the barbecued meat, leaving only one piece for himself. The golden roasted meat was cooked with a lot of seasonings, and Zichen's taste was perfect. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The group of barbarians ate so much that they almost swallowed their tongues. They said that this was the most delicious dinner they had ever had in their lives. The only pity was that there was too little roasted meat to fill their stomachs. Seeing how everyone was enjoying the food, Zichen, who was eating a piece of roasted meat alone, didn't feel full. Usually, in the outside world, Zichen wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat for months. However, there wasn't any heaven and earth spirit energy here, and Zichen only had a little bit of essence force in his body. He was no different from a mortal and would feel hungry. Anyway, the devil ape had asked him to bring a lot of ancient beast king meat. Zichen simply let go and roasted it again. When he took out a bigger piece of raw meat than the previous one, many barbarians cried out in alarm. Many of them quietly put away their dried meat strips. Zichen used a small knife to cut open the ancient beast meat and then sprinkled the condiments. After everything was done, he handed the spear to Wu Man. Zichen's action stunned Wu Man. "You roast it. I want to move my muscles," Zichen said with a smile. Wu Man and the other barbarians were puzzled. They did not know why Zichen wanted to move his muscles in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Wu Man's ears twitched and his expression changed. As a rank 4 warrior, he naturally heard the sound that others could not. "Take it!" Under Zichen's signal, Wu Man took the spear. His hands were trembling. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of the sound he had just heard, but because he was excited to hold a weapon from the outside world for the first time. Zichen stood up. Wu Man sat in Zichen's previous position and began to roast the meat. However, his face was clearly filled with worry. If you get distracted and burn the meat, you won't be able to eat for 3 days. Zichen strode into the forest. When his figure disappeared under the illumination of the flames, his voice could be heard. Wu Man's hand trembled and the spear almost fell. However, he smiled. Zichen's action was clearly telling him that he could handle it. Leader Wu Man, where did Leader Zichen go to move his muscles? A barbarian asked curiously. Wu Man looked at the crowd and said seriously, From now on, you can call me Wu Man or Big Brother. Don't call me leader. Remember, from today on, there is only one leader, and that is Leader Zichen. When Wu Man's extremely serious voice fell, the barbarians nodded one after another. At this moment, in the dark night that had just quietened down, a shrill cry of a savage beast rang out. This cry was accompanied by the extremely clear sound of bones shattering. This sound seemed to break the silence of the night. The next moment, all kinds of beasts roared, and the sound continued to reverberate in the forest. Not good, there's a savage beast. The barbarians heard this, and their expressions changed dramatically. They stood up one after another, holding the stone tools in their hands tightly. Wu Man, who was holding the spear, also had the impulse to fight at this moment. However, it seemed that the other end of the spear was barbecued meat. Moreover, he had to follow Zichen's words and fight another battle. Therefore, Wu Man shouted, Sit down! What are you doing? There's a savage beast. Leader Wu Man, there's a savage beast. I know there are savage beasts, but you all sit down. Didn't you ask where Leader Zichen went to move his muscles? Then I'll tell you. He went to find those savage beasts to move his muscles. Wu Man looked up at the barbarians and said, With your little strength, you'll be a burden to Leader Zichen. So sit down and wait for Leader Zichen to come back. But Leader Wu Man, no buts. Sit down. Also, I said don't call me Leader Wu Man, call me Wu Man or Big Brother Wu Man. Wu Man said loudly. Leader Wu Man. Another voice sounded. Wu Man turned his head in dissatisfaction and looked at Wu Lao. I said call me Wu Man or Big Brother Wu Man. Wu Lao laughed and pointed at the barbecued meat in front of Wu Man. Well, Big Brother Wu Man, you haven't cooked the meat in a long time. It's almost burnt. Chapter 779. Amidst the laughter of the barbarians, there were continuous screams coming from another direction. These were the cries of the savage beasts. They were extremely mournful, and the forest shook continuously. At the same time, there were sounds of bones breaking. In the darkness of the night, most of the barbarians could not see anything. But if they could, they would find that the beasts had all died in one blow, and their wounds were all on their heads. After the waves of mournful cries, there were sounds of running in panic. These savage beasts were not weak. Seeing that things were not going well, they began to run away in fear. These were all level 2 and 3 savage beasts. They were useless to Zichen, and even the Raven tribe would not be of much use. Zichen did not chase after them, nor did he kill them. Instead, he turned around and went back. After cleaning up the battlefield and returning, the Raven tribe's barbecue was almost done. Although there was a spot that was slightly charred, the rest of the barbecue was not bad. Zichen went alone and returned alone. No one knew what Zichen's harvest was, and no one dared to ask. Some barbarians tried to guess his harvest from Zichen's expression, but Zichen's expression when he left was the same as when he returned. After that, they divided the meat and ate it. Everyone ate heartily, but the 2 barbecued meat could only satisfy their cravings. After the previous massacre, no more savage beasts dared to attack them. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, everyone continued to go deeper. During this time, they also saw many level 1 and level 2 savage beasts. Just as they were about to kill them, they were stopped by Zichen. Level 1 and Level 2 savage beasts were useless besides filling their stomachs. Killing too many of them was useless. Therefore, on the second day, they did not gain anything. But in the second half of the day, when they saw Level 3 savage beasts, Zichen signaled for everyone to attack. Of course, this included the Raven tribe. During this time, Zichen would ask everyone to use the Level 2 barbarian arts he taught them. Because in the previous battle, everyone was easily panicked. After panicking, they would instinctively use the barbarian arts they had practiced for more than 10 years. This was a habit that was difficult to change within a short period of time. That was why Zichen had been strict in his supervision and deliberately made requests. Under Zichen's deliberate requests, everyone's berserker arts improved while they hunted. Zichen discovered that the barbarians, who had not made much progress in the past few days, had made great progress in fighting against the savage beasts. Therefore, Zichen took back his original words and made a new rule. According to the rules, one could fight against a level 2 savage beast, but it had to be a one-on-one battle. In the first 2 days they were still not used to it, and were constantly on the receiving end. However, as time passed, they slowly adapted to it. In the beginning, they were unable to defeat the enemy and were being oppressed. Gradually, they were able to parry the enemy's attacks and were evenly matched. In the end, they were able to counterattack. In fact, half a month later, some of them were even able to kill those of the same level. During this period of time, the one who improved the fastest was Wula, who had snatched Zichen's spirit ring, was unexpectedly a little genius in battle. This time, they went out to hunt for savage beasts for half a month. It was the longest time they had ever gone out. Every night, Zichen would protect everyone. During the night, Zichen would also take out some ancient beast meat to share with everyone. After a period of time, some of the barbarians realized that their strength had increased. Although there were no signs of a breakthrough, it would not take long for them to do so. After half a month of getting along, everyone had completely accepted the idea that Zichen was the only leader in the Raven tribe. Towards Zichen, they admired him even more. They worshipped him and saw him as their idol. "Leader Zichen, we have been out for half a month. The tribe should be running out of food soon. Let's go back," Wu Man suggested. "All right then." Zichen nodded. He originally wanted to let everyone continue to train here for half a month. When the power of the level 2 berserker arts reached 100%, they would go back. However, he forgot that the Raven tribe was running out of food. "All right, everyone, let's go back," Zichen said to the barbarians in the distance. When the barbarians heard that they could go back, their faces were filled with joy. Then, they all gathered around Zichen. The happy crowd did not notice that Zichen was suddenly startled. In the end, there was a faint smile on his face. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the ground started to shake. Then, there was a series of urgent roars. The forest was filled with the rustling sounds of savage beasts running at full speed against the branches and leaves. "There are savage beasts, and there are quite a few of them." The barbarians' faces changed at first. Then, they all started to laugh. Their fighting spirit rose up around them. They had only been here for half a month, but every barbarian had undergone tremendous changes. Their fighting power had also increased by more than 1-fold. Soon, the urgent roars came closer. A group of savage beasts appeared. This was a pack of savage wolves. There were as many as 20 of them. If it was before, they would have been scared and retreated. However, after half a month of training, they were all filled with confidence. They howled and charged towards the pack of savage wolves. At this moment, all the barbarians wanted to show off their powerful fighting power. They did not notice the fear on the faces of the savage wolves. It was obvious that they were running away, not hunting them. "Chief Zichen." Wu Man noticed and turned to look at Zichen. His face was filled with worry. "It's fine. It's just a level 4 savage beast." Zichen waved his hand and said nonchalantly. "What? A level 4 savage beast?" Wu Man's eyes widened when he heard this. The 3 level 3 warriors who did not make a move also looked at Zichen in shock. They did not have the ability to fight a level 4 savage beast. Wu Man did, but he did not have a level 4 berserker art. He was definitely not a match for a level 4 savage beast. Sure enough, just as the barbarians blocked the pack of savage wolves, a trembling sound came from afar. Then, a huge creature appeared. It was a black bear that was over 5 meters tall. The black fur on its body was like steel needles. It walked upright, and every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Damn it! It's a savage bear that is known for its strength. This kind of guy is a terrifying existence even among level 4 savage beasts. After seeing the savage bear, Wu Man's face changed. The savage bear approached. There were still traces of blood on the fur at the corner of its mouth. It was originally only paying attention to the savage wolves, but when it saw the barbarians, its ferocious eyes fell on them. It then strode forward. The group of barbarians realized that the situation wasn't good. They restrained the barbarian wolf and retreated, leaving the battlefield to the Wu barbarian and Zichen. In their opinion, 2 warriors of the 4th rank and 3 warriors of the 3rd rank should be enough to kill the barbarian bear. The savage bear walked forward step by step, causing the ground to tremble. Wu Man was the first to let out a loud shout. Then, he clenched his fist and punched at the savage bear. He was using the level 2 barbarian technique that Zichen had taught him. When it was used to the extreme, it had evolved into a level 3 barbarian technique. After leaping high, Wu Man's powerful punch was aimed at the savage bear's head. The air let out an ear-piercing whistle. This attack contained an extremely powerful force. However, before this strike could land, Wu Man felt his vision darken. It was the barbarian bear's enormous bear paw that was one step ahead of him. If this strike landed, even if Wu Man didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Wu Man had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. His fist met the savage bear's paw. Then, Wu Man was sent flying by this attack. Just as Wu Man was sent flying, the 3 level 3 warriors arrived. But their combined attack was no match for the savage bear's sweep. With a sweep of the bear's paw, the wind whistled and the 3 were sent flying. Unknowingly, Zichen was already standing in front of the savage bear. Looking at this extremely small fellow, the savage bear snorted. As a level 4 savage beast, although its brain wasn't as bright as other savage beasts, it wasn't completely useless. Previously, those savage beasts that were as tall as it couldn't do anything to it, let alone this savage beast that looked like he hadn't grown up yet. How dare he block its path before he grew up? This made the savage bear extremely dissatisfied. So, in its anger, it decided to stomp this little savage beast to death. The savage bear lifted its foot and stomped. A huge force filled its entire body. The force of this stomp was almost enough to trample a small mountain. But when its foot landed on the little savage beast, it couldn't move. No matter how hard it tried, its foot was blocked by a huge force. Humph, a level 4 savage beast is only SOSO. Zichen coldly snorted. He immediately used his strength and pushed the savage bear back. The savage bear staggered back. Its huge body almost fell. After retreating 5 or 6 steps, it let out a low roar of anger. It felt that it was humiliated to be forced back by a little savage beast. So, it stepped forward again. But this time, it didn't stomp on Zichen. Instead, it stretched out its paw and used its powerful paw to viciously slap Zichen. This powerful attack was naturally more powerful than the previous stomp. At this moment, Zichen swung his fist. His fist emitted a faint golden light. It was as if there was a substantial force wrapped around his fist. A powerful force spread out from his fist. The manifestation of power. This is a level 4 barbarian technique. Seeing the substantial golden light on Zichen's fist, Wu Man in the distance was shocked. There was also deep shock in his eyes. And the other barbarians were obviously shocked as well. The bear's paw collided with the fist, causing an explosion. The entire ground trembled because of this explosion. After that, everyone shockingly discovered that Leader Zichen didn't even take a single step back from the opponent's attack. Instead, the huge barbarian bear was forcefully pushed back by this attack. This time, after being pushed back over 10 steps, the barbarian bear fell to the ground with a bang. Using strength against strength, the savage bear, which was famous for its strength, was forced back. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. The savage bear that was forced back quickly got up. It let out an angry roar and once again charged at Zichen. But this time, after clashing with Zichen, it retreated even more thoroughly. After that, the savage bear was suppressed endlessly. Zichen beat the savage bear until it didn't have any temper. Previously, the savage bear wasn't a match for Zichen. But as they continued to clash, the strength that Zichen displayed became even more powerful. He suppressed the savage bear. Then, Zichen punched again. But this time, the golden light around his body became even more dazzling. The light from his fist was so dazzling that it looked like a lump of gold. The level 3 barbarian technique was forcefully transformed into a level 4 barbarian technique by Zichen. A powerful force surged out. Zichen leapt high into the air and struck the savage bear's chest. Pooh! Chapter 780. Without elemental energy or spiritual sense, a hole in the heart was fatal. The barbarian bear lost all signs of life and its huge body fell backwards. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A level 4 barbarian beast was easily killed by Zichen. While everyone was still in shock, Wu Man rushed towards the barbarian bear with a gourd in his hand. He opened the gourd and began to collect the blood dripping from the barbarian bear's heart. After the other barbarians recovered from their shock, they continued to fight the level 2 barbarian wolves until all of them were killed. After that, these barbarians carried the barbarian wolves back to the tribe. As for Zichen's suggestion to collect the blood, they did not accept it. Chief Zichen, for so many years, we have always carried our spoils back. If we don't carry them, we feel like we are missing something, Wu Man explained. He was also carrying the barbarian bear that Zichen had killed. With the strength of a level 4 warrior, it was not difficult for Wu Man to carry the barbarian bear that weighed a few thousand pounds. Although they had stayed here for half a month, they did not go in a straight line. Instead, they wandered around nearby. Before long, they returned to the Raven tribe. From far away, Zichen could hear the cries of surprise coming from the Raven tribe. Then, many Raven tribe warriors rushed over. Among them, there were many Raven women. Una was the leader. Seeing that other than Zichen, everyone was carrying a barbarian beast on their shoulders. The Ravens were overjoyed. It was clear that this was a great harvest. After helping the returning warriors get their spoils, the barbarians escorted Zichen and the others back to the Raven tribe. The barbarians were not stingy with their praise. They praised the group for killing so many barbarian beasts this time. While the group of barbarians were feeling proud of themselves, they were also constantly bragging, saying that this was nothing. There were even more that they had yet to take out. When they arrived at the Raven tribe's large open space, the barbarians gathered. There were more than 200 of them. What surprised Zichen was that the barbarians here were all young barbarians or barbarian children. There were no old barbarians. There were more than 20 corpses of savage beasts in front of the open space. These were the spoils of war and would be everyone's food in the future. However, at this moment, all the barbarians were looking at Zichen with anticipation in their eyes. They heard from the other barbarians that they were waiting for Zichen to perform a magic trick for them. Zichen didn't bother asking why there wasn't an old man here. Instead, he waved his hand, and massive savage beasts appeared out of thin air. There were more than 20 savage beasts on the ground, but soon, there were more than 20 savage beasts in front of them. Among them, there was no lack of level 2 and level 3 savage beasts, and the number was still increasing until there were more than 50 of them. There were more than 50 savage beasts, and each of them was several meters in size. It was enough to feed the barbarians for 2 months. To the barbarians, food was everything. Seeing so much food, the barbarians hugged each other and cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited. Zichen retreated more than 10 meters without leaving a trace. Then, he pointed at the corpses of the savage beasts on the ground and said, "All right, let's clean it up quickly." The barbarians immediately moved. They took out extremely sharp stone tools and began to cut the corpses of the savage beasts. Although the stone tools were sharp, they weren't real sharp weapons. They also weren't the stone swords that Zhang Haotian used. Their cutting speed wasn't fast. If this continued, even if all 200 barbarians moved, it would still take a long time to finish cutting the corpses. Zichen looked at Wu Man. Then, he found a pill weapon in his spirit ring. This was a pill weapon from the Dan Yuan spirit ring that had been poisoned to death when they first entered the trial. Zichen handed the pill weapon to Wu Man. Wu Man received the pill weapon with a stunned expression. The others also curiously looked at the pill weapon in Wu Man's hand. "I'll give it to you. Go help." "Hurry up," said Zichen. Wu Man's face immediately lit up with ecstasy. He tightened his grip on the pill weapon and then joined the ranks of the barbarians. The other barbarians' eyes were clearly filled with envy. "After you're done with these savage beasts, don't carelessly place those medicinal herbs. Call me when you're done." Zichen turned around and said. Wu Man nodded, indicating that he understood. Zichen returned to his residence. While the others were busy, he naturally wouldn't stay idle. With a wave of his hand, dozens of medicinal herbs appeared in front of him. These were all harvested half a month ago. Zichen needed to find some suitable ones from these medicinal herbs. After that, Zichen tasted the herbs one by one. As he tasted them one by one, Zichen discovered that although these herbs weren't spirit herbs, some of their effects weren't any weaker than spirit herbs. Moreover, there were many effects that spirit herbs didn't have. Among them, there were many herbs that could increase one's strength or heal injuries. Just like the barbarian world, the herbs produced here were extremely suitable for this world. They were also very suitable for the barbarians. Moreover, after Zichen arrived, he discovered that the growth of his physique in the barbarian world was clearly much faster than in the outside world. In the outside world, eating barbecued meat and drinking meat soup could increase one's strength. For the current Zichen, it was simply nonsense. However, in the ancient beast world, Zichen, who was clearly hungry, could also clearly feel that his perfect body was changing. This kind of change far exceeded the outside world. Moreover, Zichen discovered that his perfect body seemed to be extremely suitable for growing in this world. From beginning to end, Zichen tasted dozens of medicinal herbs. Then, he categorized the effects of these medicinal herbs. Using his knowledge of alchemy, he prepared a medicinal diet that could truly increase one's strength for everyone. In addition, Zichen also managed to scrape together a set of medicinal herbs that could treat external injuries. By the time he finished all this, half a day had already passed. At this time, Wu Man just happened to call Zichen and tell him that everything was done. Zichen went out and walked to the square. Then, he saw a lot of meat that had been killed and processed. After that, Zichen took out the medicinal herbs and had the barbarians carefully identify them and remember the quantity. In the future, they would add this kind of thing to their food. That night, after adding the medicinal herbs that Zichen had prepared, the extremely unpleasant and bitter smell of the medicinal herbs finally disappeared. Whether it was the quality or the effect of the food, it was clearly improved by a large margin. When the barbarians returned from hunting wild beasts, it was time for them to relax completely. That night, various sounds of indulgence could be heard coming from every room. During this period of time, everyone naturally arranged for Una, the best girl, to be with Zichen. However, Zichen rejected all of them. At night, while the barbarians were working hard, Zichen was not idle either. He was refining the ancient beast's blood essence to increase his strength. The increase in strength that was not obvious in the outside world was extremely obvious here. Zichen guessed that this was because of the laws of this world. This was a great place to increase one's physical strength. Zichen was not in a hurry to leave. After all, the ancient road was long, and he could not estimate how long it would take. The long night finally passed. Early in the morning, Zichen got out of bed and walked towards the square. He was preparing to gather the 5 third-level warriors and Wu Man to teach them the third-level barbarian technique. Unexpectedly, only 2 of them came. As for the 3 barbarians and Wu Man, they were still resting because they were too tired from the previous night. Zichen waved his hand and said that he would talk about it tomorrow. It must be mentioned that not only did Zichen change the medicinal herbs in the food, he also changed the food of the barbarians. The barbarians below the second level ate second-level beasts. The second-level warriors ate third-level beasts. As for the third-level warriors, they ate fourth-level beasts. Of course, Zichen and Wu Man also ate fourth-level beasts. Zichen's original intention was for him and Wu Man to eat fifth-level beasts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to hunt one last time and could only give up. Zichen originally planned to teach the 6 barbarians the third-level barbarian technique the next day. However, he knew that the Raven tribe had a rule of 3 days of indulgence. In other words, if they came back from hunting beasts, they could indulge for 3 days without doing anything. With regards to this rule, it was not good for Zichen to change it. On the second night, when various kinds of unrestrained voices once again resounded through the small tribe, Zichen left the tribe and once again stepped onto the barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. The barbaric Dragon Mountain Range was dozens of miles away from the tribe. For Zichen, who had some yuan power, it was too close. Without much effort, Zichen arrived at the barbaric Dragon Mountain Range. After that, Zichen found a direction and entered the depths of the mountain range in a straight line. On the way, Zichen did not suppress his presence at all. As long as he encountered a third-level beast, he would immediately kill it. As for second-level beasts, Zichen naturally ignored them. After about 2 hours, Zichen killed 3 third-level beasts. His harvest was quite good, but Zichen was very dissatisfied with it. He continued to travel in a straight line for another 2 hours. During this time, he had traveled more than 100 miles. Then, in the dark barbaric Dragon Mountain Range, there was a ball of dazzling fire. This fire became brighter and brighter, and the flames spewed out dozens of meters high. The nearby beasts naturally noticed the fire and flew towards it. Zichen stood beside the bonfire and released his spiritual thoughts. Gradually, within the range of his spiritual thoughts, savage beasts appeared one after another. First, there were third-level beasts. The number of fourth-level beasts increased. Soon there were 5 fourth-level beasts. Only fourth-level beasts? Zichen was extremely dissatisfied. However, at this moment, a powerful presence appeared in Zichen's spiritual thoughts. A 5th-level savage beast finally appeared. It was a black shadow, but with his powerful spiritual thoughts, Zichen could tell that this black shadow was a black panther. After seeing this huge black panther with his spiritual thoughts, Zichen calculated its weight and how long he and Wu Man could eat. After a rough calculation, if the 2 of them ate 60 pounds a day, then this 5th-level black panther could eat for at least a month. This black panther's weight was estimated to be more than 2,000 pounds. The black panther's speed was very fast, but when it approached the fire, it was extremely careful. Zichen snorted and ignored the black panther. Instead, he went to hunt the 4th-level savage beasts. The dragon soul spear appeared in Zichen's hand. The dragon soul within the dragon soul spear had not awakened yet, but its sharpness was still there. Zichen held the dragon soul spear tightly and rushed towards a 4th-level savage beast. Then, he struck with lightning speed. In an instant, the 4th-level savage beast's forehead was pierced by the dragon soul spear. With one strike, the 4th-level savage beast died. Chapter 781. In this pitch-black night, the powerful savage beasts that were supposed to be the hunters had become the prey. Zichen was like a ghost in the night, and also like an Azura, raising his sharp butcher's knife towards the savage beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Savage beasts died one by one. No matter if it was a level 3 or level 4 savage beast, Zichen would not use a second strike on them. All of the savage beasts suffered a fatal blow in between their eyebrows. The sharp dragon soul spear pierced through it as easily as cutting tofu. During the massacre, the level 5 black panther slowly and carefully approached Zichen. In the pitch-black night, Its vision was as bright as day, and it could see everything that was happening in front of it. It saw the scene of the other savage beasts being killed in one strike. Although it was a little surprised, it was not afraid because it could do the same thing, and even better. If it wanted to, as a level 5 savage beast, it could kill all of the savage beasts here. It was the king of savage beasts, the king of the night. Other than level 6 savage beasts, it was at the peak of the same level. It was trying to get closer to the barbarian. Every step it took was extremely careful, and there was no sound at all. Naturally, it did not believe that the barbarian would be able to detect it. Savage beasts died one by one in the hands of the barbarian, but the Black Panther remained calm and focused, quietly waiting for the opportunity to kill the barbarian in one strike. It was very patient, and it had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the opportunity came. After killing all of the savage beasts, the barbarian let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had killed all of the savage beasts. Just when he let down his guard, the Black Panther suddenly attacked. Its body flashed, and like a black lightning, it rushed towards the barbarian at an extremely fast speed. During this time, it did not make any noise, nor did it make any whistling sound, nor did it make any sound. There was not even a slight gust of wind. The Black Panther did not make any noise as it pounced towards the barbarian. Just when it felt that it could bite the barbarian to death in the next moment, it realized that the barbarian's body had actually left the ground. The Black Panther knew that the barbarian had discovered it. It was a little surprised by the barbarian's reaction, but so what if the barbarian had jumped? It could also jump, and when it jumped, it could jump again without any support. Sure enough, the Black Panther leaped into the air again, but this time, it still didn't touch the barbarian. The indifferent Black Panther widened its eyes in the next moment. If it was a berserker and could speak, it would definitely cry out in surprise or roar. It was because it saw an inconceivable scene. The barbarian in front of it didn't jump, but instead flew like a bird. No, it was the kind of flight that was even more terrifying than a bird, because the barbarian didn't have wings. The barbarian flew to the top of its head, and when it was about to land, he launched an attack. The weapon that he had used to kill the other savage beasts was also aimed at its glabella, and the barbarian stabbed down viciously. The Black Panther wanted to scream in fear, but before it could, it felt a huge force coming from between its eyebrows. The Black Panther felt its vision turn black, and all its strength disappeared. Bang! A loud sound rang out in the dark night. The level 5 savage beast was pierced through between its eyebrows before it could even let out a scream. It died an unnatural death. Zichen landed on the ground with a pale face. The attack just now wasn't just physical strength, but also elemental energy and spiritual sense. The next morning, when it was time for lunch, Una went to deliver some food to Zichen only to find that Zichen had disappeared. Zichen had become the backbone of the Raven tribe. Zichen's sudden disappearance was a big deal, a big deal. In an instant, those barbarians who were resting due to excessive indulgence all got up from their beds and joined the search for Zichen. The barbarians were extremely anxious. They searched all the rooms but couldn't find Zichen. After that, they went around the tribe to search but still couldn't find him. How could he disappear? How could a person disappear in the middle of the night? Everyone's face was filled with anxiety. Zichen's disappearance was equivalent to the loss of their backbone. As time passed, the barbarians began to panic. They just had a feeling of happiness and satisfaction, and they didn't want this feeling to be broken. Moreover, Zichen had only been here for less than a month, but his strength had doubled. The hope of the Raven tribe rested on Zichen's shoulders. Could it be that the Black tribe did it? They took advantage of the night to kidnap leader Zichen. An anxious barbarian made a wild guess. The Black tribe only has 2 level 4 warriors. How could they kidnap leader Zichen without anyone noticing? Moreover, leader Zichen is very strong. It's hard to say if the 2 of them can fight against each other. Immediately, a barbarian refuted. After searching for a whole day, the barbarians were frustrated and panicked. They couldn't see anything in the dark, so they turned back and prepared to search again the next day. Tonight was supposed to be the last day of the 3 days of indulgence, but the entire tribe was extremely quiet. Zichen's disappearance had made the barbarians panic and upset. They no longer had any interest in doing anything. This night, they had endured a longer night than Zichen had expected. This night was too long. It was so long that all the barbarians tossed and turned in bed. They couldn't sleep. When the sky finally brightened, all the barbarians got up from their beds and left their rooms to look for Zichen. However, they found that Zichen was already standing in the square. "Leader Zichen! Leader Zichen, you're back! Leader Zichen, where have you been?" A group of more than 200 barbarians appeared and surrounded him. Many of them had red eyes. It was obvious that they didn't sleep well last night. Seeing everyone appear, Zichen was a little startled. He asked, "Why are you all up? Don't you need to sleep?" "Leader Zichen, we don't know where you are. We didn't sleep last night. We were looking forward to finding you at dawn." Wu Man's eyes were also red. He didn't sleep last night, and it was the same during the day. He had overexerted himself the night before and hadn't slept for 2 days. The others were also concerned about where Zichen had gone. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing everyone's expression, Zichen also understood. He quickly apologized. Sorry. I went to the barbarian Dragon Mountain range alone the night before. I wanted to hunt some savage beasts. It was dark and everyone was resting, so I didn't tell you." "Leader Zichen, you went to the barbarian Dragon Mountain range?" Everyone was surprised. Zichen's safe return put everyone at ease. When they saw Zichen again, they slowly relaxed and regained their confidence. "Yes, I had a good harvest." Zichen gestured for everyone to disperse, and then took out the spoils of war. Rays of light flashed as the corpses of savage beasts appeared one after another. In 1 day and 2 nights, Zichen had killed more than 30 savage beasts. Among them, there were 15 level 3 savage beasts, 2 level 5 savage beasts, and 15 level 4 savage beasts. Seeing so many savage beasts, the group of barbarians was stunned. However, after Zichen's introduction, the group of barbarians showed signs of being petrified. There were actually 15 level 4 savage beasts and 2 level 5 savage beasts. This was too inconceivable. "You guys handle the things, but you have to divide them. The level 4 savage beasts are for the level 3 warriors, the level 5 ones are for me and Wu Man, and the level 3 ones are for the level 2 warriors." When taking out the corpses, Zichen also divided them. After explaining, Zichen said, "Okay, you guys do it. I'm going to sleep." After careful calculation, Zichen had not slept well for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already exhausted. Everyone was still petrified. Even after Zichen left, they did not react. Wu Man, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He said to Una, "Una, hurry up and get some food for Leader Zichen. He must be hungry." Una reacted and quickly went to get some food. Only then did the others react. Their eyes were fixed on the savage beasts on the ground. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Normally, they would only hunt level 3 savage beasts. Moreover, they would not kill many of them at once. However, there were level 4 and level 5 savage beasts before them. Moreover, there was more than one of them. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a dream. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do it." Wu Man was the first to return to pick up his long blade and began to dissect the level 5 savage beasts. After eating some simple food, Zichen fell asleep. Now that he had become immortal, rest was extremely necessary. Moreover, after entering the barbarian Dragon Mountain range, Zichen had consumed quite a bit of energy. In addition to his physical strength, the consumption of yuan power and spiritual thoughts could not be ignored. Level 5 savage beasts were not to be underestimated. At night, by relying on the Dragon Soul Spear, yuan power and spiritual thoughts, Zichen could easily kill them with one strike. However, when he encountered level 5 savage beasts during the day, when Zichen used his physical strength, he discovered that the level 5 savage beasts were extremely powerful. In order to kill them, Zichen had to expend a lot of effort. In the end, he had no choice but to use the Dragon Soul Spear. He also had a clear understanding of the realm of his physical body. He was a level 4 warrior. Moreover, he had just stepped into that realm. Zichen slept for an entire day. He only woke up when it was dark. After eating again, Zichen sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to practice his battle skills. When one's physical strength was not strong, one had to start from the barbarian arts if they wanted to increase their combat strength. After learning the magical effects of the barbarian arts, Zichen was even more curious about the so-called beast god statue. The sky was bright. After practicing the barbarian arts for an entire night, Zichen got up. After washing up, he walked towards the square. There, Wu Man and the other 5 level 3 warriors had already arrived. They knew that Zichen was going to teach them battle skills. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Zichen walked to the square, looked at the 5 people, and said, "Before I teach you the level 3 barbarian arts, you have to use at least 90% of the level 2 barbarian arts. This way, when you practice the level 3 barbarian arts, it will be twice the effort for half the result." The 6 people nodded repeatedly. Then, Zichen stood in front of the 6 people and used an extremely slow speed to practice the level 3 barbarian arts for them. Chapter 782. The 3rd level barbarian art was slightly more complicated. Zichen demonstrated it to the 6 people 3 times in slow motion until the 6 of them nodded, indicating that they had memorized every single detail. "Alright, now I'll show you the strongest state of this barbarian art." Just as he finished speaking, the aura around Zichen's body immediately changed. The power within his body began to surge and a golden light filled his body. The light of a fist appeared on Zichen's fist. He didn't need to deliberately throw this punch. Everyone could feel the great power contained in this punch. Moreover, this punch was definitely a 4th level barbarian art. Among the 6 people, the most excited was naturally Wu Man. Ever since his father disappeared, a 4th level barbarian art had finally appeared in the Raven tribe. Moreover, it was a 4th level barbarian art that a 3rd level warrior could use. Once all 6 of them mastered it, their combat power would increase by several folds. The next time they encountered a 4th level barbarian beast, they would be able to kill it. Remember these details. But before that, you need to practice the 2nd level barbarian art to 90% completion. Of course, the peak would be the best. Once you have the feeling of reaching the peak, you will be able to master the 3rd level barbarian art faster. After demonstrating it 4 times, Zichen turned and left. Next, it was time for the 6 people to practice on their own. Besides the 6 of them, the other barbarians also appeared and began to practice the 2nd level barbarian art. Zichen returned to his room and continued to practice the barbarian art to increase his strength. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Zichen finally made a breakthrough in his study of the barbarian art. Moreover, he also made great progress in increasing his strength. Among the Raven tribe, Wu Man had also practiced the 2nd level barbarian art to its peak and began practicing the 3rd level barbarian art. His progress was very fast. In addition, the 3 3rd level warriors had also made great progress. They had already practiced 90% of the power of the 2nd level barbarian art. The other one who had practiced 90% of the barbarian art was Wu La. As a 2nd level warrior, Una had also practiced 80% of the barbarian art. Her progress was very fast. In normal battles, there were very few 2nd level warriors who could suppress Una. Half a month later, Zichen appeared and found Wu Man to ask about the Black Tribe. "Chief Zichen, are we going to compete for the ownership of the barbarian god statue?" Wu Man's eyes lit up. "Tell me about the Black Clan first. How many experts do they have?" Zichen asked. "Their clan only has 2 4th-rank warriors. If the 2 of us go, we will definitely be able to suppress them." Wu Man appeared very confident. 2 4th-rank warriors. When did this happen? Will there be any breakthroughs in the near future? Zichen asked. "That was more than a decade ago. Wu Man told Zichen about what had happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, they were out hunting when the black tribe suddenly attacked. They killed the ravens who resisted and robbed the elderly and children. Only a small number of them managed to escape. At that time, one of the Raven tribe's 4th-rank warriors went to reason with them, but he was seriously injured and came back. When he came back, he told them that the Black tribe had 2 4th-rank warriors. Not long after, the Raven tribe's 4th-rank warrior died from his injuries. After a long period of hardship, Wu Man broke through and became a 4th-rank warrior. He barely managed to maintain the entire Raven tribe. At that time, the Raven tribe had more than 1,000 people, but after Wu Man's father and other experts died, the number of ravens fell sharply. Moreover, when they went out to hunt savage beasts, they almost always died. So after so many years, the Raven tribe's population declined. Speaking of the Black tribe, Wu Man's face was full of hatred, but Zichen was speechless. 10 years ago, there were 2 4th-rank warriors, but that did not mean there would be 2 more 10 years later. The Raven tribe, which had no resources, could produce a 4th-rank warrior. The Black tribe, which had a lot of resources, was at least 10 times more than the Raven tribe. Zichen conservatively estimated that the current Black tribe had more than 10 4th-rank warriors. Moreover, there might even be a 5th-rank warrior. Zichen did not tell Wu Man about his worries. Even if the Black tribe had 2 5th-rank warriors, Zichen still wanted to see the barbarian god statue. After a moment of silence, he told Wu Man to prepare and leave in 3 days. Wu Man left excitedly. After a moment, the entire Raven tribe burst into cheers. Since Wu Man's father disappeared, they had not fought for the barbarian god statue for many years. During these 3 days, Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to practice the barbarian techniques day and night until he reached the true limit. 3 days later, the two left the Raven tribe under the escort of a group of barbarians. The barbarian god statue was 100 miles away from here, and the Black tribe was more than 100 miles away. The Raven tribe was able to survive because, on one hand, their numbers were too small. The Black tribe did not bother to come again. On the other hand, the distance between the two sides was far enough that the Black tribe could not steal anything. Along the way, Wu Man did not stop talking about the Black tribe. His words were full of hatred for the Black tribe. According to Wu Man, the barbarian god statue was open to all barbarians. As long as they reached a certain level, they could study the statue. Because of the difference in level, they could also study different barbarian techniques. However, since the emergence of the tribes, the large tribes had taken the barbarian god statue as their own and did not allow other tribes to study it. With Wu Man's speed, he could travel 100 miles in half a day. When they were about 10 miles away from the barbarian god statue, Wu Man asked to stop and eat to ensure that he had enough strength. There must be people from the Black tribe guarding that place. Once we get there, they will fight. So we must ensure that we have enough strength, Wu Man said as he ate a piece of dried meat. Seeing Wu Man's serious expression, Zichen, who did not consume much strength, could only take out a piece of dried meat to eat. When we get there, I must let them see the power of my long blade. Wu Man ate as he waved the long blade Zichen gave him. After eating, the two continued forward and soon arrived at their destination. From afar, Zichen could see the statue of the barbarian god. It was an extremely tall barbarian, at least dozens of meters tall. It was built on top of a high platform, and it was emitting an oppressive aura. Zichen could feel it even from afar. In Zichen's view, the high platform under the barbarian god statue was like an altar, and the barbarian god was enshrined on the altar. As they approached, Zichen saw the figures of barbarians sitting cross-legged on the altar under the barbarian god statue. There were 6 of them, comprehending the barbarian techniques of the barbarian race. There were 3 tall barbarians standing outside the altar. These 3 barbarians should be the guards of the Black clan. The arrival of Zichen and Wu Man attracted the attention of the 3 barbarians. When the 3 barbarians turned their heads and saw the 2, their faces instantly turned cold. Before Zichen and Wu Man could reach the barbarian god statue, a barbarian from the Black tribe shouted, This is the territory of the Black Tribe. Stop immediately. What territory of the Black Tribe? This is the place where the barbarian god statue is. It belongs to all barbarians. Wu Man retorted loudly. The long blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, but he did not stop. Which tribe are you from? Do you want to die? How dare you come here to cause trouble? A fourth-rank barbarian from the Black Tribe shouted. His unrestrained voice startled the barbarians on the altar who were comprehending the barbarian techniques. The 6 barbarians opened their eyes and looked curiously at the approaching Zichen and Wu Man. We are from the Raven Tribe. Today we are here to comprehend the barbarian god statue. Wu Man, who was holding the long blade, was extremely unyielding, even though he could see that the 3 barbarians were all 4th-rank warriors. The Raven Tribe. A mere Raven Tribe dares to challenge us here. Do you want to die? The 3 barbarians from the Black Tribe began to approach the 2, their faces full of disdain. However, when their eyes fell on Zichen, there was a touch of surprise on their faces. Obviously, Zichen's body shape was very similar to a barbarian's. He looked very much like the legendary outsider. Among the 3, an older barbarian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "What a good Raven Tribe! I didn't expect to find an outsider. This should be the source of your confidence." The words, outsider, successfully attracted the attention of the crowd. They looked at Zichen with curiosity. It had been a long time since an outsider had appeared in the barbarian world. The 3 barbarians blocked the 2 barbarians. The 2 sides were 100 meters apart. Wu Man was completely ignored. The 3 barbarians looked at Zichen with curiosity and fear on their faces. After all, according to the legends, the outsiders were extremely powerful. Wu Man held the long blade in his hand and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Old rules, whoever wins gets the barbarian god statue." The 3 barbarians looked at the long blade in Wu Man's hand for a moment before looking at Zichen again. The older barbarian said, "Outsider, what's so good about joining a mere Raven Tribe? Why don't you join our Black Tribe? If you want to study the barbarian god statue, you can do so at any time." This was obviously a robbery. Wu Man's face was filled with anger. Zichen had a faint smile on his face. He said, "Well, it just so happens that I don't want to fight and kill." While they were talking, Zichen led Wu Man forward. It seemed that they were going to study the barbarian god statue. "Stop. I mean, you can only study it if you join our Black Tribe." The barbarian's voice was much colder. Zichen slowly stopped and said, "I really don't want to fight, and I don't want to hurt you. How about this? Let's share the barbarian god statue." "Share." A sneer came from the other side. "Outsider, why don't you take a look at your status? You're just a mere raven. What right do you have to share the barbarian god statue with our Black Tribe? You're not worthy. I'll say it again. Join us, or we'll kill you together today." Seeing the killing intent in the 3's eyes, Zichen knew that it was useless to say more. So he strode forward. Wu Man followed beside Zichen. The 6 members of the Black Clan who were on top of the altar saw that the situation was not good. They quickly flew down the altar. There was an invisible barrier on the altar. Zichen couldn't use his spiritual thoughts to detect the strength of the 6 Black Tribe members. So, just as they were about to help, Zichen suddenly accelerated. He rushed toward the 3 Black Tribe members like a bolt of golden lightning. Chapter 783. Zichen arrived in front of the 3 men like a bolt of golden lightning. He waved his hand and punched 3 times. His 3 fists were emitting a golden light and contained a powerful force. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 men were sent flying. They coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Their bodies were seriously injured by the light of the fists. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. The 3 men's faces were full of shock. They were knocked down in one move. This outsider's strength was really terrifying. The faces of the 6 barbarians of the black race revealed a look of astonishment. Their bodies subconsciously paused for a moment. During this pause, Zichen flashed forward and punched again with his golden fist. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air. After 3 punches, Zichen sent 3 men flying. The first 2 were 4th-level warriors. They were seriously injured after one attack. As for the third, he was a 3rd-level warrior. He was beaten half to death by Zichen's powerful punch. All of this happened in an instant. 6 of the 9 men were knocked down. The other 3 were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They stood there stupidly and didn't dare to move. Wu Man was also shocked. He had just assumed a posture and was ready to slash with his blade. He wanted to show off his skills, but he didn't expect that Zichen would end the fight in an instant. Zichen threw out 6 punches in a row, and the scene suddenly became deathly silent. The 6 people who fell down had painful expressions on their faces, and the 3 people who were still standing were drenched in cold sweat when they met Zichen's gaze. "Get out of the way! Don't block the way!" Zichen looked up at the tall barbarian who was blocking the way and said calmly. The barbarian's heart began to tremble when he saw the outsider's gaze. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Zichen strode up the stairs. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel nervous or afraid in the face of this oppressive aura. Instead, he felt a faint excitement. He looked up at the tall statue of the barbarian god. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. The people from the Black Clan were still there. Zichen didn't look at the barbarian god statue carefully. Instead, he turned to the other 3 people and said, "Go and find the experts from your clan. We'll decide who this barbarian god statue belongs to in one battle." The 3 barbarians of the Black Clan nodded mechanically. Then Zichen said again, "Remember, I'm looking for the strongest barbarian. I'm not using the so-called sea of people tactic. If you want to bully me by relying on your numbers, then I'll kill you until there's no one left in your Black Clan." There was a trace of fear on the faces of the 3 men. They nodded repeatedly and ran in the direction of the Black tribe. They wanted to carry the half-dead barbarian with them before they left. But Wu Man glared at them fiercely. Then, they turned around and ran away. As the 3 of them fled, the crow barbarian under the altar walked towards the berserkers with a long saber in hand. Then, he kicked them viciously. Wu Man kicked out more than 10 times in a row, causing the 5 warriors of the 4th rank to scream miserably. But Wu Man was not satisfied. He turned and said to Zichen, who was on the altar, "Chief Zichen, why are we still keeping these Black Clan people alive? Let's just kill them." Wu Man's voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. Zichen, who was focused on the barbarian god statue, turned his head and looked at Wu Man. He spread his hands and said, "This is a conflict between you barbarians. You can kill them or leave them here." When Wu Man heard this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Even the long saber in his hand flashed with a cold light. His killing intent surged. Don't kill us. Let us go." The barbarians of the Black Clan began to beg for mercy. In the process of begging, the 5 4th-level barbarians crawled towards Wu Man. However, they did not crawl in front of him. Instead, they protected the 3rd-level barbarian. Previously, 3 barbarians wanted to take away the 3rd-level barbarian. Now, the 5 barbarians wanted to protect him. It was clear that the 3rd-level barbarian's status in the Black Clan was not low. Hatred had completely drowned out Wu Man's reason. He raised his butcher's saber and was about to kill. Suddenly, Zichen's voice sounded from the altar. "Wu Man, how many of your clansmen were kidnapped 10 years ago?" Wu Man was startled. He did not understand why Zichen would suddenly ask this question. But he truthfully said, "Including the elderly and children, there were more than 400. "Then can you guess how they are doing?" Zichen asked again. When Wu Man heard this, the anger on his face grew. He angrily said, "I don't need to guess to know that they are living a life worse than dogs and pigs. These bastards must have treated them as slaves and tortured them. I will chop these bastards now." Wu Man fiercely spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Then, he raised his saber. The saber flashed as he prepared to chop down. "Since they are not doing well, why don't you use these scum to exchange for them? The saber in Wu Man's hand stopped at the neck of a fourth-rank barbarian. Previously, he was still angry, but after he stopped, his face was filled with guilt. At this time, he only wanted to vent his anger. He had forgotten about the lives of his clansmen. A deep sense of self-blame emerged from the bottom of his heart. Wu Man put away his saber and bowed deeply to Ziqin. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Ziqin waved his hand and smiled. That's enough. Quickly come up and feel the aura of the barbarian god. Wu Man was startled. He pointed at the 6 black tribe barbarians and asked, What about them? They will stay there. What if they run away? The smile on Ziqin's face grew wider, but his voice was very cold. If they try to run away, just kill them all. At worst, we will go to the Raven tribe and capture a few of them to exchange for your clansmen. The hearts of the black race's barbarians trembled when they heard this. There were too many legends about the outsiders. But each of these legends was about how powerful the outsiders were. Of course, behind these powerful legends were the bloody and cruel massacres. Among the many legends, there was a legend that the outsiders did not treat the barbarians as humans. They treated the barbarians like slaves and killed them whenever they wanted. After thinking about this legend, no one dared to question Ziqin's words. Wu Man walked up to the altar. This was the first time he had come here. When he felt the aura of the barbarian god up close, he almost collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with reverence for the statue. Compared to Wu Man, Ziqin was much more relaxed. He quietly looked at the statue in front of him. At this moment, Ziqin was unable to see the entire statue with his eyes. However, after releasing his spiritual sense, he was able to see the entire statue at a glance. This was an extremely majestic barbarian. His body was wrapped in animal skin. His hands were clenched into fists, and his hair was flying in anger. The pressure of the barbarian god made Wu Man unable to use his spiritual sense. His body could not help but tremble. However, this situation did not last for a quarter of an hour. Wu Man seemed to have sensed something, and his expression slowly calmed down. Wu Man stood on the altar, as if he had been petrified. He looked at the statue in front of him motionlessly. Below the altar, when the 5 fourth-level barbarians saw this scene, their faces were full of shock. As everyone knew, to comprehend the barbarian technique in front of the barbarian god statue, one had to sit cross-legged, empty one's mind and body, and try to sense it. However, after doing all this, it would take a very long time to smoothly sense the barbarian technique. Some were lucky and could sense it in 3 to 5 days, but some needed to stay here for 8 to 10 days, or even several months. However, they had never heard of such an unprepared person who could sense it in a quarter of an hour. Moreover, there had never been such an existence in the Black Tribe. Just as Wu Man sensed the berserker art from the god of berserkers statue, Ziqin's spiritual sense also noticed a strange ripple from the god of berserkers statue. The spiritual sense he released caught that strange ripple in time. Within this strange fluctuation, Ziqin saw the figure of a tall barbarian. The barbarian was practicing his fist technique in the air. This was a fist technique that could mobilize the power within the body. It was a barbarian technique, and it was more complicated than a third-level barbarian technique. When the fist light was thrown out, the barbarian's fist would flash with light. This was a fist technique that manifested power. It was a 4th-level barbarian technique, and when the barbarian performed it, it was clearly stronger than Ziqin's 3rd-level barbarian technique. Wu Man had told Ziqin earlier that the barbarian technique could be comprehended depending on the level of power. At this moment, Ziqin was fully confident of his own strength. 4th level, it was indeed 4th level. The barbarian continued to practice this 4th-level barbarian technique in the air. When the barbarian performed it for the first time, Ziqin's spiritual sense completely memorized it and successfully copied it. As the barbarian practiced it over and over again, Ziqin's spiritual sense also practiced it. Every time it practiced, Ziqin's understanding of the 4th-level barbarian technique would improve a little. By the time Ziqin had practiced the 4th-level berserker art a dozen times, the spiritual thought in Zichen's mind had already reached its peak. In fact, at that moment, the fourth-level berserker art in Zichen's mind had already surpassed the level of the Void Barbarian's art. In other words, the fourth-level barbarian technique that the god of barbarians had passed on to Zichen had improved, or perhaps improved, after the lightning youth's unique talent. After evolving it to its peak, Zichen opened his eyes. He had already mastered the fourth-level barbarian technique, but if he wanted to use it to its peak, Zichen would need to train hard. Wu Man was still trying to comprehend it. Zichen did not disturb him. Instead, he walked down the altar quietly. It seemed that before he achieved a breakthrough, the statue of the god of barbarians was useless to him. As expected, the 6 barbarians did not dare to escape. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of fear. Zichen ignored them. He looked into the distance. With his powerful spiritual sense, he sensed that the Black Tribe's elites had arrived. The leader was just as Zichen had guessed. He was a powerful 5th-level warrior. Behind him were 4th-level warriors. The number of 4th-level warriors far exceeded Zichen's expectations. Soon, a black dot appeared at the end of his line of sight. "It's the tribe leader. The tribe leader has come to save us." The 6 barbarians' faces were filled with excitement. The black dot gradually turned into a tall figure. It ran towards them at an extremely fast speed. The ground trembled slightly. "You're the outsider that the Raven tribe invited." Before the person arrived, his voice was heard. It was the tribe leader of the Black Tribe. Behind the patriarch of the Black Clan, there were more than a dozen level 4 warriors of the Black Clan. When they saw the situation, they immediately rushed over to the 6 members of the Black Clan. Chapter 784. Seeing that their young master was seriously injured, the Black Tribe barbarians were about to get angry, but they didn't expect the outsider to speak first. He even said that their young master was a captive. This was obviously slander and a naked humiliation to the Black Tribe. Other than a few barbarians helping the 3rd-level barbarian up, the rest of the barbarians stood up and stared at Zichen angrily. During this time, the 5th-level warrior was also observing Zichen. Every outsider should not be underestimated. This was a lesson passed down from generation to generation. "I said that is my captive. Put him down." The short Zichen looked up at the barbarians. His voice was still firm and even a little cold. "How dare you injure young Master Heimu? Even if you are an outsider, you will die today." Before the 5th-level warrior could speak, a 4th-level warrior coldly threatened. And this kind of threat didn't seem to be enough. He said, "Not only you, but also the Raven tribe that you seek refuge with will be destroyed." Zichen's eyes gradually turned cold. He glanced at the 4th-level barbarian and said coldly, "If you want to die, then come at me. I will fulfill your wish." The 4th-level barbarian's face changed slightly. He felt that he had lost face. After a loud shout, he rushed towards Zichen. He was almost 4 meters tall. As he stepped forward, the 4th-level power in his body was displayed under the 4th-level barbarian's spell. He clenched his fist, which flashed with the light of a 4th-level barbarian's spell, and fiercely smashed it towards Zichen's head. Facing the 4th-level barbarian's attack, Zichen only dodged to the side. The barbarian's fist followed along, and the strong wind blew Zichen's black hair. The fist passed by Zichen by a hair's breadth. Because he couldn't stop it, the fist smashed into the ground, creating a big hole. Smoke and dust filled the air. At the same time, the 4th-level barbarian lost his balance, and his body fell towards Zichen. Zichen clenched his fist, and a golden light appeared on his fist. He punched the barbarian's chin. A strong force surged, and the barbarian's chin was severely twisted. At the same time, the barbarian's huge body was sent flying by Zichen's attack. This attack sent the barbarian flying dozens of meters away. As he was flying, there was a line of blood in the air. The body of the 4th-level barbarian fell heavily on the ground, and a small amount of smoke and dust splashed up. He didn't get up again after he fell. A single punch killed the barbarian. In front of them, the angry barbarians. Their faces were filled with shock when they saw their comrade being killed. They had heard the news that this outsider relied on his speed. But they didn't expect him to be able to kill his enemy. They didn't expect him to be so powerful to kill his enemy to kill him. The 4th level barbarians didn't say anything. They were all stunned. The 5th level warrior's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Zichen and said, "You are indeed a powerful outsider. You are only a 4th level warrior, but you can kill someone of the same level. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Black Tribe, Heya. I would like to invite you to join the Black Tribe." Zichen looked at Heya and said, "What if I don't want to?" Heya smiled and said, "You are a 4th level warrior. Even if you are an outsider and stronger, you can't be stronger than a 5th level warrior." After a pause, Heya continued, "Also, what's so good about staying in the Raven Tribe? There are no resources there, and they can't provide you with any resources. On the other hand, if you come to the Black Tribe, I can provide you with all the resources you need. You can also grow faster." Black Cliff's words were obviously a form of coercion. However, Zichen sneered and said sarcastically, "If I'm not wrong, your Black Clan should only have one rank 5 warrior. What kind of resources can you take out?" Heya was not angry at Zichen's mockery. He looked at Zichen and smiled. "Since you have come to the world of the barbarians, you should have some understanding of the beasts. What do you think if I provide you with the blood of a 5th level beast to cleanse your body? I will also let you eat 5th level meat every day. What kind of treatment do you have in the Raven Tribe? I don't think you can even eat 3rd level meat every day." Heya's face was full of confidence. It was just the Raven Tribe. What could they have? If it wasn't for the fact that destroying the Raven Tribe was a waste of resources, the Raven Tribe would have been wiped out a long time ago. Sure enough, the outsider's answer proved that Heya was right. "I really can't eat 3rd level meat because that is what a 2nd level warrior eats. As a 4th level warrior, I can only eat 5th level meat. Therefore, whatever you offer, the Raven Tribe can also provide. I have no reason to accept your invitation." "Then you insist on fighting?" Zichen refused. Heya's face immediately turned cold. "You don't have to fight, but you have to promise that the barbarian god statue will be shared with the Raven Tribe." Zichen was still calm. "In your dreams," Heya shouted. "I wanted to recruit you, but since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude." After he finished speaking, Heya strode towards Zichen. As he moved forward, the power of a 5th level warrior surged within his body. Then Heya threw out a punch. This punch was full of power. Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he met Heya's attack head-on. The golden fist appeared again and collided with Heya's attack. Pun! In the midst of the collision, Zichen was pushed back a few steps. Heya, on the other hand, did not move a single step. In a battle of strength, Heya was naturally the winner. "Humph, you're just a 4th level warrior. If you don't know what's good for you, you might lose your life." Heya's face was full of confidence after he pushed the outsider back. "Come on, show me your strongest power. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Zichen sneered. Shameless boasting. Heya's second punch was 3 times stronger than the first. The second punch ended with a loud bang. Zichen was pushed back again. Not far away, the barbarians from the Black Tribe cheered. However, Heya, who had pushed back the outsider twice, was not happy at all. His face was obviously different. In his imagination, this punch was meant to break the outsider's bones, not just push him back. Heya's eyes flashed coldly. He threw out another punch. This time, he threw out a few punches. The light from his punches kept flashing. The powerful force created a raging wind. Zichen was pushed back again and again. However, he was not injured at all. The barbarians from the Black Tribe who were cheering before also saw the trick. Their faces were full of disbelief. Heya was obviously using all his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but the outsider's expression did not change at all. Finally, after the first wave of attacks, Heya took a few steps back to increase the distance between him and Zichen. For some reason, Heya felt a dangerous aura from his opponent. Zichen still had a cold smile on his face. Seeing that Heya had stopped attacking, he stepped forward and said coldly, "What's wrong? Seems like a 5th-level warrior is only SOSO. If you don't attack anymore, then it's my turn. Come at me if you can." Heya was panting slightly. The continuous attacks had consumed a lot of energy. Zichen's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. He took a step forward and rushed towards Heya like a bolt of golden lightning. The barbarians who had returned earlier said that the outsider was very fast. They were defeated before they could do anything. Heya's expression changed when he saw the outsider's extreme speed. He kept retreating. At the same time, he activated the power in his body again to defend himself. Zichen, who was charging forward, clenched his right hand into a fist. His fist emitted a dazzling golden light. At this moment, the power in his body continuously gathered in his fist. The source of this power was the golden blood in Zichen's body. Without using spiritual thoughts or elemental energy, Zichen only used the Berserker spell to activate the power hidden in his blood. This was pure physical strength without any external support. This was the true power of the perfect body. Under the fusion of the 2nd-level Berserker spell and the 3rd-level Berserker spell, it was completely unleashed. This fusion of Berserker spells was no weaker than a 5th-level Berserker spell. The fusion of battle skills was also a unique skill of the Lightning Youth. With the fusion of battle skills and Zichen's perfect body, the power of this punch had reached the peak of what Zichen could currently perform. The golden light from the fist became even more piercing. There was an obvious pressure in the powerful force. This pressure made Heya feel suffocated. His expression changed drastically, and he once again activated the power in his body to block it. Pun. Zichen's powerful punch was blocked by Heya. It only landed on Heya's 2 arms. However, the power contained in the punch instantly destroyed the power in Heya's arms. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Both of Heya's arms were shattered by Zichen's power, and his tall body was sent flying backwards. This time, Heya was even worse off. He flew back dozens of meters before landing heavily on the ground. All around, everyone was stunned. Even Wu Man, who had just learned the Berserker spell, looked at all this in disbelief. It was unbelievable that a 4th-level Berserker could win in one hit against a 5th-level Berserker. In the face of Zichen's powerful attack, Heya didn't die immediately. However, his arms were shattered and he lost the ability to fight. His eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with fear. He raised his right arm with difficulty and pointed at Zichen. He trembled and said, "5th-level Berserker spell." Even though the fusion of the barbarian art that Zichen cast just now was a fusion between a 2nd and 3rd-level barbarian art, it was a fusion at its peak. It was more like a fusion between a 3rd-level and a 4th-level barbarian art. When it was used to its peak, there was no problem with it being comparable to a 5th-level barbarian art. A 4th-level Berserker spell was a 5th-level Berserker spell. This was beyond the rules of this world. This was the real source of Heya's shock. Heya was helped up. Then, the other 4th-level Berserkers surrounded Heya and the rest of the wounded. They looked at Zichen cautiously. However, it was obvious that the corners of his eyes were trembling and his heart was filled with fear. Zichen looked at the group of black tribe Berserkers. He walked forward step by step. Golden light flashed around his body, and a wave of pressure came out of his body. This pressure was similar to the pressure of a 5th-level Berserker beast. Even Heya didn't have it. This made people even more frightened. It was as if they were facing a cold-blooded Berserker beast. Chapter 785. With just one strike, Heya had been beaten into submission. The legends of the powerful outsiders were indeed true. Zichen stopped a few meters away from the terrified barbarians. Wu Man had already walked down the altar and stood behind Zichen. Zichen looked at the terrified Heya and said, "We are few in number. We don't have much use for this place. As long as we share it, it's fine. Are you willing? Of course, of course. In the future, if the ravens want to come, we will not stop them. We will use the statue first. Heya quickly nodded. The same sentence was said one after another, but it brought about completely different effects. It seemed that the principle of the strong is respected was applicable everywhere. Zichen was very satisfied with Heiya's attitude. He nodded and pointed at the 6 injured barbarians who were being protected by the barbarians. They are all my captives. If you want to take them away, go ahead and take them. But when you go back, you must send back all the ravens that were taken away from me over 10 years ago. Zichen's action was an obvious exchange. Moreover, the one who benefited the most was Heya. Heya naturally agreed. Zichen had 2 reasons for coming here. The first was to obtain the Berserker art. The second was to help the ravens gain a chance to understand the statue of the god of Berserkers. Now that he had completed both of his goals, it seemed that Zichen could leave. Zichen glanced at Wu Man and asked, "Have you finished comprehending?" Wu Man's face was full of excitement. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have gained a lot." "Then let's go." With that, Zichen turned around and left without any hesitation. Heya and the other barbarians were stunned as they watched Zichen and Wu Man leave. Only when the 2 figures completely disappeared from their sight did the barbarians react. A 4th-level barbarian asked, "Chief, why did they leave? Why didn't they send anyone to guard this place? What else can they do? They can't stay here to eat." Black Cliff stared at the man and saw that the others were confused as well. He explained, "The ravens have too few people. They may not even have 200, but they can't defend this place. What they need is a chance to learn." "Then, Chief, do you mean that this place still belongs to us?" another barbarian asked. "Of course, but it is no longer exclusive to us. We must share it with the ravens." Black Cliff looked at the level 4 warriors and said, "You guys are in charge of guarding this place. Remember, do not provoke the ravens, and do not make things difficult for them." Several 4th-rank barbarians nodded in agreement. What a joke! The ravens had such a powerful outsider. Who would dare to cause trouble for them? Now that the ravens had such a powerful outsider, who would dare to cause trouble for them? Damn the ravens! How lucky they are! They found an outsider to rely on. And this outsider is also a weirdo. He didn't join a super strong tribe. Black Cliff looked at the direction where Zichen and the others had left. He was supported by the barbarians back to the Black tribe. On the way, Zichen and Wu Man did not talk much. Wu Man was still in a state of extreme excitement. It was obvious that he had gained a lot today. The next morning, when the 2 of them returned to the ravens were stunned when they saw the 2 of them. Their faces were filled with disappointment. It took them only 1 day to come back. This was a sign of failure. Zichen was expressionless. He looked at Wu Man's gloomy face. Wu Man ignored the barbarians and walked straight to the square, leaving the barbarians to look at his back. His gloomy expression instantly turned into one of ecstasy when he turned his head around. He clenched his fists and shouted at the crowd. "We did it! We did it! We won against the Black Clan! In the future, we can study the statues of the god of Berserkers as we please." The shocked and disappointed barbarians quickly reacted. Then, they burst into thunderous cheers. The barbarians were lifted up and thrown high into the air. The other barbarians also began to hug each other. Some of them even began to kiss each other excitedly. Seeing this scene, Zichen quickly ran back to his room and closed the door. The cheers outside lasted for half a day. For the ravens, this was a big thing. With the opportunity to study the barbarian god statue, they also had the opportunity to rise. In the room, Zichen began to study the 4th-level barbarian technique. If he wanted to increase his physical strength, he could only study the barbarian technique. The next day, the ravens were still celebrating. Everyone was looking forward to the return of their people. When Zichen appeared, they looked at Zichen with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. In the square, the barbarian warriors did not continue to practice their barbarian techniques. Instead, they all hugged a huge rock and practiced. Among them, Wu Man carried the biggest rock. It was as big as a mountain. At the moment, he was carrying the mountain and running back and forth. Large beads of sweat dripped down his body. Looking at the barbarians carrying the rock, Zichen was puzzled. He asked them what they were doing. Wu Man replied that they were training. As soon as he said this, Zichen froze in place as if he had been petrified. After being petrified, it was as if he was possessed as he muttered, "Refined strength, refined strength." At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through Zichen's sea of consciousness. He felt as if the clouds had dispersed. He had always felt that he was lacking something, but he could not figure it out. Now that he saw Wu Man and heard what he had to say, Zichen finally understood. That was training. If one wanted to train their strength and strengthen their body, it was not as simple as refining blood essence. Before they could grow, they had to consume it. In the past, Zichen had always wanted to refine all kinds of things because of his spiritual sense and elemental force. He had never tried to expend his elemental force for cultivation. Refining once or twice was a good thing for the body, as it could allow one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. However, refining every time was a bad thing for one's strength. In true training, only consumption was the way to go. It was like pouring water into a wooden barrel. If you wanted to pour more water into the barrel, you had to increase the volume of the barrel. The body was like the barrel, and the blood essence of ancient beasts was the water. In the past, Zichen had only poured water in, but now Zichen had decided to increase the volume of the barrel. At this moment, Zichen had finally found the way to train his body. Zichen also quickly thought of a suitable place for himself. 2 days later, the Black Tribe brought the Raven captives back. Apart from those who had been tortured to death, the rest had all returned. When family met, it was inevitable that there would be sad scenes. They hugged and cried. Zichen could not bear to see such a scene, so he left. Chief Zichen. Zichen left and returned to his room. Not long after, someone came in. When he saw that it was Black Cliff, Zichen was surprised. Shouldn't he be recovering? Why would he come here? Zichen invited Black Cliff into the room. The chair was suitable for a human, but it was not suitable for Black Cliff to sit on. So the two of them sat down. Black Cliff's expression was nervous. He seemed to have something to say. "There is something," Zichen said first. After a moment of hesitation, Black Cliff spoke his mind. He did not expect to form an alliance with the Ravens. Regarding the alliance, Zichen did not even think about it. Zichen knew why the Black Tribe and the Ravens had formed an alliance. However, the Ravens needed the Black Tribe as an ally. The alliance was only a verbal one. There were no witnesses or signatures. Only the two of them knew about it, and only the two of them had the final say. After chatting for a while, Black Cliff stood up and said goodbye. Out of courtesy, Zichen sent Black Cliff to the door. But when he reached the door, Zichen found that more than 500 barbarians were standing there. All 500 barbarians looked at Zichen. Before Zichen could understand what was going on, the barbarians suddenly knelt down. "What are you doing?" Zichen was surprised by the Raven's actions. He quickly went forward and tried to help the leader up. "Leader Zichen, you have saved the Ravens and our loved ones. You are the benefactor of the Ravens." As he spoke, Wu Man made a gesture of kowtowing. Zichen quickly stopped him, but he could not stop the barbarians. Zichen had no choice but to say, "Since you call me chief, then I am a Raven. As the chief, this is what I should do for the Ravens. Everyone get up." The barbarians' eyes were full of gratitude, but they did not get up. Instead, they kowtowed 3 times to Zichen. After 3 kowtows, they got up. "Leader Zichen, I'll be heading back now," Black Cliff said from the side. Zichen nodded. In this situation, he could not send them off. With so many people in the tribe, they naturally needed more food. The food that was originally enough for the tribe to eat for more than 2 months was rapidly reduced because the number of people had increased by more than half. 2 days later, under the leadership of Zichen, dozens of barbarians went out to hunt. It must be mentioned that among the barbarians, there was a woman. The woman was Una. As a second-level warrior, she seemed to be stronger than most of the male warriors. Moreover, Zichen could not stand being pestered by her, so he made an exception and agreed to take her with him. In this hunt, there were many strong ravens, so they had a lot to gain. During this time, Zichen went into the depths of the tribe and killed 2 5th-level beasts. As for the 4th-level beasts, they were killed by Wu Man and the others. Because Zichen had taught them the barbarian techniques, the barbarians' battle strength had greatly increased. In addition, Zichen had refined a powder that could heal wounds, so the barbarians' death rate had greatly decreased. After 3 days, they had hunted more than 500 barbarians and half a month's worth of food. They decided to go back. This is for you. If anything happens to the tribe, just break it. Before they went back, Zichen gave Wu Man a jade pendant. Chief Zichen, you are not going back? Wu Man, who was carrying the corpse of the 5th-level beast, asked. When the other barbarians heard this, they all looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, No, I want to stay here and train. This place is more suitable for me. And you, after you have settled the tribe's matters, you can come find me here. As a 4th-level warrior, lifting stones all day will not improve much. Hearing that Zichen was only going to train and not leave, the barbarians all let out a sigh of relief. After reminding Zichen to be careful, they all carried the resources and headed towards the ravens. Chapter 786. Zichen entered the depths of the barbarian Dragon Mountain range alone. He wanted to train his strength here. Of course, this method of training was not like the Wu Man's method of finding a mountain and running around. Zichen wanted to find a level 5 savage beast. In order to consume his strength, Zichen could only find a level 5 savage beast as a training partner. Zichen's luck was pretty good. In just half a day, he found a level 5 savage beast. Moreover, it was a barbarian bull that specialized in strength. For an ordinary barbarian bull to grow into a level 4 savage beast was already amazing. However, Zichen found a level 5 savage beast, which was even more amazing. When Zichen saw the barbarian bull, the latter also noticed him. The barbarian bull's huge eyes stared at Zichen as it panted heavily. Zichen made an extremely provocative gesture towards the barbarian bull. The barbarian bull was furious and rushed towards Zichen. Zichen also rushed towards the barbarian bull in the next moment. Then, the two began to wrestle. Zichen grabbed the barbarian bull's 2 horns and firmly resisted the other party's attack. The two of them were like fighting bulls, going back and forth. This was Zichen's training method. The level 5 barbarian bull's strength was much stronger than Zichen's. It could also last longer than Zichen. When its strength was exhausted, Zichen would use his extreme speed to escape. After reaching a safe place, Zichen began to eat to recover his strength. After his strength was restored, Zichen would go back to find the barbarian bull. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Zichen could clearly feel the strength in his body rapidly increasing. If this continued, Zichen would be able to break through soon. After the 10th day, Zichen, who had been wrestling with the barbarian bull all day, not only felt his strength increasing, he also felt a clear sense of hunger in his body. This hunger was not only referring to his stomach, but also to every part of his body. This was the result of Zichen's body's potential increasing but not being able to effectively replenish his energy. It was like a wooden barrel that had become bigger but not enough water was poured into it, making it appear extremely empty. This discovery caused Zichen to be overjoyed. Thus, after finding a safe place, Zichen began to refine the ancient beast essence blood. These were the blood essences of king-level ancient beasts and level 5 savage beasts. After refining them, they turned into pure energy that entered Zichen's body and was absorbed by Zichen. After consuming dozens of drops of blood essence, the feeling of hunger in Zichen's body slowly disappeared. When Zichen stood up again, he found that the strength in his body had increased by almost 10%. This discovery made Zichen so excited that he almost jumped up. Therefore, without saying anything, he went to look for Barbarian Bull again. When Barbarian Bull saw Zichen, its eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and wanted to escape. Zichen had tormented it for the past 10 days. Zichen quickly chased after it, grabbed its horns, and began wrestling with it. Zichen, whose strength had greatly increased, lifted Barbarian Bull up during the wrestling and kept slamming it around. Barbarian Bull was furious and used all its strength, but it still couldn't suppress Zichen. After all its strength was exhausted, Zichen let go of Barbarian Bull. Clearly, as his strength increased, his opponent had to change. Otherwise, his progress wouldn't be great. After waiting for 10 days, Wu Man still didn't come. It was unlikely that he would come, so Zichen continued venturing deeper. A day later, Zichen discovered a new opponent. This was a man-tiger. His realm was slightly higher than Barbarian Bull's, about peak level 5. When competing with man-tiger, Zichen clearly didn't have the upper hand. His perfect body's strength was exhausted by man-tiger in less than an hour. Just as Zichen was escaping, he discovered that man-tiger was chasing after him. Moreover, he was very fast. Zichen couldn't shake off man-tiger no matter how fast he tried. Helpless, Zichen could only fly away. Seeing the barbarian fly away, man-tiger's eyes were filled with shock. However, he was even more unwilling. He roared at the sky and released his tiger's might. However, an hour later, man-tiger discovered that the barbarian from before had returned. There was a hint of joy in his ferocious eyes as he rushed towards Zichen. Zichen also didn't want to be outdone. He rushed towards man-tiger, and the two of them wrestled again. This time, Zichen wasn't a match for man-tiger and quickly ran away. Zichen went back and forth several times a day to find trouble with man-tiger. Man-tiger was also annoyed and roared for almost an entire day and night. Zichen, who had been recovering for a day and night, felt like his body was falling apart. He couldn't wait to sleep. However, he forced himself not to sleep. Instead, he took out a high-grade primal stone and used his yin-yang harmony art to absorb the energy from it. Zichen's cultivation level wouldn't increase very quickly if he were to cultivate in this area. Zichen also didn't have extravagant hopes that his essence force would be able to achieve a breakthrough. His purpose for doing so was to make himself more spirited. Zichen consumed a high-grade primal stone in one night. His energy and stamina recovered to its peak. After eating some leftover barbecued meat from yesterday, Zichen once again went on his way to find man-tiger. When Zichen arrived, man-tiger was enjoying a delicious meal. It should be a level 4 savage beast, but when it saw Zichen, its eyes turned red. Yesterday's harassment had caused man-tiger to be filled with anger. When it saw Zichen, it stopped eating and directly pounced towards Zichen. Compared to yesterday, Zichen seemed to have improved a little. He was able to last for an hour. After that, Zichen used up all his energy and ran away again. Roar! Man-tiger roared again. Before it could reach Zichen, Zichen had already jumped into the air and flew away. This time, man-tiger chased after Zichen for a few miles before returning unwillingly. That damned perverted tiger! I just wanted to train my strength. Is there a need to kill me? After landing, Zichen cursed and recovered his energy. After a while, Zichen returned to man-tiger's side. Just like that, time began to repeat itself. On the first 10 days, Zichen bullied Barbarian Bull until he was unrecognizable. On the second 10 days, Zichen tortured Barbarian Tiger until Barbarian Tiger became unbearable. In the end, Barbarian Tiger also became Barbarian Bull, and whenever he saw Zichen, he would turn around and leave. It wasn't easy for Zichen to find a powerful sparring partner, so he naturally wouldn't let Man-Hu leave so easily. Thus, he used extreme speed to entangle Man-Hu once more. After a few rounds, when Zichen found Man-Hu again, the latter's eyes had turned red again. Of course, this time, it was not anger. Instead, it was grievance. It was on the verge of tears. Little tiger, let's continue the training today. Zichen walked towards Man-Tiger again. Man-Tiger knew that he could not outrun Zichen in terms of speed and could not escape. He could only continue to wrestle with the barbarian until Zichen was out of breath. Moreover, after half a month of wrestling, Zichen's physical strength had almost caught up with Man-Tiger's. After exhausting all his strength, Zichen once again felt the hunger in his body. "Little Tiger, thank you very much." Zichen hugged Little Tiger and kissed it on the forehead. He ignored Man-Tiger's disgusted expression and turned into a ray of light as he left. When he left, Zichen clearly let out a carefree laugh. The peak rank 5 Man-Tiger was puzzled. He did not understand why the barbarian was so happy. After half a month of wrestling, he knew that the barbarian was using him to train. He clearly had the strength to kill him, but he did not make a move. Thus, Man-Tiger stealthily followed him. As for where Zichen was, Man-Tiger could find him even with his eyes closed. Of course, this did not mean that he knew where Zichen was hiding. It was just that Zichen had a special smell that he could smell. Man-Tiger walked for 7 to 8 miles before he found the barbarian in a low-lying area. When he saw the barbarian, Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with shock. This was because the barbarian's body was glowing and emitting a ferocious aura. Moreover, the glowing object in the barbarian's hand was extremely attractive to Man-Tiger. Man-Tiger laid on the ground and stared at the barbarian. Then, he saw the barbarian refining the balls of light that were extremely attractive to him. During this period of time, Man-Tiger had thought of killing the barbarian. However, as a peak rank 5 beast, he had a strong sense and knew that the barbarian was not someone to be trifled with. Even in this situation, he might not be able to kill the barbarian. Just like this, Zichen refined another 10 drops of ancient beast essence blood. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. He had reached the peak of rank 4 and could enter rank 5 at any time. Zichen opened his eyes and saw Man-Tiger. He had an unfriendly smile on his face. "Little Tiger, why are you looking at me like this? Are you trying to kill me?" Man-Tiger quickly retreated when he saw the unfriendly expression on the barbarian's face. He looked at the barbarian cautiously. But soon after, Man-Hu's vision blurred and the barbarian in front of him disappeared. Man-Hu felt that something was wrong and ran to the side. But at that moment, he felt a weight on his back. It was the barbarian who was sitting on his back. Roar! This kind of thing happened a few days ago. Every time, Man-Tiger's reaction would be very extreme. He would roar towards the sky and his roar would resound throughout the forest. "All right, I'm just sitting on your back. Is there a need for this?" Zichen said unhappily when he saw Man-Tiger trying to get him off. "I have a Longhu Sovereign's mount in the outside world. His bloodline is thousands of times stronger than yours. It's your fortune that I'm interested in you." Roar! Man-Tiger was furious when he heard this. He struggled even harder, and his rank 5 strength started to surge. He wanted to throw Zichen off his back. However, Zichen held on to Man-Tiger's neck and refused to get him off. Man-Tiger was helpless. After struggling for half an hour, Man-Tiger lost all his strength and laid on the ground. "What's wrong? You can't hold on anymore? Here's something for you." Zichen came down from Man-Tiger's back and took out an item. Man-Hu turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly widened, emitting boundless light. The item in Zichen's hand was the ancient beast essence blood. Man-Tiger's every move was under the observation of Zichen. If Man-Tiger dared to make a move, then he would be roasted meat right now. Man-Tiger looked at the drop of ancient beast essence blood, and then looked at Zichen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that the ancient beast essence blood was something good, but the barbarian still gave it to him. Chapter 787. A drop of ancient beast blood essence didn't bring much change to Man-Hu, but it wasn't completely useless. Judging from Man-Hu's expression when he digested the blood essence, the ancient beast blood essence should have helped him a lot. After giving Man-Hu some benefits, Zichen was able to sit on Man-Hu's back without any qualms. Man-Hu also wanted to get some benefits from Zichen. so he decided to let Zichen do whatever he wanted. Because of the drop of blood essence, the relationship between man and beast became much closer. Therefore, when Zichen was roasting meat at night, Man Hu would also come over when he smelled the aroma. It was worth mentioning that when Zichen roasted meat at night, no savage beast dared to monopolize it even when the flames were blazing. In the past 20 days or so, Zichen, who rarely killed, had subdued almost all the savage beasts in the vicinity. As the king of this area, Man Hu sat beside Zichen and enjoyed the food. Zichen was still roasting ancient beast meat. He still had a lot left in his purple gold gourd, so it would be hard to finish them all in a short time. He was happy to share with Man Hu. It was boring to cultivate alone, so it was good to have Man Hu as a companion. However, Man Hu wasn't just a friend, he was also a good training partner. In the pitch-black night, the flame flickered. A man and a tiger were eating barbecued meat. Zichen also took this opportunity to take out a small bottle of wine to drink. The barbarian Dragon Mountain range was extremely dangerous to the barbarians, but Zichen was passing by very leisurely. After eating and drinking, Zichen rubbed Man Hu's head and said, "Little tiger, how about following me in the future? When I leave, I'll bring you to the outside world to experience it." Man Hu raised his head and looked at Zichen. He was quite intelligent, so he naturally knew that Zichen wanted him to carry him. However, Man Hu also had a request. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded. "Haha, not bad. Reward." With a peak rank 5 Man Hu as a mount, Zichen was in a good mood. He took out a drop of ancient beast blood essence and gave it to Man Hu. Man Hu swallowed it with a face full of enjoyment. Suddenly, Zichen sensed a familiar aura between heaven and earth. Zichen turned his head, stood up, and looked into the distance. Man Tiger, who was lying on the ground, also stood up and followed Zichen's gaze. Apart from the darkness of the night, there was nothing else. He looked at the sky, then turned his head to look at Zichen. Man Tiger's eyes were filled with doubt. Zichen looked up at the sky, his expression constantly changing. After a long time, he murmured, "It's here. It's finally here." Just now, his spiritual thoughts had sensed a familiar aura. This aura originated from the laws of heaven and earth, from the seal of the laws. Clearly, another outsider had arrived here. Zichen could coexist peacefully with the barbarians in this world, but not with the outsiders. All outsiders were enemies. Zichen felt a strong sense of danger when the outsiders suddenly arrived. The aura of the seal of laws quickly disappeared, and Zichen's spiritual thoughts were unable to determine the direction. It was unrealistic for him to immediately go and kill the outsider. When Man Tiger regained his senses, he noticed that Zichen's gaze had turned hostile. Just as he was about to run away, Zichen pounced on him. Beside the fire, the man and beast began to wrestle. Even though it was night time, Zichen did not give up on cultivating. The arrival of the outsider made Zichen feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that the outsider had yet to grow and break all the seals to increase his strength as much as possible. For the next 5 days, although Zichen had made progress, it was not as obvious as before. He seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Moreover, because he was in a hurry, Zichen's increase in strength had slowed down. Zichen knew that it wasn't that his cultivation speed was slow, but that his mentality wasn't right. He was too anxious and hasty. In order to correct his mentality, Zichen gave up on cultivating and focused on refining high-grade primeval stones. Zichen finally calmed down after a day and a night. But when Zichen went to find Man Tiger the next day, he found that Man Tiger had disappeared. "He's not here! Where did he go?" Zichen was stunned when he saw that Man Tiger was not here. Without Man Hu, there would be no sparring partner. Moreover, in this region, Man Hu was the only powerful sparring partner. Since his sparring partner was not here today, Zichen could only look for another sparring partner. In this region, Man Hu was a good choice. Once he found Barbarian Bull, Zichen rushed towards Barbarian Bull and smashed him until Zichen exhausted all his strength and Barbarian Bull became dizzy from the smashing. When the sky turned dark, Zichen returned to Man-Tiger's place and barbecued meat while waiting for Man-Tiger to return. That night, Man-Tiger did not return and Zichen felt the law of nature once again. He had just adjusted his mood, but because of the law of nature, he became gloomy again. On the second day, Man-Tiger still did not return and the law of nature appeared again. On the third day, it was still the same. Zichen's expression became more and more unsightly. Could it be that staying at Man-Whose place was really bad luck, causing outsiders to come every day? Fortunately, Zichen did not feel the law of nature on the fourth night. On the fifth night, Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, heard a sound. When he opened his eyes, he saw Man-Tiger rolling down the mountain. Even though it was night, Zichen's eyesight was good, and he could see that Man-Tiger's body was covered in wounds. Those wounds looked like they were made by claws. They were very deep and blood was constantly flowing out. Moreover, there were a few fatal wounds on Man-Tiger's forehead. Man-Who seemed to have run all the way back. After rolling down the mountain peak, he stopped moving and breathed heavily. When Man-Tiger heard footsteps, he struggled to move his head. When he raised his head and saw Zichen, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Seeing Man-Tiger's injuries, Zichen frowned and asked, "Who injured you?" Man-Tiger growled and his aura became weak. Looking at the hundreds of wounds on Man-Tiger's body, Zichen's frown deepened. It seemed that a few blood-healing pills wouldn't be enough to heal such heavy injuries. Only a high-quality treasure pill would be able to heal him. Man-Tiger could be considered Zichen's friend and Zichen was never stingy with his friends. So Zichen took out a treasure pill and gave it to Man-Tiger. "Here, swallow it." The treasure pill emitted a dazzling light. After Lin Yun took it out, a rich vitality began to fill the air. Man-Whose eyes widened in surprise. "Swallow it quickly." Zichen took the treasure pill and placed it in Man-Tiger's mouth. When a human swallowed a treasure pill, it would melt in their mouth and Man-Tiger would naturally do the same. A rich vitality spread out from Man-Tiger's stomach and flowed through his body, healing his injuries. Under the naked eye, Man-Whose injuries were recovering at a visible rate, especially the few fatal wounds that were recovering at an even faster rate. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In less than 15 minutes, Man-Tiger's injuries had basically healed. However, Man-Tiger's body was too big and the treasure pill couldn't spread throughout his body. That was why there were still a few superficial wounds on his body. After that, Zichen took out a blood-healing pill and applied it on his wounds. The blood-healing pill was comparable to a small treasure pill and Man-Tiger's injuries were completely healed. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with gratitude as he was saved by Zichen from the brink of death. After that, Zichen asked Man-Who what had happened. He was so powerful that he had almost been killed. Man-Tiger stretched out his claws and gestured at Zichen, but Zichen didn't understand. So, Zichen guessed and Man-Tiger answered. "Was it a barbarian that injured you?" Zichen asked. Man-Tiger shook his head. Zichen naturally knew that Man-Tiger's injuries were not caused by a barbarian. He was just testing the waters. Then Zichen said, "It was a savage beast." Man-Tiger nodded. "A level 5 savage beast." Man-Tiger shook his head. "A level 6 savage beast." Man-Tiger nodded. Zichen's face changed when he guessed that it was a level 6 savage beast. He thought to himself, "Man, you even dared to provoke a level 6 savage beast." The next step was to guess what kind of savage beast it was. Zichen said, "It's a female savage tiger." Man-Tiger rolled his eyes. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. After that, Zichen started to guess between dogs, lions, wolves, cows, and other savage beasts. However, Man-Tiger rejected all of his guesses. Moreover, Man-Tiger gestured a lot. "Isn't a pack of barbarian wolves? If it's not a barbarian wolf, then is it a barbarian rat?" Man-Tiger shook his head and gestured. Zichen couldn't guess, so he said, "Could it be a barbarian monkey?" Man-Tiger nodded his head and his eyes lit up. Then, he bid Zichen's clothes and signaled Zichen to go with him. You provoked a group of monkeys and got beaten up by their king. Now you want me to help you get back at them? Zichen asked. Man-Tiger nodded his head, but he quickly shook his head and gestured at Zichen again. He stretched out his claws and drew a circle in the air. Then, he opened his mouth and tried to eat the circle. You want to eat a monkey's head and drink a monkey's brain? Zichen guessed again. Man-Tiger continued to disdain Huang Xiaolong and drew an even bigger circle to show that the monkey's head was this big. Zichen guessed that it was a small monkey, but Man-Tiger continued to shake his head. Suddenly Zichen's eyes lit up. Fruit, you're talking about a fruit, a monkey fruit. Man-Tiger nodded his head and signaled Zichen to follow. When he was in the outside world, Zichen knew that there was a tree called the monkey tree where the monkeys lived. There were monkey fruits on the monkey tree. These fruits were very useful in increasing one's yuanli, and were extremely rare. There was no heaven and earth spirit chi in this area, but it actually produced monkey fruits. This made Zichen very curious. Moreover, there was a level 6 monkey king overseeing this place. Since man who wanted to go there, it was obvious that the monkey fruits were extraordinary. Zichen didn't say anything and jumped on Man-Tiger's back. Man-Tiger quickly carried Zichen. They ran for hundreds of miles. Along the way, Zichen saw many traces of battle. There were also bloodstains left behind by Man-Tiger. It was obvious that Man-Tiger fought with the Monkey King. Of course, although it was called a battle, it was actually Man-Tiger running away and the Monkey King chasing after him. When the sun was about to rise, Man-Hu and Zichen arrived at the territory of the monkey race. But after arriving, Man-Hu became a lot more careful. Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual sense and discovered that there were many powerful beasts nearby. Chapter 788. Although Man-Hu was extremely careful, he didn't stop. Instead, he directly charged forward. It looked like he was going to directly charge into the monkeys and steal the monkey fruit. Stop, you idiot! Zichen grabbed Man-Hu's ear and sent a message to him. Zichen's voice sounded in Man-Hu's mind. Man-Hu was shocked and immediately stopped. Zichen spread out his spiritual senses and detected the other savage beasts in the surroundings. Excluding Man-Tiger, there were more than 5 savage beasts. Their current strength was unknown, but they were clearly not weaker than Man-Tiger. There are at least 5 savage beasts around here. If we go up recklessly, we will be attacked. Zichen warned Man-Hu again. Man-Tiger's emotions immediately became unstable. He was clearly enraged. Previously, he had almost died because he was the one who stuck his head out and was beaten up. Man-Hu lay down and hid. Zichen got down from Man-Hu's back and spread out his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. As Zichen's spiritual senses swept past, a concave land appeared in front of him. There was a huge mountain peak in the concave land. Just as Zichen's spiritual senses entered the concave land, he saw many monkeys. The barbarian monkeys were much bigger than the demon monkeys in the outside world. The fur on their bodies was a fiery red, like burning flames. The barbarian monkeys were very strong. Even the weakest ones were level 3 warriors. There were also countless level 4 and level 5 warriors. They belonged to a powerful tribe. When Zichen scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he guessed that there were at least 10 rank 5 barbarian monkeys. At first glance, the sunken ground was filled with monkeys. They were guarding a 100-meter-tall monkey tree in 3 layers. At this moment, on the monkey tree, there were many shining monkey fruits swaying in the wind. Zichen scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that there were 12 monkey fruits. Zichen was surprised because he guessed that there would only be 1 or 2 monkey fruits. Within 50 meters of the monkey tree, there was an open space. There was nothing here except for monkeys. Further away, there were ancient trees with lush branches and leaves. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw the lush branches and leaves shaking. There were also barbaric monkeys playing among them. Apart from that, there were also a few withered ancient trees. The number of barbaric monkeys here exceeded Zichen's expectations. What he had sensed with his spiritual senses was only a portion of them. At the bottom of the huge mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were caves that had been dug out with sharp claws. From time to time, the playful cries of barbaric monkeys could be heard, and there were even barbaric monkeys going in and out. Zichen retracted his spiritual sense. His expression was ugly because he had found at least 2 strange barbarian monkeys. They were probably rank 6 barbarian monkeys. And this was what they discovered from the outside. Zichen wasn't sure if there were any level 6 barbaric monkeys or stronger barbaric monkeys in the cave. Man-Hu looked at Zichen with hope, as if asking if he had any ideas. Zichen glared at Man-Hu and said, "Idiot, you were tricked by humans, no, by beasts. There are at least 2 rank 6 barbarian monkeys here. It was a miracle that you were able to escape alive last time." Man-Hu's eyes were filled with fear when he heard this. He quickly realized that after he left with one of the rank 6 barbarian monkeys, the other beasts attacked the barbarian monkeys, but they were all defeated. After the fear, Man-Hu's face was filled with doubt and hope. He hoped that Zichen could give him an idea. "You greedy bastard! Do you want the monkey fruit more than your life?" Zichen glared at Man-Hu again. He then lowered his head and thought about how to take the monkey fruit. It was obviously unrealistic for him to fly up and take the monkey fruit. Even if Zichen could fly, he would be torn to shreds by the barbarian monkeys when he landed on the monkey fruit tree. The only feasible method was to lure the barbarian monkeys away so that Zichen could take the monkey fruit. This method was called luring the tiger away from the mountain, but in this world, it was called luring the monkey away from the tree. With Man-Hu's help, this method was feasible, but he had to plan it carefully. Thus, Zichen released his spiritual senses and began to assign tasks to Man-Hu after checking the area. After coming up with a plan, Zichen said, "Lure the barbarian monkeys away, and I'll give you the monkey fruit. If you agree, nod your head." Man-Hu had no doubts about Zichen since he had saved his life, so he immediately nodded his head. "All right, then do as I say." Zichen quickly sent a transmission to Man-Hu until Man-Hu nodded repeatedly to indicate that he understood. Man-Hu's eyes were filled with pride and schadenfreude. He seemed to be very satisfied with Zichen's plan. Zichen patted Man-Hu's head and said, "Hurry up." After saying that, Man-Hu shot out like an arrow. He didn't have any intention of hiding. Moreover, as he moved, he caused sand and stones to fly around him. His roar echoed throughout the forest. When the roar rang out, the barbarian monkeys were startled. They clearly didn't expect Man-Hu to still be alive. Moreover, he dared to appear again in less than a day. Compared to the barbarian monkeys, the other hidden barbarian beasts were very excited. They were all thinking that the idiot had appeared again. This was good as it created another opportunity for them to attack. With Man-Hu taking the lead, the powerful barbarian beasts that had been hiding earlier intentionally hid themselves even deeper. Right now, they were waiting for Man-Hu to fail and be chased by the rank 6 barbarian monkeys. Man-Hu did indeed charge forward, but he didn't charge into the group of barbarian monkeys. Instead, he stood on top of the depression and coldly looked at the barbarian monkeys. When the barbarian monkeys saw Man-Hu, they became very excited and started to squeak. Some of them even picked up some stones and threw them at Man-Hu. Although they were excited, they didn't immediately charge forward to fight Man-Hu. Man-Hu also didn't charge down. He just stood on top of the depression and paced back and forth. His cold eyes moved away from the barbarian monkeys. When he saw the monkey fruits, a greedy expression appeared on his face. Man-Hu stared at the monkey fruit without the slightest scruple as he walked. This caused the barbarian monkeys to be extremely dissatisfied. Immediately, they threw a hail of stones at Man-Hu. Roar! Man-Tiger suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the forest. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. Most of the rocks that came whistling through the air were blown away by the shockwave, while a small portion of them were deflected by the shockwave and landed on Man-Tiger's body without harming him at all. The rank 4 and rank 4 barbarian monkeys were the only ones who were excited. The rank 5 barbarian monkeys didn't move at all. As for the rank 6 barbarian monkeys, they were shocked. They didn't understand how man who could recover from such a heavy injury in one night. Roar! After the first roar, man who let out another heaven-shaking roar. The king's aura around him was filled with provocation. He arrogantly walked around as if he was patrolling his territory. However, the greed in his eyes when he looked at the monkey fruit revealed that this was not his territory. Man who didn't stupidly charge at the barbarian monkeys. This made the other hidden barbarian beasts very unhappy. At this moment, they all wanted to kick Man Who's butt. Man Who's provocation finally angered the barbarian monkeys. Seeing that their stone attacks were ineffective, some of the restless barbarian monkeys jumped up from the treetops and attacked Man Who with their claws. Before the rank 5 and rank 6 barbarian monkeys attacked, the rank 4 barbarian monkeys attacked first. Because they were weaker than Man Who, there were a lot of rank 4 barbarian monkeys. Next, it was time for Man Who, the king of the forest, to show his might. He had a huge body, but he was very agile. When he saw the group of monkeys rushing over, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes, and he began to attack. Its sharp claws and tail were all weapons of attack. As it moved nimbly, a barbaric monkey that was flying over was struck by its sharp claws. With a ping sound, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, the rank 4 barbarian monkey was sent flying and smashed into a monkey tree in the distance. At the same time, Man Whose tail hit the second barbarian monkey. In the next moment, the second rank 4 barbarian monkey was sent flying. According to Zichen's instructions, Man Who only injured the barbarian monkeys but didn't kill them. Although this wouldn't enrage the barbarian monkeys, it would ensure Man Who's safety. Just like that, after the first wave of barbarian monkeys were sent flying, the rest of the barbarian monkeys were enraged. This time, a rank 5 barbarian monkey directly charged at Man Who. As expected, Man Who would fight fiercely with the rank 5 barbarian monkey. Moreover, he wouldn't hold back. As the true king of the forest, Man Whose battle strength was still very strong. In just a few moves, he heavily injured the rank 5 barbarian monkey. Soon after, more than half of the barbarian monkeys were heavily injured. Although they didn't kill the barbarian monkeys, the heavily injured barbarian monkeys had completely enraged them. Especially when the heavily injured barbarian monkeys let out mournful cries, the barbarian monkeys became even more restless. Whoosh! 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 The bright sky suddenly darkened, and a fiery red color appeared in the sky. It was as if the fiery clouds were pressing down. This time, there were hundreds of barbarian monkeys flying over. Seeing the densely packed barbarian monkeys, a trace of fear appeared in Man Whose eyes. After letting out a symbolic roar, he turned around and ran away. Among the hundreds of barbarian monkeys, there were only 4 or 5 rank 5 barbarian monkeys. This kind of efficiency made the other barbarian beasts extremely dissatisfied. Compared to yesterday, Man Who was a lot more terrified. Just when they were feeling disdainful, they suddenly realized that Man Who didn't run on the same route as yesterday. Instead, he ran on a different route. Just when the other barbarian beasts were confused, the barbarian beast on this route felt that something was wrong. However, it didn't immediately panic and continued to hide. In its line of sight, Man Who was running straight for it. However, when he was a few dozen meters away, Man Who suddenly jumped up. Chapter 789. Following Zichen's instructions, Man Tiger stepped on the head of the hidden savage beast and used the momentum to leap away. The savage beast was originally hiding in the ground, but when Man Who stepped on it, it subconsciously exerted its strength. As a result, Man Who used the momentum to jump away, while the savage beast jumped up from the ground due to overexertion of its strength. This was a gigantic pangolin that was 7 to 8 meters long. Its body was covered in black scales that flickered with a black light. When it leaped up, it was just in time to meet the numerous charging barbaric monkeys. Its figure was instantly drowned by the barbaric monkeys. After the pangolin was engulfed by the barbarian monkeys, the barbarian monkeys used their claws and mouths to bite and tear at the pangolin. The pangolin felt the pain and began to slaughter the barbarian monkeys. The barbarian monkeys' screams before they died caused the barbarian monkeys to become even more chaotic. At the same time, another group of barbarian monkeys was sent out to help. Due to the pangolin's help and the pangolin's massacre, there weren't many barbarian monkeys left chasing after Man-Tiger. Most of the barbarian monkeys had gone back to help. Hence, Man-Tiger turned around and returned. On the way back, Man-Tiger encountered the second group of barbarian monkeys. Both sides didn't say anything and immediately attacked. After injuring a few more barbarian monkeys and attracting enough aggro, Man-Tiger continued to run. While he was running, the second group of barbarian monkeys chased after him. Such a scene made the hearts of the other savage beasts blossom with joy. The situation finally became a little chaotic. Man-Tiger changed his escape route again. At this moment, Zichen's spiritual senses were spread out, and he was remotely controlling Man-Tiger. 3 meters to the left. Jump 50 meters and use your claws to attack the green branch. Jump! Under the command of his spiritual senses, Man-Hu jumped up. This jump was exactly 50 meters long. After jumping up, Man-Hu followed Zichen's instructions and ruthlessly struck the green tree branch. According to Man-Hu's original estimation, this attack should at least be able to break the tree branch. However, when this powerful attack landed on the tree branch, not only did it fail to break the tree branch, but it also caused Man-Hu to be shaken. Just as it was extremely puzzled, it saw the entire tree branch suddenly tremble from the corner of its eye. Then, the tree branch bent and fell to the ground. Before Man-Tiger landed on the ground, he heard a loud bang. When he turned his head, he saw a green python that was dozens of meters long raising its head. The python's cold gaze fell on Man-Tiger as if it was calculating how to swallow him whole. But before that, it had to deal with those barbaric monkeys that were swarming over. When the python was surrounded by the monkeys, Man-Hu did the same thing and lured the monkeys away from the tree, luring the 6 hidden beasts out. The blood-curdling screams of the barbaric monkeys resounded continuously in this area. A total of 7 level 5 peak barbaric beasts had appeared. This area was already in chaos. The 2 rank 6 barbarian monkeys were already on the move, charging towards the 7 barbarian beasts. Because Barbarian Tiger didn't kill the barbarian monkeys earlier, the barbarian monkeys that went to fight him were only injured but not killed. This resulted in not many barbarian monkeys attacking him, and the rank 6 barbarian monkeys also didn't attack him. You just need to run and fight. Zichen gave Man-Tiger one last order. Then, he withdrew his spiritual sense and concealed himself as he approached the monkey tree. He had already left the 7 waves of monkeys, but there were still many barbarian monkeys on the monkey tree. In addition, with Zichen's powerful spiritual sense, he could sense that there were still barbarian monkeys hiding in the ancient trees in the distance. There were countless barbarian monkeys here, and they were the kings of this area when they were in groups. After finding the best place to attack, Zichen didn't immediately rush over. As a knowledgeable and intelligent human with a powerful spiritual sense, Zichen naturally wouldn't be the one to take the lead. Moreover, his shrewdness wouldn't be lower than the barbarian beasts. Zichen only asked Man-Tiger to dig out the 6 hidden barbarian beasts, and didn't touch the rest. He was waiting for this moment. Sure enough, when the barbarian monkeys and the barbarian beasts were in a deadlock, a pitch-black figure moved. After it appeared from its hiding place, it shot towards the monkey tree like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that even Zichen's face was slightly astonished. However, its fate was sealed. Just as it rushed into the depression and reached the side of the monkey tree, many barbarian monkeys rushed towards it. The barbarian monkeys were like a large ball of flames that directly drowned it. Then, there were roars and screams. After 3 breaths, the black figure broke free from the barbarian monkey's attacks and jumped up, viciously biting the monkey fruit. This was a black leopard at the peak of the 5th level. Its eyes were filled with desire for the monkey fruit. When it reached the monkey fruit and was about to swallow it, it suddenly felt a darkness above its head. Just as the black leopard raised its eyes, it saw a huge footprint descend from the sky and ruthlessly cover its nose. Bang! With a loud thud, the black leopard was kicked to the ground. Then, a large 6th-level barbarian monkey fell from the sky. Seeing that another 6th-level barbarian monkey had appeared, the black leopard's eyes were filled with fear. After it let out a painful roar, it turned into a ray of black light and quickly fled into the distance. During this time, a total of 6 barbarian monkeys had died under the black leopard's mouth. Naturally, the other barbarian monkeys wouldn't let it go and quickly rushed towards it. On the escaping black leopard there were still a few barbarian monkeys hanging on its body. Their sharp claws and teeth had already pierced through the black leopard's body. Next to the monkey tree, a 6th-level barbarian monkey appeared. However, such a strong existence couldn't deter the hidden barbarian beasts. There was only one chance to create such chaos, so it had to be seized. After the black leopard escaped, Zichen sensed with his spiritual thoughts that 3 barbarian beasts were trying to approach the monkey tree. Moreover, these 3 barbarian beasts were rodents that hid underground and were good at burrowing. In addition, a 5th-level barbarian wolf appeared in the distance. It was a 5th-level barbarian wolf that rushed over after hearing the barbarian monkey's scream. However, it was undoubtedly the most prepared barbarian beasts. This was because there were hundreds of smaller barbarian wolves following behind the barbarian wolf. When Zichen saw the barbarian wolf with so many barbarian wolves, he immediately felt that the barbarian wolf was too weak. The barbarian wolf with so many barbarian wolves was the king of the show. The leader of the barbarian wolves deliberately avoided the battlefield and led the pack of barbarian wolves towards the monkey fruit. When the barbarian wolves moved together, the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses could be heard. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. With his spiritual thoughts, he was like a general overseeing the battlefield, commanding thousands of soldiers and horses to attack the enemy's position. When the enemy's position was defeated, it would be time for him to move out. When the earth started to tremble, the 3 barbarian rats had already approached the monkey tree from 3 different directions. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 mice soared into the sky and headed straight for the monkey fruit on the tree. During this time, the 6th-level barbarian monkey was furious. It slapped one of the barbarian rats, but it was unable to block the other 2. The 6th-level barbarian monkey didn't have time to attack again. However, in the next moment, many barbarian monkeys attacked the 2 barbarian rats. The barbarian rats couldn't fly, so they were only borrowing force to fly. Under the attacks of the barbarian monkeys would naturally lose their momentum. In that split second, the 6th-level barbarian monkey seized the opportunity and slapped the 2 barbarian rats to the ground. The 3 barbarian rats fell to the ground, but they were unwilling to give up. They wanted to attack the monkey fruit again, but in the next moment, a group of barbarian monkeys rushed out from the cave and attacked the 3 barbarian rats. More and more barbarian monkeys appeared, causing the barbarian rats to feel a lot of pressure. They could only continuously retreat. At this moment, the trembling of the earth became louder and louder. The barbarian wolves had already rushed over with their little brothers. There were many of them, so they directly attacked the barbarian monkeys. The barbarian monkeys were also very direct. After the appearance of the 3 barbarian rats, the number of barbarian monkeys rushing out from the mountain didn't stop. Moreover, there were even more barbarian monkeys rushing out from the ancient tree in the distance. There were so many barbarian monkeys that even Zichen was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many barbarian beasts eyeing the monkey fruit, Zichen wouldn't even have the extravagant hope of obtaining the monkey fruit. However, with so many barbarian monkeys, Zichen still had a chance to succeed after a slight calculation. The appearance of the barbarian wolves surprised Zichen, but the more chaotic the situation was, the more likely it was for Zichen to succeed. A group of barbarian wolves had just rushed into the depression when they were blocked. Soon after, the depression turned into a battlefield. In other places, the other barbarian beasts were also rushing over, even if they were injured. Chaos. Everything was in chaos. Utter chaos. However, Zichen still didn't move. A strand of his spiritual sense was locked onto a spot 30 meters to his right. There was another fellow that was extremely proficient in burrowing into the ground. This was also a pangolin. Not only was its concealment technique brilliant, but it was also larger and stronger. Zichen had decided to leave it behind and let it lead him closer to the ground. Sure enough, when the situation was in complete chaos, the pangolin moved. It burrowed into the ground and began to approach the monkey tree. Because Zichen's spiritual sense was spread throughout the entire area, when Zichen prepared to follow the pangolin, he discovered an extremely strange scene. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed out from the mountain peak, but there were also more barbarian monkeys that returned to the mountain peak. These barbarian monkeys were mostly exhausted from the previous battle. They quickly rushed into the mountain peak, but not long after, they rushed out again. When they went in, they were almost exhausted, but when they came out, they were full of energy, as if they had eaten a vigorous pill. Moreover, under the careful observation of Zichen's spiritual sense, he discovered that there was some green liquid left at the corners of the barbarian monkeys' mouths. There were also many barbarian monkeys that were licking the liquid with their tongues. As the barbarian monkeys entered and exited, the depression emitted a faint fragrance. As this fragrance spread, Zichen's face clearly showed a strange expression. "This is the fragrance of wine. Could it be monkey wine?" The barbarian monkeys here also know how to make wine. The monkey wine in the outside world had a special effect. What would the monkey wine here do? It seemed that the barbarian monkeys had already demonstrated to Zichen that it could increase or restore strength. Chapter 790. After discovering the monkey wine and guessing its effects, Zichen's eyes lit up even more. Obviously, both the monkey fruit and the monkey wine were good things. The former could help increase his strength, while the latter would be of great help to his future journey on the ancient road. This discovery caused Zichen to pause for a moment. During this pause, the giant pangolin had already entered the hollow. The pangolin appeared from the hollow, but it didn't appear directly next to the monkey tree like the other savage beasts. Instead, it appeared 50 meters away from the monkey tree, next to a withered tree. Originally, there were barbaric monkeys on the ancient trees behind the withered tree. Because the battle was too intense and there were too many savage beasts, these barbaric monkeys all rushed to the hollow to help out. After the pangolin appeared, it was unexpectedly not discovered by the barbaric monkeys. After it poked its head out, it once again hid underground, then opened a hole in the ground and approached the monkey tree. Under the monkey tree, there were barbaric monkeys guarding it. The level 6 barbaric monkeys were fighting in front of it. The pangolin appeared again on the other side of the monkey tree, which was 20 meters away, behind a group of barbaric monkeys. The pangolin poked its head out, but the barbaric monkeys still didn't discover it. Its eyes were clearly filled with joy, and it was thinking about how to steal the monkey fruit. After Zichen suppressed all of his aura, he followed the pangolin. The place he appeared was where the pangolin had poked its head out earlier. Zichen appeared in a flash, using the withered tree as cover. At this moment, he was only 50 meters away from the monkey tree. If he used his extreme speed, he could instantly reach the tree. He wouldn't dare to say that he could pluck all of the monkey fruit, but plucking 2 or 3 wouldn't be a problem at all. Zichen's expression changed, and he prepared to use his extreme speed to move before the pangolin made its move. Suddenly, Zichen's powerful senses detected a heart-palpitating aura. This aura made Zichen clearly feel danger, and it was a life-threatening one. Zichen tightly leaned against the ancient tree and restrained all of his aura. At this moment, there were already 3 level 6 barbaric monkeys within the group of barbaric monkeys. However, these 3 barbaric monkeys were about the same in terms of size and strength. If all 3 of them were kings, then it would go against the common sense of there being only one king in a group. Thinking of this, Zichen's face was covered in cold sweat. If these 3 barbaric monkeys were not kings, then it was obvious that the king of the barbaric monkeys had yet to appear. Moreover, Zichen had a feeling that he had been tricked. The Monkey King had yet to appear, and this made Zichen wonder if the Monkey King was waiting for all the savage beasts to appear so that he could capture them all in one fell swoop. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. This guess was not groundless. At this moment, the barbarian monkeys did not have the upper hand. They were dying one after another, but the barbarian Monkey King still did not appear. Don't try to get close to this place. Stay as far away as possible. If you feel that something is wrong, run away immediately. Zichen's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly sent a message to Man Hu. Hearing Zichen's message, Man Hu, who had followed the other savage beasts to attack the monkey fruit tree, also silently retreated. From the looks of it, he was forced to retreat by the barbaric monkeys. With this discovery, Zichen immediately felt as if there was a sharp edge on his back. It was as if his every move was being monitored. Previously, he thought that he was the general who controlled the entire situation, but now, he felt that he was just a clown who had been played. The pangolin was very shrewd. It had yet to attack and was still waiting. However, in Zichen's eyes, the pangolin was just a clown who had been played like him. Zichen's figure was currently blocked by the ancient tree, so no barbarian monkey had discovered him. His body was tightly pressed against the ancient tree. Although he felt that he was being watched, this was Zichen's guess after all. Even if there was a sliver of a chance, Zichen would still hide. The chaos continued, and the ground shook. The entire area was shaking, but Zichen, who was close to him, could hear the faint sound of flowing liquid. Why is there such a sound? Zichen was extremely puzzled. He was prepared to listen, but he didn't hear anything. Zichen, who didn't hear anything, suddenly looked at the ancient tree that he was close to. A strange expression appeared on his face. After that, Zichen placed his ear on the ancient tree and heard the sound of flowing liquid again. Because this sound came from the ancient tree, it was very soft. If one didn't place their ear on it, they wouldn't be able to hear it. However, why would there be liquid in the ancient tree? Zichen didn't even think about it and blurted out the answer. Monkey wine, monkey wine. It seemed that there was only one explanation for the liquid in the ancient tree. Moreover, Zichen's spiritual sense spread out and discovered that there were a total of 8 of these withered trees. In the monkey tribe's territory, there were 8 withered trees. This didn't make sense. Previously, Zichen only found it strange and didn't question it. However, after hearing the sound of flowing liquid, he understood. The barbaric monkeys must have hollowed out the ancient tree and placed all the ingredients for the monkey wine inside. Then, they sealed the hole and waited for the monkey wine to ferment. If it's really the monkey wine, then I've struck gold. Zichen's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited, and his mood seemed to have improved. Zichen felt that the spying in the dark had disappeared. Although the battlefield was chaotic, if Zichen brazenly took the monkey wine, he would naturally be discovered. Therefore, after looking around, he once again dived into the ground. After that, Zichen began to travel underground. His digging skills were naturally not as good as the pangolin's, but he still knew how to do it. Moreover, he was currently near the withered tree. He just needed to move forward a little more. Zichen dived into the vicinity of the tree roots. After finding a slightly thick tree root, he pointed at the tree root. Yuan energy appeared between Zichen's fingers and the hard tree root was pierced through like tofu. Then, Zichen felt a liquid come into contact with his fingers. Using his spiritual sense to explore the liquid, Zichen found that it was indeed green monkey wine. Moreover, it was an entire tree hole. It really is the monkey wine. Zichen's eyes lit up and he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Then, he pointed at the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, a psychedelic light rushed out from between Zichen's eyebrows and enveloped the finger hole in front of him. After Zichen removed his finger, the monkey wine in the finger hole flowed into the psychedelic light and then into the purple gold gourd space. Because the finger hole was too small, the speed of absorption was too slow. Therefore, a finger glow appeared between Zichen's fingers again, and he suddenly slashed at the huge tree root. In the next moment, a bowl-sized hole appeared and the monkey wine began to gush out. The monkey wine continued to flow out. During this period, there would be a sound. Zichen was afraid that the fighting monkeys would hear it, so he quickly released his yuan energy and enveloped the monkey wine. He was afraid that the sound would leak out. The battle outside was still ongoing. The pangolin had yet to find a suitable opportunity to attack. However, during this period of time, it once again advanced a few meters. It must be mentioned that because this place had become incomparably chaotic, more savage beasts rushed over from afar after hearing the commotion and joined the battle. Zichen did not calculate how much monkey wine there was in the tree hole. However, if it were to be stored in a large vat in the human world, it should be able to hold a large vat. After collecting all the monkey wine, Zichen spent a total of 7 to 8 minutes. After collecting all the monkey wine, Zichen stuck his head out and released his spiritual sense again. The Monkey King had yet to appear, but there were more and more savage beasts. Other than the peak level 5 savage beasts, there were also many level 5 savage beasts. This was truly a chaotic battle. Collecting the monkey wine was a serious matter. Zichen did not care about the barbarian tiger. He continued to slowly dig a hole and approached the second tree hole. One must know that there were a total of 8 withered trees here. Just as Zichen reached the bottom of the second ancient tree, a level 6 barbarian monkey rushed out from the mountain peak where the barbarian monkeys were continuously running out. This level 6 barbarian monkey was slightly stronger than the previous 3, but it was definitely not the Monkey King. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the 3 rodent species and beat them until they screamed. However, the Monkey King did not run away. During this period of time, many savage beasts were continuously trying to attack the monkey tree. Moreover, several level 5 savage beasts had already died in battle. As for the barbarian wolf, it had led a group of underlings, but more than 100 of them had died. Pff. Zichen opened the second tree hole. The monkey wine flowed out from the hole. A psychedelic light enveloped it as he began to collect the monkey wine. At this moment, the battle above was extremely intense. However, Zichen was leisurely collecting the monkey wine below. The monkey wine could instantly recover one's strength. It had the same effect as the liquefied yuan liquid. Even if he could not obtain the monkey fruit today, just the monkey wine from these 2 trees was enough to make Zichen excited. This time, Zichen opened a bigger hole and the monkey wine flowed out faster. In less than 5 minutes, the second tree hole was finished. Zichen did not care about the battle above. Moreover, he was almost certain that this was a trap set by the Monkey King. As for the goal, it should be to catch all the people who were eyeing the monkey fruit today. Moreover, Zichen guessed that if he did not let the barbarian tiger lure the Monkey King, these barbarian monkeys would have taken the initiative to attack and cause chaos. Pff. Zichen went to the third tree hole and easily pierced it with his finger. However, this time, Zichen did not find the monkey wine. This tree hole was empty. Nothing. Zichen was startled. However, after thinking for a while, he understood. This thing was brewed by the Monkey King. If it was not there, then it must have been drunk. Therefore, he went to the fourth tree. However, Zichen still did not find anything. There are 8 of them. I don't believe that all of them are gone. Zichen did not believe it, and moved towards the 5th tree root. Pff. Following his finger, Zichen felt the monkey wine again. His face lit up and he quickly collected the monkey wine. In the chaotic battle outside there were more than 40 level 5 savage beasts gathered here. Among them, there were more than 10 level 5 savage beasts that were just 1 step away from level 6. Moreover, the entire battlefield had become extremely chaotic. The barbarian monkeys were no match for the Monkey King. At this moment, almost all of the barbarian monkeys had joined the battle. The pangolin, who had been holding back all this time, finally made up its mind. After it silently appeared from the ground, it suddenly leaped up and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the empty tree where there were only monkey fruits. Chapter 791. The monkey fruit was already at its mouth and could be swallowed in the next moment. Once it escaped and refined the monkey fruit, it would be able to step into level 6. The pangolin's eyes were already filled with pride and excitement. Boom! But at this moment, a sudden explosion was heard. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew the monkey fruit away. Seeing the monkey fruit that was about to enter its mouth being blown away, the pangolin was furious. However, it still borrowed the force and opened its mouth again. But this time, the pangolin did not close its mouth. A huge footprint fell from the sky and stepped on the pangolin's head. Then, the pangolin felt a huge force coming from the top of its head. Then, the huge foot stepped on it, and it fell to the ground. Bang! After landing, another explosion was heard. The pangolin's head was crushed by the foot. Its huge body struggled a few times before it stopped moving. Dead. A level 5 pinnacle pangolin was stomped to death just like that. The entire battlefield also paused for a moment because of this loud sound, because of this magnificent move that annihilated the enemy. All the foreign savage beasts looked at the owner of the foot that stomped the pangolin to death. It was a tall barbaric monkey. The red fur on its body was extremely pure, without any impurities. Its eyes were not black like a normal barbaric monkey's, but crimson red like flames. Its body was emitting a tyrannical aura that far surpassed any other savage beast. When all the savage beasts felt this aura, their bodies could not help but tremble. Level 7, it was actually level 7. The barbaric monkey king had finally appeared. And it was level 7. It stomped a level 5 pinnacle pangolin to death. The barbaric monkey king's cold eyes swept across the rest of the savage beasts. Its crimson eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although it had just broken through, level 7 was still level 7. It was extremely powerful. After the barbaric monkey king appeared, 3 level 6 barbaric monkeys walked out from the mountain. When these 3 barbaric monkeys appeared, they did not hide the murderous intent in their eyes. The level 5 pinnacle savage beast's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, they finally realized that they had been tricked. The barbarian monkey king did not die. It had broken through, and all of its previous weakness was a facade that it had deliberately created for them to see. They had been thinking about the monkey fruit for a long time. In the past, when the barbarian monkey king was at the peak of level 6, they did not dare to make a move. However, in the last battle, the barbarian monkey king had suffered heavy injuries and was on the verge of death. After observing it for a year, they concluded that the barbarian monkey king was dead. Only then did they remember the monkey fruit. But not only did he not die, he even made a breakthrough. With the appearance of the barbarian monkey king and 7 level 6 barbarian monkeys, this battle was obviously impossible to continue. Thus, the group of barbarian beasts started to madly flee. Protecting their lives was the most important thing right now. The barbarian monkey king had calculated everything for the sake of exterminating all of them. How could it possibly let them escape? It jumped several tens of meters high and several hundred meters away. Then, with a stomp of its large foot, the large python that had many scars all over its body was trampled to death by the barbarian monkey king. This was a ferocious and brutal fellow. He actually used his feet to fight, and he would trample one to death with each jump. After trampling the large python to death, the barbarian monkey king jumped towards the barbarian wolf king and stomped down on its head, crushing it. The group of barbarian beasts started to flee in fear, but all of the barbarian monkeys started to cheer and squeak, expressing the excitement in their hearts. Before Zichin could finish collecting the monkey wine in the 5th tree hole, a loud rumbling sound came from the ground. After this rumbling sound, the ground sank into silence, and the previous frequent tremors disappeared. Zichen's expression changed. He guessed that the barbarian monkey king had appeared, so he prepared to flee. However, in accordance with the principle of not wasting, Zichen decided to release all of the monkey wine before leaving. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to seal this place, and the monkey wine would be wasted. Soon after, Zichen heard the rumbling sound again. This rumbling sound was accompanied by mournful screams, and at the same time, a group of barbarian monkeys were cheering. "This is the barbarian monkey king's massacre. It seems that the barbarian monkey king is very strong. I have to leave as soon as possible." Zichen's expression became extremely serious. Soon after, he heard the barbarian tiger's roar. This roar was warning Zichen to run for his life. Zichen smashed the tree root with a punch, and the monkey wine flowed out crazily. Soon, all of the monkey wine was collected. After that, Zichen went back the way he came. However, when he reached the first tree hole, he released his spiritual sense. After releasing his spiritual sense, Zichen saw the tragic death of the pangolin and its fatal wound. He had a better understanding of the barbarian monkey king's battle strength. He continued to spread his spiritual sense, and found the empty monkey tree and the 12 shining monkey fruits. At this moment, a group of barbarian monkeys were under the monkey tree, looking up at the barbarian monkey king's massacre. After the barbarian monkey king stomped down one by one, the number of level 5 barbarian beasts was obviously reduced. Opportunity! This is an opportunity! The attention of the barbarian monkeys was focused on the barbarian monkey king, so they didn't notice the monkey fruits. This was an opportunity for Zichen. Without any hesitation, Zichen decided to seize this opportunity. In his abdomen, elemental energy began to surge and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. In a flash of light, Zichen spread his wings and arrived at the top of the monkey tree. His speed was comparable to teleportation. At this moment, Zichen's entire body was glowing. The elemental energy surging around his body would naturally expose him in an instant. However, he didn't care because he had already arrived at the monkey tree and beside the monkey fruits. The next step was naturally to pluck the fruits. The only thing left was to see how many Zichen could pluck in a short period of time. With lightning speed, Zichen plucked a monkey fruit and put it away. Then, he went to pluck the second one. Just as his hand reached for the second monkey fruit, the barbarian monkeys below noticed him. Suddenly seeing a winged barbarian, the barbarian monkeys were startled. While they were still in shock, Zichen plucked the second monkey fruit. Squeak squeak! Squeak squeak! Seeing the monkey fruit being plucked, the barbarian monkeys began to cry out in alarm. Their voices were filled with panic and anger. Then, the barbarian monkeys leaped up and rushed towards Zichen. Boom! The elemental energy around Zichen's body surged, forming a wave of elemental energy that spread out in all directions. The barbarian monkeys that were rushing towards Zichen were instantly sent flying by this wave of energy. During this time, Zichen plucked the third monkey fruit. The barbarian monkeys' panicked cries attracted the attention of the other barbarian monkeys. After turning around, their gazes landed on Zichen almost immediately. This was because the light surrounding Zichen's body was too dazzling. It was dazzling and piercing to the eyes. The level 6 barbarian monkeys and level 5 barbarian monkeys rushed towards Zichen with extreme speed. When the barbarian king, who had just trampled a level 5 pinnacle barbarian monkey to death, saw Zichen, its scarlet eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Especially when it saw that Zichen had already plucked the third monkey fruit, it immediately abandoned the other barbarian beasts, and leaped towards Zichen with extreme speed. This leap was a few hundred meters high and a few hundred meters away. In just a few leaps, it would be able to reach Zichen. The elemental energy in Zichen's body continued to surge. After repelling the second wave of barbarian monkeys, he plucked the fourth monkey fruit. After putting away the fourth monkey fruit, Zichen began to flee. Swoosh! What Zichen displayed was his extreme speed. Moreover, it was a speed enhanced by the heavenly lightning wings. The group of barbarian monkeys leaped up and launched attacks, but all of them were dodged by Zichen. After that, Zichen soared into the air and flew away. This scene was naturally seen by the other barbarian beasts and barbarian monkeys. When they saw a barbarian that could fly, their eyes were filled with astonishment. However, their speed did not decrease at all. Naturally, Barbarian Tiger saw Zichen and also saw Zichen plucking the monkey fruit. It was so excited that it could not control itself. It could only let out a tiger's roar towards the sky to express its excitement. However, the tiger's roar was only halfway through when it suddenly stopped. Zichen, who was relying on his extreme speed to escape, was suddenly stopped in midair. The thing that stopped Zichen was a large foot. It was the barbarian king's foot. This foot did not kick Zichen's head. Instead, it kicked Zichen's chest. Zichen had used his elemental energy to form a protective barrier, but it was instantly shattered by this attack. Moreover, a huge force rushed into Zichen's body, causing his bones to emit cracking sounds. This was caused by the excessive force. Fortunately, Zichen's perfect body was strong enough and his bones were strong enough to block this terrifying attack. However, the force of the blow was so strong that Zichen's body flew backward and smashed into the ground. Even a peak level 5 barbarian beast was killed by the barbarian king's attack. The barbarian beast did not think that a barbarian could survive, even if he could fly. However, in the next moment, the barbarian king, who was smashed into the ground, flapped his wings again and soared into the sky. The barbarian king did not die. All the barbarian beasts, including the barbarian monkeys, widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. However, the barbarian king seemed to have expected this. After it landed on the ground, it charged towards Zichen again. Still coming? A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The heavenly thunder wings on his back flashed again. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning, twisting and turning in the air as he dodged. Zichen could fly, but the barbarian king could only jump. The reason why the barbarian king was able to hit Zichen was because Zichen had been dodging the attacks of the other powerful barbarian monkeys and was not prepared. Now that Zichen was prepared, it was impossible for the barbarian king to hit him. While in the air, the barbarian king borrowed the force of the barbarian king's attack twice, but failed to hit Zichen. Under the influence of gravity, the barbarian king's body began to fall to the ground. Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to kick the barbarian king. Of course, Zichen did not use his true body to kick the barbarian king. Instead, he used his elemental energy to create a jumbo footprint. This jumbo footprint directly landed on the barbarian king's head. The barbarian king tumbled a few times before landing on the ground. Although it did not cause much damage to the barbarian king, it still made it look extremely miserable. Goodbye. Zichen's face was filled with unconcealable pride. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The barbarian king was extremely unwilling to give up. It kept jumping and chasing after Zichen. However, not to mention that it was only a level 7 beast, even a level 9 beast would not be able to catch up to Zichen, who could fly. After flying for 1,000 meters, Zichen suddenly descended from the sky. Just when the barbarian king's face was filled with joy, thinking that the barbarian king would not be able to fly for a long time, it saw the barbarian king grab a barbarian tiger and fly up again. Moreover, the barbarian king's speed did not decrease in the slightest as he flew into the distance. Chapter 792. Man who was being carried by Zichen as they flew at top speed. The sound of the wind whistling through the air made Man Who feel great. The only problem was that the Monkey King was still chasing after them, and his wounds were bleeding profusely. Is there a need for that? Didn't I just take a few monkey fruits? You still have a lot of them. Zichen couldn't help but roll his eyes. His face was extremely pale as he had consumed a lot of energy. This was mainly because his yuanli and spiritual sense had not been completely unsealed. If they were completely unsealed, Zichen wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He would even be able to enter the barbarian monkey's territory and harvest the monkey fruits. But now that the seal had not been broken, Zichen could only flee in the face of a level 7 Monkey King. The Monkey King was chasing after them relentlessly, and it was determined to kill Zichen and Man Who. This made Zichen extremely unhappy. If this continued, the one who would suffer would definitely be Zichen. Therefore, Zichen no longer cared about his energy consumption and displayed his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was already far away like a bolt of lightning. After crossing over 100 miles, he left the Monkey King in the dust. Zichen didn't dare to stop when the Monkey King was nowhere to be seen. He flew for another 100 miles before putting down Man Who. After putting down Man Who, Zichen fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and Man Who wasn't any better. There were many injuries on his body, and although they weren't fatal, they weren't light. Zichen felt a throbbing pain in his chest. It seemed like a few of his ribs were broken. Furthermore, he had consumed a lot of his yuanli and spiritual sense. After Zichen fell to the ground, he quickly swallowed a blood recovery pill and used his spiritual sense to circulate the blood recovery pill's vitality towards his chest. A cool feeling spread from Zichen's chest. Zichen's injuries were quickly recovering, but the elemental force and spiritual sense that he had consumed earlier were slowly recovering. Let's go and find a secret place. After their injuries were healed, the two of them went to find a safe place. 2 days later, Zichen had fully recovered his yuan qi and spiritual will. As for Man Who's injuries, they were mostly healed and there wasn't much of a problem. 2 days passed, but the Monkey King didn't chase after him. It should have given up. Zichen and Man Who were safe. Man Who looked at Zichen expectantly, waiting for Zichen to take out the monkey fruit. Zichen didn't beat around the bush. He took out a monkey fruit and asked, "Can you break through with one?" Man Who nodded as his eyes lit up. Zichen gave Man Who a monkey fruit. After swallowing it, Man Who squinted his eyes as he lay on the ground and began to refine the monkey fruit. Once the monkey fruit was completely refined, Man Who would be able to reach level 6. While Man Who was refining the monkey fruit, Zichen, who had nothing to do, decided to refine it as well. He wanted to break through as soon as possible, so he took out another monkey fruit. Zichen ate it without hesitation. The monkey fruit was extremely sweet, and its taste was similar to other spirit fruits. It was a rare delicacy. After entering his stomach, the juice of the monkey fruit turned into pure energy. This energy entered his body and fused with his meridians, bones, and blood. Zichen felt a warm feeling in his body, and his strength was clearly increasing. His bones, which were already extremely hard, became even harder after being nourished by this energy. In addition, the energy contained within the monkey fruit was also absorbed by his body according to the perfect body's circulation path. Not a single bit was wasted. Zichen's refining speed was much faster than Man Who's. After refining one monkey fruit, Man Who still hadn't finished refining it. But after refining one monkey fruit, Zichen strangely discovered that he hadn't broken through. His body's strength had indeed increased, but he didn't break through to level 5. This scene reminded Zichen of the shocking consumption of yuanli when he broke through. Possessing pure yuanli and having combat power that far exceeded others also meant that the consumption of yuanli was greater than others. Zichen's perfect body was known as the strongest body among humans. If he wanted to let his perfect body grow, the price he had to pay was obviously higher. Without any hesitation, Zichen took out the second monkey fruit and swallowed it. The warm feeling in his body reappeared, and his meridians changed again. Zichen's strength increased again. After absorbing enough energy, Zichen could clearly feel the changes in his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his perfect body. After refining the second monkey fruit, his body finally broke through to level 5. A level 5 strength was much stronger than a level 4's. With every movement, Zichen could feel the surge of energy. After breaking through, Zichen didn't continue swallowing the monkey fruit. Instead, he looked at Man Tiger. He was worried that if Man Tiger couldn't break through, it wouldn't be right for him to swallow the last monkey fruit. When Zichen opened his eyes, he discovered that Man Tiger had also opened his eyes. Under Zichen's spiritual senses, he discovered that there was also a surge of powerful energy in Man Tiger's body. This was a level 6 energy. Man Tiger had also broken through, but since he had just broken through, this energy wasn't stable yet. Going from level 5 to level 6 was an increase in realm. Man Tiger's eyes were filled with excitement. With both of them breaking through, the next step was to adapt to the powerful energy in their bodies. With Man Tiger as his training partner, Zichen didn't have to deliberately find him. 3 days later, Zichen familiarized himself with the powerful energy in his body. Furthermore, he knew the benefits of the monkey fruit. Zichen was very concerned about the other monkey trees in the group of monkeys. During this period of time, Whenever Zichen was exhausted, he would drink the monkey wine. Just as Zichen had expected, the monkey wine had a miraculous effect. It could instantly restore the energy in his body. However, Zichen couldn't hold his liquor well, so he didn't dare to drink too much. If he drank too much, he would be drunk even if he recovered his energy. With level 5 and man-tiger at level 6, they were naturally not a match for a group of monkeys. Moreover, almost all of the level 5 beasts from before were dead. Before he had the strength to suppress the barbarian monkey king, Zichen wouldn't have another chance. Although there wasn't any heaven and earth spiritual chi in this world, there were still monkey fruits. According to Zichen's experience, if there were monkey fruits, then there would naturally be other fruits that could increase one's strength. After adapting to the great power brought about by the breakthrough, Zichen began to think about these strange fruits. During this period of time, Zichen asked Man-Tiger about the things that could increase his strength. Man-Tiger first nodded, then shook his head. Man-Tiger only lived in this area, so he was familiar with the things within a few hundred miles. The most strange thing was the monkey fruit. As for the other things, Man-Tiger didn't know. I wonder how the Raven tribe is doing now. After staying here for more than a month, Zichen's strength had increased again. There wasn't much point in staying here, so he decided to go back. But before he went back, Zichen still had to hunt some savage beasts for the ravens as food. Of course, the majority of the food would be level 4 and level 5 savage beasts. Of course, if there were level 6 savage beasts, Zichen wouldn't mind killing them. Unfortunately, there weren't any level 6 savage beasts within a few hundred miles. There were only monkeys. After that, he would go deeper into the barbarian dragon mountain range. Man-Tiger was very happy when he knew that Zichen wanted to leave with him. Moreover, Zichen had the monkey wine and that strange blood essence. Man-Tiger was very interested in these things. So when he heard that Zichen wanted to hunt some savage beasts, he volunteered to hunt for Zichen. 1 man and 1 beast started to hunt in this area. This hunt lasted for 5 days until Zichen decided that the meat was enough for the Raven tribe to eat for a year and a half. Just when Zichen decided to go back, he felt Wu Man's call. It was the jade that Zichen had given to Wu Man. Wu Man had broken it. This was something that could only be broken after something happened to the Raven tribe. Feeling the call, Zichen knew that something had happened to the Raven tribe. So he stopped hunting savage beasts and returned with Man-Tiger. On the way back, Zichen once again saw Man-Tiger, his former training partner. When Man-Tiger saw Man-Tiger, he immediately pounced on him and opened his mouth to tear him apart. Stop! Zichen yelled to stop Man-Tiger. At this moment, Man-Tiger was pressing down on Man-Tiger. His body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with fear. Zichen strode to Man-Tiger's side and looked at the terrified Man-Tiger. Follow me and I'll spare your life. Man-Tiger naturally had intelligence. After hearing this, it immediately nodded without hesitation. As a result, Zichen brought Barbarian Bull along with him on his way back. This was something he had come up with on the spur of the moment when he saw Barbarian Bull. He really didn't want to kill him. Man-Tiger was of no use to Zichen. Zichen brought Man-Tiger with him because he wanted him to guard the Raven tribe. Moreover, with Zichen's eyesight he could see that Man-Tiger was stronger than Heiya from the Black tribe. With Man-Tiger guarding the Raven tribe, Zichen didn't have to worry. He decided that after dealing with the Raven tribe, he would leave with Man-Tiger. Then he would visit the Black tribe and ask them about strange things that could increase their strength. At this moment, the Raven tribe, including Wu Man, were all trembling with fear. Many of them had fear written all over their faces. Even though Heiya had a gentle smile on his face, he still scared Wu Man and the rest of the Raven tribe. Brother Wu Man, did you inform Leader Zichen? Heiya asked with a smile. I did. Wu Man was still nervous. He couldn't help it. The Raven tribe only had 1 level 4 warrior, but the Black tribe had 10 level 4 warriors. Heiya himself was only level 5. Leader Zichen, did you not return from your training? Since he had nothing to do, Black Cliff asked. Wu Man shook his head. No. We went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range several times to hunt, but we didn't see Leader Zichin. I think Leader Zichin must have gone to the deeper regions to train. You know how powerful Zichin is. Training in the outer regions won't be of much help to him. When chatting with Aya, Wu Man only felt confident when he talked about Zichin. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain range was very dangerous. The beasts in the deeper regions were even more terrifying. While Wu Man was talking, he was still very worried about Zichin. Chapter 793. A sound came from afar and the ground began to shake. It seemed like a huge monster was approaching. A group of ravens quickly ran out of the square and saw a huge bull. The bull was more than 4 meters long and 2 meters tall. It was running at an extremely fast speed from afar. It seemed like it had been running for a long time. White smoke was coming out of its nostrils. There was a powerful force surging in its body. Every time it ran, the ground would shake. The bull was running in a straight line. The powerful force in its body made the ravens' faces change. At this moment, not to mention the ravens, even the 5th rank warrior Heya and the 10 4th rank warriors beside him had a change in expression when they saw a barbarian bull. 5th rank! 5th rank bull! Some of the 4th grade warriors cried out in alarm as they saw the barbarian bull approaching at an extremely fast speed. Their faces were full of shock. The other barbarians also had the same expression. The barbarian bull was rushing towards them in a straight line. It seemed like he was going to attack their encampment. If they were deep in the mountains, then the barbarians would have turned around and run away. But now, the barbarian bull was going to attack their encampment. There was no way they could retreat. Under the command of Wu Man, the ravens quickly took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Wu Man also took out his long sword and stood in front of the group with his sword in front of his chest. Heya and the other 10 barbarians were standing not far away. Their expressions were constantly changing. No one knew what they were thinking. Just when everyone was on guard, a shocking tiger's roar came from afar. When the barbarian bull heard this tiger's roar, its body clearly trembled. It almost fell to the ground. A look of fear immediately appeared in its eyes. The tiger's roar entered everyone's ears, and the barbarian bull's fear entered everyone's eyes. Almost everyone's complexion changed in the next moment. They weren't able to fight against a level 5 barbarian bull, but they didn't expect that there was an even stronger one behind the barbarian bull. Shouldn't the 5th rank bull be in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range? Why is it here? A group of barbarians panicked. But they did not retreat because the barbarians in front of them did not retreat. When the bull was about 100 meters away from the barbarians, it suddenly stopped. It stood upright and breathed heavily. White smoke continued to come out of its nostrils. There were already 4 deep hoofprints on the ground. It seemed as if the charging bulls had received some kind of order. They stopped without any warning. The panic-stricken barbarians had a look of doubt on their faces. They didn't understand why the bulls had stopped. Then, a slight vibration sound came from afar. After this voice came from Barbarian Bull, everyone's gazes swept past Barbarian Bull and looked behind them. Roar! Before they could see anything, they heard a tiger's roar that shook the heavens. After the tiger's roar, there was a turbulent king's aura. Barbarian Bull almost collapsed to the ground after feeling the king's aura, and his body was already trembling uncontrollably. This is the aura of a level 6 savage beast. Black Cliff's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. He had sensed this aura before in the deep mountains. It belonged to a level 6 savage beast. At that time, when he and his clansmen sensed this aura from afar, they ran away without saying anything. At this moment, when Black Cliff sensed the aura of a level 6 savage beast, he also had the urge to turn around and run away. Beside him, the 10 level 4 warriors were also frightened to the extreme. As long as Black Cliff gave the order, they would immediately run away. Just when everyone's expression was extremely complicated, a huge barbaric tiger finally appeared in the distance. It was like a king, walking over from the distance. Its steps were slow but extremely elegant. This was the true appearance of a level 6 savage beast. However, when the barbarians saw it, they didn't panic. Instead, they relaxed a lot. Moreover, many of them were greatly relieved. That was because they had seen a familiar silhouette on the back of the 6th grade barbarian tiger. It was Chief Sichin. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the barbarians. But their astonishment was soon replaced by excitement. They started to cheer. Man Hu slowly walked forward with Sichin. When they walked past Barbarian Bull, the latter also followed behind them. However, he didn't dare to overtake them. In the midst of the cheering, the barbarians all came forward to welcome them. With Zichen's return, their hearts were filled with confidence. The fear they had for the Black Clan also disappeared. Patriarch Heiya's arrival with 10 level 4 warriors brought a lot of pressure to the Crow tribe. However, when leader Zichen came back, he was carried by a level 6 savage beast. This way of entering was much cooler than Heiya's. When the Crow tribe's barbarians came forward, Heiya and the others stood on the side. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. As the patriarch of the Black Clan, he had already overestimated Zichen and the outsiders. However, when he saw Zichen return with a level 6 savage beast, Heiya realized that he had underestimated Zichen. A group of barbarians surrounded Zichen. However, they were more than 10 meters away from him. It was obvious that they were afraid of the two savage beasts. Leader Zichen, you are finally back! A group of barbarians enthusiastically greeted Zichen from 10 meters away. Zichen glanced at the group of barbarians and nodded at them. Then, he saw Heiya and the level 4 warriors he brought with him. Zichen slightly frowned and withdrew his gaze. Little Bull, come here. Zichen withdrew his gaze and said. Hearing this, Barbarian Bull came to Zichen's side from behind. He lowered his head and rubbed Zichen's shoulder with his horns, putting on an extremely flattering appearance. The other barbarians took a few steps back. They were afraid of Barbarian Bull. After all, Barbarian Bull was a level 5 savage beast, an extremely powerful one. Zichen pointed at the Crow tribe and said to Barbarian Bull, Little Bull, this is the Crow tribe that I told you about. These are the people of the Crow tribe. You must remember that from now on, you are the protector of the Crow tribe. Zichen did not deliberately suppress his words. Not only did Barbarian Bull hear it, but the other barbarians also heard it clearly. After Barbarian Bull heard it, he seriously looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and nodded to show that he understood. However, when the other barbarians heard it, they were stunned for a moment. Protector. Crow tribe protector. What is a Crow tribe protector? All the barbarians of the Crow tribe opened their eyes wide. They looked at Zichen and then at Barbarian Bull. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. However, there were still some who did not understand what a protector meant. Their faces were full of doubts. Not far away, Black Cliff and the others' faces changed when they heard this. When they looked at the barbarians again, their faces were filled with envy. Guardian, 5th level Guardian. The Raven tribe was really lucky. After introducing the barbarians of the Crow tribe, it was time to introduce Barbarian Bull. Zichen looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and said, Everyone, this is Barbarian Bull, a level 5 barbarian beast. He is the protector that I found for everyone in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain range. The protector's meaning is to protect the Crow tribe. In the future, the safety of the entire Crow tribe will be managed by Barbarian Bull. If you are humiliated or threatened outside, you can tell Barbarian Bull and let him deal with it. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Barbarian Bull nodded his head. The entire Raven tribe once again burst into cheers. In a flash, the Raven tribe was boiling with excitement. At this moment, they completely understood what Zichen meant. Now the Raven tribe had a rank 5 expert. Under Zichen's signal, the barbarians of the Crow tribe invited Barbarian Bull back. It was as if they were worshipping a god. Barbarian Bull, who had been bullied by Barbarian Tiger, was finally able to hold his head high. After the barbarians of the Crow tribe left, only Zichen and the barbarians of the Black tribe were left. Zichen looked at Heiya and coldly asked, I don't know why Patriarch Heya called me back so urgently. Since Barbarian Wu had crushed the jade pendant, it was clear that something had happened. However, the Crow tribe was fine and Heya was here. It was clear that Heya was looking for him. Zichen's words clearly contained dissatisfaction. Heya thought that he must have disturbed Zichen's training. Heya smiled and said, Leader Zichen, this is your first time here. Do you know that in the world of barbarian beasts, there are things that can rapidly increase one's strength? Zichen coldly laughed and said, Are you talking about the monkey fruit? Heya's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked again, Leader Zichen also knows about the monkey fruit? Zichen sighed and said, I only found out a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to get a few. I was almost killed by the level 7 Monkey King. Heya's eyes widened. The other barbarians of the Black Tribe were also stunned. To be able to get a few monkey fruits from the hands of a level 7 Monkey King, just how strong was he? Heya didn't really believe Zichen's words. He asked, Leader Zichen, do you have any more of these monkey fruits? Zichen shook his head and pointed at Barbarian Tiger and said, No, we ate them. I didn't break through to level 5. He broke through to level 6. I was going to give one to Barbarian Bull, but we just broke through to level 5. Leader Zichen broke through to level 6. Heya looked at Zichen. If a level 4 Zichen could defeat him in one hit, then wouldn't a level 5 Zichen be even stronger? Not to mention, he had a level 6 savage beast by his side. Heya's expression began to change. You told them to call me back just to ask me these boring questions? Zichen asked in dissatisfaction. Heya quickly shook his head. No, of course not. I came here to invite Leader Zichen to go with me to snatch a level-up fruit of strength. Fruit of strength? Zichen frowned and looked at Heya. Yes. Heya nodded and said, A level-up fruit of strength is extremely rare even in the world of savage beasts. A level-up fruit of strength? How is that possible? Zichen didn't look happy at all. Instead, his face was full of doubt. Level up? You mean any level up? Black Cliff smiled and said, Leader Zichen, you must be joking. Although the fruit of power is magical, it's not that magical. This fruit is only effective for warriors below level 6. It's useless for warriors above level 6. Chapter 794. Heya didn't come to disturb them for no reason. He came to tell them about the fruit of might. It was a fruit that could raise a person's level. It just so happened that the fruit of might was very useful to Zichen. The two of them sat down in the room. Man Hu was lying on the side listlessly. He had already heard that the fruit of might was useless to those above rank 6, so he had lost interest in it. Heya sat on a chair that didn't fit him. He looked at the cup of green liquid in his hand. He couldn't calm down for a long time. The cup was the legendary monkey wine. Heya had only heard of it but had never seen it, let alone tasted it. But now, there was a big cup of monkey wine in front of him. He was drooling before, but after hearing Zichen's introduction, he couldn't bear to drink it. This was a good thing for recovering strength. He couldn't bear to drink it, but he couldn't take it away in front of Zichen. Heya scratched his head as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He even forgot to mention the fruit of might. Zichen didn't rush him. He just looked at Heya. After a while, Wu Man walked in with a gourd in his hand. It was an ordinary gourd. The inside of the gourd was already hollowed out. If it was used to store wine, it could hold up to 2 or 3 pounds. Zichen took the gourd and poured the monkey wine in front of Wu Man and Heya. The monkey wine emitted a green light and the fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. Leader Zichen, what is this? Wu Man asked curiously as he looked at the gourd that was about to be filled. The gourd was already filled to the brim. Zichen closed the lid and said, Monkey wine. Wu Man's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. What? Monkey wine? This is monkey wine? Zichen nodded. Last time, I found a group of monkeys and dozens of rank 5 beasts. I was lucky to get some. Zichen put the gourd on the table and pushed it towards Heya. It's not bad. Take it back and try it. Black Cliff's eyes widened, and his hands subconsciously grabbed the gourd. He seemed to realize that this action was not very nice, and was beneath his dignity. He smiled, but he did not put down the gourd in his hand. Wu Man didn't understand why Zichen would give Black Cliff such a valuable item, but since the two of them were going to talk business, Wu Man left with his doubts. After receiving the gourd, Black Cliff calmed down a lot. If he hadn't seen Zichen fill the gourd with water with his own eyes, he would have poured the contents of the cup back into the gourd. After drinking the monkey wine, Black Cliff calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "This fruit of power is very strange. No one knows where it came from, and there is no pattern to its appearance. Sometimes it appears continuously, but sometimes it doesn't appear for thousands of years. Although it is a fruit, it does not grow on a tree." Zichen listened quietly and did not disturb him. Black Cliff looked at Zichen and said, "In the past, people didn't know what was going on. They often sent people to look for the fruit, but as time passed, they gradually found some clues." Zichen looked at Black Cliff and asked, "You mean this fruit of power is related to us outsiders?" Black Cliff's gaze fell on Zichen, so Zichen guessed. Black Cliff's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded and said, "Yes, the appearance of the fruit of power is related to you outsiders. It can also be said that this thing is tailor-made for you outsiders." Tailor-made fruit of power for outsiders? Zichen's curiosity grew. After a short pause, Black Cliff continued, "These fruits of strength can raise a person's level. This is something that defies the natural order of things. Moreover, if you consume them continuously, the effect will not be reduced. If your strength is not at level 1, but you obtain 6 fruits of strength and consume them all, then your strength will instantly break through to level 6. And level 6 is precisely the level that you outsiders can leave. 6. The fruit of power is a heaven-defying item, and so many appear at once." Black Cliff nodded again and said, "Every time a fruit of power appears, there will be at least 6 of them. There is also a rumor that the barbarian god prepared these fruits for you outsiders." Zichen nodded. Regardless of whether what Black Cliff said was true or not, Zichen had to go take a look. Without the fruit of power, it would take at least a few years for Zichen's strength to break through again. However, before he decided to go, Zichen asked about the doubts in his heart. It seemed that a mere black tribe would not know about such a rumor, nor would they have the right to know. Black Cliff told him that the black tribe used to be a large tribe, but as time passed, they slowly declined. However, some secrets were passed down. "Where is the fruit of power?" Zichen asked. "It is in the depths of the Cloud Mountain, more than 500 miles away from here. It would take 2 days to travel day and night. I got this information from the Wood Tribe, so it is absolutely reliable," Black Cliff said solemnly. Zichen knew about the Wood Tribe. It was the largest tribe within 1,000 miles, with more than 100,000 people. Black Cliff originally came to invite Zichen, but now that he had a gourd of monkey wine, he had no choice but to return to the Black Tribe. This kind of good stuff was better left in the Black Tribe. When Black Cliff was leaving, Zichen asked if he could wait a few days. Black Cliff said no problem, because he was the first to hear the news, and then came to inform Zichen. He guessed that it would take a long time before the fruit of power appeared. Black Cliff left with his tribe, and Zichen gathered the barbarians in the square. Then Zichen told everyone that he would be leaving for a while, and everyone was very reluctant. Then, Zichen took out the harvest from the barbarian Dragon Mountain. Numerous level 5 and level 4 beast corpses covered the whole square. The barbarians were stunned because there were more than 20 level 5 beasts, and even more level 4 beasts. These corpses were not only food, but also resources. With these corpses, the barbarians' battle strength would increase by a lot. After giving some simple instructions to Wu Man, Zichen returned to his room. For some reason, when Black Cliff told him that the fruit of power was related to outsiders, Zichen felt a sense of danger, as if there was some kind of danger. However, he was observing Black Cliff with his spiritual sense, and found that he was not lying or deceiving him. The fruit of power, if there really is one, I must get it. But before that, it is better to make some preparations. Who knows, we might meet other outsiders. The outsiders who could enter this place were naturally powerful. If it was a human, then their battle strength would be at least at the level of a Hotian warrior. If it was a demon, then it should be comparable to a dragoman. After returning to his room, Zichen sat down cross-legged. But this time, he did not train his strength, nor did he comprehend any barbarian techniques. Instead, he focused all of his attention on breaking the seal. Spiritual sense and Yuanli were Zichen's most powerful attacks. They were the foundation of his journey on the ancient road. Also, he had already sensed the arrival of outsiders, so he would break the seal whenever he had time. After his strength reached level 5, Zichen would break the seal at night, and man who would protect him. Due to the presence of Yuanli in spiritual thoughts, as well as the fact that there were 2 holes in the perfect seal, the subsequent process of breaking the seal was still difficult, but he didn't faint every time. If he followed the rules and slowly broke the seal, there would not be any danger. Also, as the holes in the seal became bigger, Zichen's speed of breaking the seal became faster. During the period of breaking the seal, Zichen did not need to eat or drink. So, man who stayed outside of Zichen's room, and no one dared to approach him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time passed, man who was standing outside felt a pressure coming from the room. This pressure made him feel a sense of fear. In the end, there was a surging aura in the room. When man who felt it, he was even more afraid than when he faced the Monkey King. This made man who feel fear, and he had the urge to run away. This pressure lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, the pressure became stronger and stronger. In the end, even a level 6 man who could not breathe properly. The other Raven barbarians did not have such a big reaction because they did not dare to come close. 5 days later, Black Cliff came again, this time with 10 rank 4 warriors. But this time, the Raven barbarians' expressions were a lot calmer. On the other hand, when Barbarian Bull stared at them, their hearts would tremble. After hearing Wu Man's shouts, the pressure in Zichen's room slowly weakened. After a while, the door opened and Zichen walked out. The feeling that Zichen gave man who was that he was very normal. It was as if he did not have any fighting power. Not only was man who surprised, but Heya was also confused. Before, he could still feel the energy in Zichen's body, but now, he could not feel it at all. It was as if Zichen had lost all of his fighting power overnight. Chief Zichen, I've received news that many tribes have already sent people over. Let's hurry up and leave. Surprise flashed in Heya's eyes as he spoke. Yes, we can leave now. Zichen nodded. Afterwards, he told Man Hu that he was leaving. A group of ravens came out to send him off. Before leaving, Zichen secretly left some monkey wine for Man Hu. Barbarian Bull is not going. Heya asked when he saw that Zichen only brought Man Hu and not Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull's duty is to protect the Raven tribe, Zichen said. Heya nodded and did not ask any more. After the group was a few miles away, Zichen's body began to emit a golden light. Then, his body began to change in an instant. Zichen, who was originally the height of an ordinary person, instantly doubled in height. Moreover, his facial features also became larger as he grew taller. Chapter 795. The barbarians from the Black Tribe were stunned, and so was Man Hu. However, he was big enough to carry Zichen even though he was 3 meters tall. Zichen had a premonition that he might encounter other outsiders during the search for the Fruit of Strength, so he changed his appearance. Black Cliff's face was filled with surprise. After a while, he sighed. The outsiders are indeed extraordinary. They can even change their appearance. Then Black Cliff's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, Chief Zichen, I heard that all the outsiders can fly. Is that true? Zichen nodded. That's right. All of them can fly. Black Cliff's face was filled with curiosity. The other barbarians also turned to look at Zichen. Black Cliff asked again. Just like a big bird. That's right, they can fly like a big bird, but they don't have the wings of a big bird, Zichen explained. Black Cliff sighed. As expected, all the outsiders are extraordinary and can fly. If they don't have the strange disease, they will be the symbol of invincibility. In our world, there are quite a few people who are not very strong but can fly. With your strength in our world, you can also be called a powerhouse, but that's only in our world. Anyone who enters this world is a true powerhouse. If they don't have that strange disease, their true battle strength is at least level 7 or 8. Zichen wasn't wrong about this. All the outsiders who came here were at least at the late primordial core stage. Even if they weren't, they would at least have the strength to fight. According to Zichen, Heya was obviously more interested in the outside world. However, it was a pity that the barbarian warriors who could walk out of here had to be at least grade 8. It was impossible for Heya to reach grade 8 in his lifetime. Zichen was also puzzled, so he asked, "Are there no experts who can fly in this barbarian world?" "The only ones who can fly are the big birds," Black Cliff said. The world of barbarian beasts was very strange. Although there were birds that could fly, their realms were relatively low. Most of the birds were at level 1 or 2. Zichen hadn't seen a single level 5 or 6 bird ever since he entered the barbarian dragon mountain range. Barbarians can't fly even after they reach a certain level of cultivation? Zichen asked again. Black Cliff was shocked. He thought for a moment and said, "There is. According to the legends, once a barbarian breaks through level 10 and reaches level 11, they will have the power to fly." "Level 11? Aren't you warriors only at level 9? Zichen's face was filled with doubt. Black Cliff smiled bitterly and said, "On the surface there are only 9 levels, but in fact there are 10, 11 and 12 levels. Below level 9 is the strength of many people. Above level 9 is the strength of the legends. Until now, there has never been a level 10 warrior in the history of the barbarians." The realms of the barbarians were divided into 9 levels, which were equivalent to the 3 stages of the inner core realm. A 9th level barbarian was equivalent to the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. Zichen guessed that a 10th level barbarian would be equivalent to the peak of the inner core realm, while a 11th level barbarian would be equivalent to the human origin realm. It was already very difficult to reach level 10 in terms of physical strength, let alone the human origin stage. However, if a barbarian really broke through to level 11, there would be some strange changes in their body, such as the ability to fly. Zichen didn't dwell on the topic of flying. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Suddenly, Black Cliff let out a strange cry and said, "I remember now. There is a kind of thing that can fly by nature." "What is it?" Zichen looked at Black Cliff. "Dragon, Torvosaurus. Legend has it that the Torvosaurus race in the depths of the Torvosaurus mountain range can fly by nature. They can even ride the clouds and summon the rain." Black Cliff's face was clearly filled with excitement. Zichen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Another legendary thing. This made him lose interest. Moreover, dragons had an extraordinary meaning in the world that Zichen came from. They were naturally very powerful. 1 or 2 of these existences were extremely heaven-defying. Just like the Longhu sovereign, there was only one of them in the world. However, Black Cliff said that it was a race. This was too unbelievable. There really are Torvosaurus in the Torvosaurus mountain range. They are born with the ability to fly. Because they are too powerful, no barbarian has ever explored the entire mountain range. Seeing that Zichen didn't believe him, Black Cliff added, "Is that so?" A faint smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "Then we should go in and take a look when we have time. You outsiders are powerful and can fly. You can go in and take a look. However, we barbarians can't. My Black clan once had a peak level 8 ancestor who wanted to go in and find some resources to help him break through to level 9. However, he never came back after entering the mountain range. Later on, some experts went in to search for him, but none of them came back alive. It is said that the decline of my Black clan started from there. Black Cliff muttered as he explained the reason for the decline of the Black clan. A peak level 8 ancestor who went in and didn't come back. Zichen's expression slightly changed. Black Cliff's words really aroused his curiosity about the Torvosaurus mountain range. If he had the chance, he really wanted to go in and take a look. On the way, they passed by the barbarian god statue. Zichen signaled the team to stop and walk towards the statue. Leader Zichen, do you want to go and learn a level 5 barbarian art? Black Cliff asked from behind. Zichen nodded and didn't answer. Leader Zichen, you don't have to go. The barbarian god statue here only allows you to learn level 4 barbarian art and below. If you want to learn a level 5 barbarian art, you must go to the barbarian god statue in the depths. That place is guarded by the Wood tribe. Black Cliff said loudly as he saw Zichen walking away. Zichen walked back and asked, Only level 4 barbarian art? Why? Black Cliff said, The will of the barbarian god. He only gives level 4 barbarian art, and below to the statues in the outer area. Level 6 barbarian god statue in the middle area is level 8 barbarian art, and below. As for the real body of the barbarian god in the depths, it is level 9 barbarian art. Black Cliff's explanation was very mysterious, but when Zichen asked him what the will of the barbarian god was, Black Cliff said that he didn't know. Leader Zichen, don't worry. We will pass by the barbarian god statue in the middle of our journey to the Cloud Mountain range. But we need to take a few dozen miles detour. You can start learning when we get there, Black Cliff said. After that, the group continued on their journey. But after traveling for a few dozen miles, they found a group of barbarians. They seemed to be going to the Cloud Mountain range as well. There were 6 of them. Although they were fewer than Black Cliff's group, they were all level 5 barbarians. Black Cliff's face turned ugly when he saw the 6 barbarians. Obviously, he knew them. The 6 barbarians also saw Black Cliff and stopped. They didn't hide the ridicule on their faces. When they saw Black Cliff's group of 11, the 6 barbarians were even more disdainful. But when they saw Zichen, they were slightly stunned. They then looked at Manhu and seemed to be surprised. A level 5 barbarian said loudly, Hey, isn't this Black Cliff? Are you also going to the Cloud Mountain range to look for the Fruit of Strength? The Fruit of Strength has no owner. If Mo tribe can look for it, why can't we? Black Cliff said very impolitely. If he met these 6 barbarians, he would naturally keep a low profile. But now, he was standing next to Zichen. He was full of confidence. Your tone is very strong, but I don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it because of those 10 trash beside you? The level 5 barbarian said disdainfully. He deliberately ignored Zichen and Manhu. I don't think I need to tell you where my confidence comes from, Black Cliff said indifferently. At this time, he also whispered to Zichen about the situation of the Mo tribe. Being able to produce 5 level 5 warriors, the Mo tribe was naturally stronger than the Black tribe. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the Mu tribe. It seems like the plundering this time is mainly done by level 5 warriors. Maybe there will be level 6 warriors involved. Maybe there will be even stronger ones. If you bring a few level 4 warriors with you, it will be suicide, Zichen said after hearing the news. Seeing the 6 barbarians, Black Cliff knew that it was useless to take them with him, but he didn't dismiss all of them. Instead, he let 8 of them go back and 2 of them stayed behind. Seeing the 8 barbarians leave, Black Cliff turned around and followed Zichen. Zichen has been sitting on Manhu's back. When he passed by the 6 barbarians, he didn't look at them. Black Cliff followed closely and didn't pay attention to the 6 barbarians. The 6 barbarians were naturally angry. One of them shouted, Stop, did I say you can go? Unfortunately, Zichen and the others didn't care about them at all. After being ignored again, one of the barbarians couldn't take it anymore. He dashed forward, but he didn't block Heiya's path. Instead, he chose to block Zichen's path. He knew that Heiya, who was walking on the ground, had to listen to Zichen. Zichen frowned when he saw the barbarian blocking his way. Barbarian Tiger stretched out his claws. He didn't roar, nor did he release any of his energy. Instead, he stretched out his claws and slapped at the level 5 warrior. Although this attack was just a claw attack, it contained a lot of power. The 5th level warrior didn't have time to dodge and was hit in the chest. With a loud bang, the body of the 5th grade warrior was sent flying. As he flew, a red line of blood streaked across his body, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. After the 5th level warrior landed on the ground, he slid back a few meters. His mouth kept spitting out blood. The anger in his eyes had been replaced by fear. His chest was heaving up and down as he coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was breathing out more than he was inhaling. When the other 5 barbarians saw this, they quickly ran over. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear. They originally thought that this barbarian tiger was a level 5 savage beast and that the young barbarian was at most a level 5 savage beast. However, man whose casual claw attack had left one of them half dead. They knew that they had provoked an existence that they shouldn't have provoked. Sure enough, in the next moment, Black Cliff coldly said, "How dare you block Leader Zichen's path? You deserve to be killed by man who—" The first barbarian didn't die, but as soon as Black Cliff finished speaking, his chest trembled a few times. He didn't even have time to breathe and died. When the other barbarians heard this, they were dumbfounded. A 6th level savage beast. This man who was actually a 6th level savage beast. After killing the first barbarian, man who didn't stop and Zichen didn't even look at him. Black Cliff proudly glanced at the 5 barbarians and followed them. This was just a small episode. After a day and a night, Black Cliff told them that they were about to reach the barbarian god statue. Chapter 796. There was nothing within a few dozen meters of the barbarian god statue. However, Zichen saw the barbarians after he shifted his gaze. There were more barbarians than the Raven tribe, and there were also many tall buildings. Zichen had already spread out his spiritual senses and found that the barbarians were very strong. The weakest of them was at least level 4, and there was no lack of level 5 warriors among them. Everyone gathered here because there were things to be traded. In other words, this was a market. The things to be traded were also strange, but most of them were from the savage beast family, including blood, flesh, and bones. Zichen even found some intestines and other organs. Seeing that Zichen was obviously stunned, Black Cliff explained, "This is a small market set up by the Wood tribe. Originally, this market only revolved around the barbarian god statue to exchange for the blood essence of savage beasts. However, as time passed, more and more things could be exchanged. Zichen and his group were undoubtedly extremely eye-catching since they were riding on savage beasts. There were practically no weaklings among those riding on savage beasts. Hence, no one dared to casually provoke them. They would only give them a quick glance before looking elsewhere. Zichen's group passed by the market. There was also a market inside the building, but it was a proper shop. There were herbs and special powders for sale. Zichen glanced around, but he didn't find anything useful. Zichen rode on Barbarian Tiger in a straight line, heading straight for the barbarian god statue. However, just as he was halfway there, another person blocked his path. It was a level 5 warrior. His eyes were cold as he blocked Savage Tiger and said, "If you want to comprehend the barbarian god statue, you need 10 drops of level 5 essence blood." The statue of the barbarian god was open to everyone, but the prerequisite was that they had to pay enough. Heya had told Zichen about this before, but Heya had said 5 drops of level 5 essence blood. In this world, the currency was savage beast essence blood. 10 drops? Not 5! Before Zichen could say anything, Black Cliff said, "Last time I was here, it was 5 drops. The level 5 warrior glanced at Black Cliff with disdain. "When you were level 4, you only asked for level 4 essence blood. Every rank that came here would receive a different reward." This was what Black Cliff had said earlier. Zichen sat on Barbarian Tiger's back and looked down at the rank 5 warrior. How did you know that I am rank 5? And how did you know that I am not an ordinary rank 5 warrior? You even took twice as much essence blood. The 5th rank warrior didn't seem to have a good temper. He didn't answer Zichen's question. Instead, he shouted, "Hurry up and take out 10 drops of blood, or get lost." Zichen's eyes flashed with coldness. Barbarian Tiger couldn't wait any longer and was about to stretch out his claws. Suddenly, cries of surprise sounded from all around. "Someone who can fly! Someone who can fly is here! Oh my God, there really is someone who can fly! An outsider who can fly!" Cries of surprise rang out as everyone subconsciously looked behind them. This naturally included Zichen and Man who was about to reach out his claws. After turning around, Zichen saw a normal-sized human flying over from the horizon. The aura around him was not suppressed at all. As for his spiritual sense, it was spreading out without restraint. The opponent's spiritual sense was weaker than Zichen's, so Zichen could clearly sense his reckless actions. This was a late-stage core realm human, and his battle power was at its peak. It was obvious that he had broken all the seals. His physical strength was only at level 1, which was 4 levels lower than Zichen's. Just as this outsider was flying over, more figures appeared in the sky. These figures came from the ground, causing the ground to shake. The ground shook, and savage beasts ran. A pack of savage wolves appeared in the sky. On the backs of all the savage wolves sat a barbarian. The leading savage wolf was a peak level 5 savage beast, and the person sitting on its back was also a powerful barbarian. It's the Wood Race. The Wood Race's team. Only the Wood Race can tame a pack of savage wolves in this area. Before Man Lang and the outsider arrived, the exclamations of the surrounding people revealed their identities. In front of them, the level 5 warrior who was blocking the way was also looking at the incoming team with a fanatical expression. 10 drops of blood essence. Here. Zichen took out a small stone bottle from his chest. There were 10 drops of level 5 blood essence inside. Zichen did not want to reveal his identity, nor did he want to interact with the outsider. He planned to leave after learning the barbarian arts. Unexpectedly, the level 5 warrior took the stone bottle and sneered. 10 drops are not enough. Give me 10 more. He was taking advantage of the fact that the Wood Race was here to raise the price and bully Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen did not want to have a conflict with the outsider, so he took out 10 more drops of essence blood. The level 5 warrior took the bottle and snorted, signaling Zichen to go over. When the group of barbarians and the outsider arrived, Zichen rode the savage tiger towards the barbarian god statue. Zichen did not want to cause trouble and deliberately avoided this scene. However, Zichen did not know that he was the only one who was moving in the market. Not only did the outsider see him, but even the barbarian riding the savage wolf also looked at Zichen. However, the outsider was looking at Zichen. He used his powerful spiritual sense to scan Zichen. Although he did not find anything special about Zichen, he felt that there was something strange about this barbarian. On the other hand, the Wood Race barbarians were looking at Zichen's mount, Savage Tiger. It was obvious that Savage Tiger was more imposing than the savage wolves. Although a pack of savage wolves was mighty, it was not as cool as a Savage Tiger. Savage Tiger came to the barbarian god statue, but it did not go up. It was obvious that it was unhappy with the pressure from the statue. Zichen jumped down from Savage Tiger's back and walked towards the altar. He looked at the barbarian god statue. This time, Zichen did not release his spiritual sense. However, the familiar feeling that the barbarian god statue gave him once again appeared in his heart. Soon, Zichen felt the fluctuations from the statue and a level 5 barbarian spell appeared in the air. From the moment he walked up to the altar to the moment he understood the barbarian spell, Zichen only used a few breaths of time. This scene not only shocked the barbarians, but also the outsider. Although he only had a level 1 physique and did not have the right to understand the barbarian god statue, he still knew a little about understanding the barbarian god statue. Others would need a few days to understand the barbarian god statue, but Lin Fan only needed a few breaths of time. At this moment, Zichen did not know that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, everyone's expression became very interesting because of his instant comprehension. He has a level 6 savage tiger as his mount, and can understand the barbarian's spell so quickly. What an interesting fellow. The outsider smiled. What? You said that savage tiger is a level 6 savage beast? The leader of the wood race, who was sitting on the back of a level 5 savage wolf, asked in surprise. He originally thought that savage tiger was a level 5 savage tiger. The other barbarians on the level 4 savage wolf also looked at the outsider. I can still sense mistakes. The outsider's face was filled with disdain as he said, It's just a level 6 savage beast. Do you have to be so surprised? After recovering from his illness, the outsider's strength was extremely terrifying. Since he was the leader of the wood race, they naturally believed in his judgment. The leader of the wood race clicked his tongue and said, He has a level 6 savage beast as his mount. How strong is he? The outsider smiled and said, He's a very interesting fellow. He's only a level 5 warrior, but he can tame a level 6 savage beast. I'm also very curious. Only level 5? The barbarians from the wood race were surprised when they heard this. Then, their eyes flashed and their minds became active. One of them asked carefully, How long will Leader Emochen take to deal with him? When the outsider named Emochen heard this, he extended a finger, and his expression was extremely relaxed. One move! The barbarians from the wood race were surprised. At this moment, they were only concerned about how to deal with Savage Tiger's master. They did not think about how Savage Tiger's master could tame Savage Tiger. Emochen shook his head and said, It's not one move. It's just one finger. It's just a level 5 savage beast. I can deal with it with one finger. The barbarians from the wood race were even more relieved. Zichen did not know that trouble had already come knocking on his door. Heya saw that the situation was not good, so he brought the two of them and blended into the crowd. At this moment, the other barbarians didn't move at all. All of them were looking at this side. Just a moment ago, the outsider didn't deliberately suppress the conversation between the Wood Tribe's people. So, they clearly heard the conversation. They also knew that a fierce battle was about to begin after the barbarian tiger's master finished comprehending. Of course, it could also be a one-sided battle. It could also be a battle that could end with one finger. In Zichen's mind, he was practicing the level 5 barbarian technique. The movement technique in his mind was similar to the movement technique in the air. When the movement technique in his mind was similar, Zichen's movement technique in his mind evolved again. It was evolving towards perfection. When Zichen evolved the level 5 barbarian technique to its peak, he cut off the connection between himself and the movement technique in the air. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the statue of the barbarian god. The familiar feeling lingered in his mind. Zichen could not find it, so he could only give up. But when he turned around, Zichen found that everyone was looking at him. With a sweep of his gaze, Zichen saw many expressions of schadenfreude and pity. His heart skipped a beat as he knew that trouble had come knocking on his door. Zichen pretended that nothing had happened and walked down the altar. Before he could continue to sit on the back of the savage tiger, a level 5 barbarian quickly walked towards him. Before he reached Zichen, the barbarian shouted, Hey, how much are you selling your savage tiger? Name a price. Zichen's expression was still indifferent as he said, Not for sale. The level 5 barbarian raised his voice and said, I'm from the wood race. Name a price. I promise that I won't bargain. While they were talking, the level 5 barbarian walked in front of Zichen. Zichen frowned and said coldly, Not selling. Isn't it just a level 5 savage tiger? It's nothing valuable. How about we give you 100 drops of level 5 blood essence? The barbarian did not give up. When he reached Zichen's side, he casually patted the savage tiger. Chapter 797. The barbarian slapped man whose butt. Zichen frowned but didn't say anything to stop him. Of course, he didn't stop the barbarian, but he didn't stop Man Who. This was because Man Who wanted to fight back. Sure enough, before the barbarian's slap landed, Man Who had already reacted. He turned around and stared at the barbarian with a pair of cold eyes. His huge tiger claw had already landed on the barbarian. Pun! This blow landed on the barbarian's head, and a huge force surged out. The barbarian's body trembled for a moment, and then he was sent flying backwards. After flying for 7 to 8 meters, the barbarian's head suddenly exploded. White blood splattered everywhere. Some even splashed on the altar. A level 5 warrior was killed by Man Who in a single slap. Everyone was shocked by Man Who's strength. They also knew that this man and beast had offended the Wood tribe. They didn't have long to live. Sure enough, in the next moment, a group of Wood tribe barbarians arrived. Zichun and Man Who were already half surrounded. All the barbarians stared coldly at Zichun. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The leader of the Wood tribe walked forward. He was still sitting on the back of the barbarian wolf. He pointed at the corpse and said, "We are just here to make a deal with you. If you don't want to, then just say it. Why did you have to kill him? Young man, don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Although his words sounded casual, the Wood tribe leader's anger had already been ignited. That was a 5th-rank warrior. He had wanted to provoke the other party, and provoke him into attacking so that they could swarm him together. But now, he had been killed with a single slap. Zichun looked at the barbarians, and sneered in his heart. Zichun had seen this kind of trick many years ago. Even though he knew that the barbarians were looking for trouble, Zichun wasn't going to back down. He smiled and said, "Then I'll compensate you." "Little guy, how are you going to compensate me for the life of a level 5 warrior?" the leader asked again. During this time, the outsider named Emochin stared at Zichun as if he was waiting for a good show. "My savage tiger is a level 6 savage beast. In my opinion, a level 6 savage beast is more valuable than a level 5 warrior. However, seeing that one of your people died, I won't haggle over that 1 or 2 drops of blood. 100 drops, I'll compensate you with 100 drops of level 5 blood essence," Zichun said. Zichun's words, they were clearly mocking the barbarians. After hearing this, the surrounding barbarians were enraged and their killing intent became even stronger. "Young man, it seems that you don't admit your mistake." The leader's face became gloomy. After a while he said, "How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I don't want the 100 drops of level 5 blood essence. But since one of our people died, we can't just let this go. Considering that you still have your people, I'll be magnanimous. Compensate us with the barbarian tiger, and we'll let this go." Zichun chuckled. "Haha, you're really magnanimous. Anyway, the one who killed the barbarian tiger wasn't me. If it wants to, you can take it away at any time." After Zichun finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. After the barbarian tiger heard this, it opened its mouth and let out a tiger's roar. This tiger's roar carried the dignity of a level 6 beast. When the level 4 and 5 barbarian wolves heard it, their legs went soft, and they knelt down on the ground. More than half of the 20 barbarian wolves had already fallen. The barbarians on top of them were also rolling on the ground. Although the level 5 barbarian wolves didn't fall down, their bodies were trembling. The leader of the Wood tribe shouted at Zichun, "You're courting death!" Zichun sneered as Man Tiger continued to roar. After the second roar, many more barbarian wolves fell down in fear. "Enough! Make this beast shut up!" the leader of the Wood tribe shouted. The other barbarians were also in a sorry state, but they didn't dare to attack Man Tiger. They still remembered how Man Tiger killed their comrade with a single slap. Man Tiger opened his mouth and was about to let out the third roar, but at that moment, a terrifying pressure fell on his body. Under this pressure, Man Tiger's roar was forced back. The pressure came from an outsider. When Man Tiger saw the outsider, fear appeared in his eyes. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stood beside Zichun. The outsider looked at Man Tiger with a mocking gaze. The pressure around him didn't weaken at all as he laughed. Go on, keep roaring. Man-Tiger's fear became even stronger, but Zichen didn't feel anything. He just looked at the outsider indifferently. Humph! Kneel down! The outsider's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he shouted coldly. Seeing that Man-Tiger couldn't hold on any longer, Zichen suddenly snorted and took a step forward. Boom! A golden light flashed around his body as the energy in his body surged. The ground started to tremble as the energy surged. The outsider's pressure was instantly pushed back. Withdrawing his pressure, Emochen's gaze landed on Zichen once again. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Zichen looked at Emochen and asked, What do you want? Emochen smiled and looked at Zichen. Little guy, it's not what I want, it's your mount that killed someone. What do you want? Zichen's face was a little ashen. It seemed like he was the victim here. Previously, he had been cheated of the savage beast's blood essence. Now, they were deliberately looking for trouble, but the other party was acting as if he was in the wrong. Zichen looked at the other Wood Tribe barbarians and asked, What do you want? The Wood Tribe barbarians had already stood up during this time. Many of them were still covered in dust. A Wood Tribe barbarian coldly said, Either leave this mount behind, or pay with your life. Otherwise, not only will you have a hard time in the future, even your clansmen will have a hard time. Zichen's face turned cold. So you are threatening me? Yes, we are threatening you. Not only are we threatening you, but we are also threatening your tribe. The Wood Tribe barbarian said. A smile suddenly appeared on Zichen's face. Do you know how I deal with people who threaten me? How do you deal with them? The barbarian subconsciously asked. The smile on Zichen's face suddenly disappeared. He coldly said, Hit! As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen had already transformed into a streak of golden light and stepped forward. In practically a single step, he arrived in front of the barbarian and punched out. Bang! The barbarian's chin was hit. His entire body was sent flying. The level 4 barbarian wolf beside him was also sent flying by Zichen's kick. Zichen's attack was as fast as lightning. After his successful attack, he flashed towards the second barbarian. The barbarian and his barbarian wolf were sent flying by Zichen's attack. This time, the barbarian and the beast were sent flying for dozens of meters. They almost crashed into an open-air stall. The other barbarians finally reacted after the two barbarians were sent flying. They shouted and started to attack Zichen. Facing so many attacks, as long as they weren't fatal, Zichen didn't bother dodging. He either punched or kicked. He would either send a barbarian flying or a barbarian wolf flying with a kick. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. In front of Zichen, the usually extremely powerful barbarians were unable to withstand a single blow. There were also some who had their bones shattered by Zichen's fist when they clashed head-on with him. In front of the perfect body, these level 5 warriors couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all sent flying by Zichen. While Zichen was attacking, Man who was watching the show from the side. He didn't care about loyalty at all. Stop! The leader of the Wood Tribe shouted. Zichen had already defeated half of the barbarians and barbarian wolves. In the distance, the others were all stunned. They never thought that this barbarian with Man who would be so powerful. Zichen retracted his fist and kicked a barbarian wolf flying. He then looked at the leader of the Wood Tribe and asked, What do you think of this? The leader of the Wood Tribe was so angry that his nose became crooked. Just as he was about to teach the barbarian a lesson, Emochen finally spoke. He had been smiling the whole time. When he saw the barbarians flying, his expression didn't change much. He walked towards Zichen with curiosity in his eyes. You're an interesting little guy, but let's stop here. Then, Emochen pointed at Zichen and smiled. Do you know what this means? You're going to pick your nose, Zichen said. Zichen's answer made Emochen feel like he was suffocating. Many of the barbarians in the distance almost laughed out loud. They all thought that Zichen was too weird. How could he guess that he was going to pick his nose? Emochen was clearly unhappy after being teased by this barbarian. he coldly snorted. It's one move? No, not one move. It's one finger. I can deal with you with just one finger. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it. Zichen looked at the barbarian's finger and said, But if you can't deal with me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter. Imo-chan was even more unhappy after being haggled by this stupid barbarian. But out of confidence, he coldly said, Okay, but don't worry. I'll definitely kill you with one finger. Good. Everyone can be my witness. If you can't kill me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter. Zichen raised his voice, but obviously, he didn't get any response. Imo-chan was truly enraged. He shouted, Enough, you stupid barbarian! Go to hell! As soon as he finished speaking, the elemental energy in abdomen surged crazily. Then, a powerful force gathered at his finger. In the next moment, his outstretched finger began to emit a dazzling light. Initially, Zichen thought that the other party must have some kind of special finger might, like his lightning finger or finger bone. However, looking at the other party now, he realized that the other party had completely infused his origin power into his fingers, and was purely attacking. This kind of action was really underestimating Zichen and Zichen's perfect body. Zichen sneered in his heart. In the next moment, he had already made his decision. After that, Zichen clenched his fist and combined the barbarian techniques in his heart. Then, he punched out. Chapter 798. The golden fist collided with Imo-chan's glaring fingertip, causing a loud explosion. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in fright. Imo-chan's fingers slowly began to bend in the midst of the surging power. Imo-chan had a calm expression on his face, as if victory was within his grasp, but when he felt the powerful force surging out from his opponent's fist, his expression immediately changed. Just as he sensed that something was wrong and tried to pull back his finger, it was already too late. Zichen's fist was like a hot knife through butter, as it directly bent his opponent's finger. Under the force of the punch, the bent finger let out a cracking sound and was actually broken. Zichen's fist broke Imo-chan's finger bone, then hit Imo-chan's fist. After a loud bang, Imo-chan's body was sent flying. Imo-chan was sent flying for more than 10 meters, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Only one of his fingers dangled as if it had no bones, and his face was gloomy and distorted. He had previously said that he would kill his opponent with one finger, but now, his finger bone was broken because of his carelessness. The surrounding barbarians were already stunned. The outsider was known as an extremely powerful existence, but today, he had suffered a loss at the hands of this barbarian. Zichen withdrew his fist, and the golden light around his body disappeared. He looked at Imo-chan in front of him and said, You shouldn't even be at the first level of strength, but you were able to block my 5th level strength. You really live up to your reputation as an outsider. Zichen's words obviously came from the bottom of his heart, but in the ears of the crowd, it sounded more like a taunt. Imo-chan's gloomy face also became ferocious because of Zichen's words. But before he could say anything more, Zichen continued. I blocked your finger attack, so today's matter is considered over. There are so many people here who can bear witness to this. Although part of the reason is because you underestimated me, I'm still alive, so I have to keep my word. I believe that outsiders are more trustworthy. Zichen's words were much more pleasing to the ears. As an outsider, Imo-chan naturally couldn't continue to cause trouble for Zichen. At the very least, he couldn't cause trouble for Zichen in front of so many people. The gloomy expression on Imo-chan's face slowly disappeared. He fixed his gaze on the barbarian who was not stupid and was even very tactful. It seemed that he would definitely suffer a loss today, but he was unwilling to accept it. I've already finished learning the barbarian spells. I still need to find the fruit of power, so I won't disturb you. After Zichen finished speaking, he was about to leave with Man Hu. Previously, Imo-chan's expression was still a little hesitant. However, after he heard Zichen's words, he made up his mind. With a plan in mind, he coldly snorted, and his expression quickly became calm again. As for the severed finger from before, it was also rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the elemental energy. "Friend, may I ask which tribe you are from?" Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, the Wood Tribe leader suddenly asked. Zichen turned his head and looked at the Wood Tribe leader. There was a meaningful smile on his face as he said, "Raven Tribe." The Wood Tribe leader nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He thought about it for a while and deeply remembered the name of this tribe. After that, Zichen turned around and signaled Manhu to leave. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Then, 7 or 8 barbarians were running towards them. While running, they were constantly shouting, "It's him! He is the one who killed our Emo clan members! Damn you! Stop right there! You who is riding Manhu! Stop!" The barbarians were from the Emo clan. There were 8 of them. 6 of them were level 5 warriors and the other 2 were level 6 warriors. Previously, they had split into 2 groups. The group of 6 was the fastest. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer such a big loss. So, they decided to meet up with the level 6 warriors. "Leader, it's him. It's that guy's barbarian tiger. He killed Emoli in 1 hit." A barbarian pointed at Zichen and shouted. Zichen had stopped and looked at the incoming Emo clan members. His face slowly became gloomy. It seemed that today was not a good day to go out. There was always trouble coming to him. The 2 level 6 warriors were walking in front of the Emo clan members. The leader of the 2 Emo clan members was surprised to see the Wood Tribe members. He nodded to the Wood Tribe leader. Apparently, this was a greeting. Then, his eyes fell on the outsider. There was a touch of curiosity and fear in his eyes. However, he didn't stay for long. His eyes fell on Zichen. Zichen looked relatively young and his height was shorter than the adult barbarians. He could be regarded as a young barbarian. "Brother Mu, I am going to deal with some things. I will catch up with you later," the leader of the Emo clan said as he passed by the Wood Tribe leader. The Wood Tribe leader nodded and didn't say much. However, after the group of Emo clan barbarians passed by, his expression became strange. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the other barbarians around them saw that these 8 barbarians were looking for trouble with the barbarian riding the tiger. Even the powerful Wood Tribe and the outsider had suffered a loss in the hands of the other party. They couldn't understand how these Emo clan members could get back their face. Just by relying on 2 level 6 barbarians? But don't forget that they also had a level 6 barbarian riding the tiger. The 8 Emo tribe barbarians did not stop midway and directly walked towards Zichen. Along the way, no one came out to ask for the blood essence of the savage beasts, and the 8 barbarians also had a confident look on their faces, so they did not notice the strange expressions behind them. In the process of moving forward, the leader of the Emo clan glanced at Zichen and asked, "Are you the one who killed Emoli?" "It's me. What do you want?" Zichen looked at the other party indifferently. "Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. You are still so arrogant after killing someone." The leader of the Emo clan's eyes flashed with cold light. There were 8 of them. 2 level 6 warriors and 6 level 5 warriors. Even if the opposite party was a level 6 warrior, they could still deal with them. Even if they couldn't deal with them, at least they would be in an invincible position. It was with this idea that the Emo clan members were ready to get back their face. While they were talking, the 8 barbarians had dispersed. The leader of the Emo clan stood opposite to Zichen. The other 7 barbarians were on the side. They were ready to attack Manhu at any time. Zichen's voice was colder. "You are looking for trouble." The leader of the Emo clan corrected him. "I am looking for an explanation." "Well then." Zichen nodded and then jumped down from Manhu's back. He looked at Manhu and said, "You see, people have already divided up. I will fight 1 barbarian and you will fight 7 barbarians." Manhu roared and seemed to be very dissatisfied with this division. "Okay, let's end this quickly. Don't you feel uncomfortable being watched like a monkey show?" Zichen's words were a little impatient. Being ignored like this, the MO clan members were angry, especially the leader of the MO clan. He even shouted and was about to signal everyone to fight. However, before he could even shout, Zichen had already moved. Just like before, Zichen took a step forward. Golden light surged around his body, and the fused berserker art appeared once again. The terrifying force of his fist surged forth. On the other side, Manhu also rushed to the only level 6 warrior among the 7 barbarians. The battle broke out in an instant. Just when some barbarians were guessing how long the MO clan members could last, one of the 2 battles had already ended. The leader of the MO clan was punched by Zichen on the chin. The strong force directly hit the opponent, and on the way back, there were a few big teeth mixed with blood spurting out from the opponent's mouth. This scene was very similar to the previous one. The only difference was that Zichen sent a level 5 warrior flying, but this time, he sent a level 6 warrior flying. There was a difference between level 5 and level 6, but under Zichen's punch, there was no difference. The battle on Zichen's side ended quickly. On the other side, Manhu also used all his strength to push back the level 6 warrior. Under the tiger's claws, the other 6 level 5 warriors were also sent flying. On the way, 2 of them were killed by Manhu because they were too weak. This was the difference in level. For Zichen, level never represented combat power because he had a perfect body. But for other barbarians, level was combat power. There was no problem for a level 6 barbarian to kill a level 5 barbarian. Not to mention, Manhu was not an ordinary barbarian. He had swallowed the monkey fruit and refined the ancient beast's blood essence. The battle began and ended so quickly. Most of the people around were still in shock and did not react. Zichen had already sat on the back of Manhu. When he left, he said to the head of MO clan who was in shock, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" After that, without waiting for the leader of the MO clan to answer, Manhu had already stepped up and left, leaving a group of people in a daze. "Interesting little guy, but he only has level 5 strength. Even if he is extraordinary, it's nothing." Just when everyone was shocked by Zichen's combat power, Emochin, who was an outsider, showed a faint smile on his face. The leader of the Mu clan sighed and said, "It seems that we are right to be fully prepared. We haven't even gone to the Cloud Mountain, and we have already found such an unusual person. It seems that this battle for the fruit of strength is not something that ordinary people like us can participate in." After comforting the leader of the Mo clan with a few words, the Mu clan set off. Before setting off, the outsider Emochin took the lead and flew into the air. When he flew above Zichen, he suddenly stopped and said to Zichen below, "Little guy, I wish you can come back alive." Zichen looked up at Emochin and said, "I also wish you to get more fruits of strength." Emochin snorted and sped up, so he didn't hear what Zichen said. Not long after, Zichen saw Haya and the other 2. After nodding at the 3 of them, the group went on their way again. In the team to snatch the fruit of strength, there was not only an outsider, but also a powerful barbarian, which made the Mo clan lose confidence. But the fruit of strength hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Once they get it, it means that there will be another level 6 warrior in the clan, so after gritting their teeth, they continued to move forward. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.